Children of day and night have always respected and despised each other. Their battles, which began in the era of myths, were transferred to people. And they are still going on at the present time. Clouds freeze over the bank building, as evidenced by the sign, and a loud roar is heard in the area. Someone's high-pitched mocking voice is heard, even ugly villains living in hell dream of heaven. A huge clown with a creepy grimace and glowing eyes, standing on a huge, but seemingly toy ball, does not pay attention to the weapons in the hands of frightened policemen, and loudly announces that a terrible and exciting greeting awaits them in heaven. Ralph's show begins. Suddenly one of the commanders gives the order to the others to immediately retreat. People barely have time to jump out of the way when a huge ball of death falls on the car, crushing it like a tin can. Ralph is a summoner-class villain with a chaos skill. He has an A rank. Leaning down, he seems to be looking down, and still exclaims in the same thin voice, "Great view, they took a photo of him." One of the surviving police officers pulls a gun in his direction with trembling hands, and then Ralph the clown notices him. Clicking his tongue dissatisfiedly, he arms himself with a small mace, and twirling it in his hand, shouts, "Despite the situation, there will always be some kids who haven't figured out what's what yet." Throwing a pin shot towards the man, Ralph angrily wishes the freak a good trip. For a few moments there is silence. When he turns away, a bright loud explosion occurs right behind him. There is a robbery taking place on the bank premises. The bandits are threatening people with pistols, laughing and shouting at them. Who wants another hole in the head? They want money to be brought to them. Maybe they should rob another building? A school bus pulls up to the entrance, brakes sharply, and Ralph gets out. He immediately addresses the robbers, shouting that it's time for the guys to go home. They must pack their backpacks. The men, as if on command, head towards him and hand over crisp bills. Ralph, taking a few pieces, sniffs them and says with pleasure how sweet the smell is. He uses them to fill Ralph land with fear and horror. After that, he calmly watches as the men, having grabbed 2 people, head into the vehicle interior. One of them knocks on the doors, disgruntledly ordering it to be opened. When the doors move apart, the big guy swears, "What is this? Why was the door closed?" The driver, whose face is hidden by a thick mask, is also indignant in response. "This is not a sports car, but a school bus. Here the doors open slowly. Is he an idiot? By the way, who is this woman there?" Smiling contentedly, the bandit explains that this is a hostage. Then the man, looking to the side, adds, "Why do they need a child?" Another robber, holding the girl, explains that this is their princess. Governor's daughter. Mother and daughter. They will be given an excellent ransom for them. The driver turns away, when suddenly a woman, stopping and falling on her knees in front of one of the bandits, tearfully began to beg for at least the release of her daughter. She really asked for them. However, the man, grabbing her hand, ordered her to shut up and sit quietly. Her daughter started crying even harder and calling for her mommy. The blonde, also trying to touch the child, exclaimed, "Jessica." However, the robber who was holding her in his arms shouted displeasedly at her to sit quietly. If she doesn't listen to her uncle, he will do something bad. But someone called out to him sharply, "He's an idiot." Turning around, the man saw the driver approach him, sternly asking him to let the child go. When the bandit was about to rebel, the man grabbed him by the face and squeezed it tightly, repeating, he said to let him go. Another guy joined their showdown, who, throwing the girl aside, shouted, "He's a freak, what is he doing?" Then the driver turned his attention to him, flashing his golden eyes. In this world there are people with special abilities. They awaken them and commit crimes under the control of their own desires. And now those who have the blood of the child of the night are called evildoers. Ralph, having fired a shot from his gun, loudly announced to the rest of his subordinates that they should return and celebrate to the fullest. "They're having a barbecue." In response, satisfied exclamations and chanting of his name were heard. When he just opened the bus door, a powerful explosion occurred. But there are also people with superpowers who fight against villains. Those who stand on the side of society and receive support. Ralph, seeing the same driver appear at the scene of the explosion, shouted furiously, "What is this all about?" He, taking off his mask, mockingly noted, "Why is the clown angry? He just came here to throw out all the garbage." Those who have child blood are called psychers. One of them is Cashin Lee. He belongs to the striker class. His skill is fire, and he has an S rank. Showing his face, Cashin happily added, "It's been a whole year. They haven't seen each other for a long time." Ralph knows how incredibly happy he is. He's a freak. He, feeling confused, exclaimed, "Where is this idiot from?" Cashin Lee slowly took out the headphones from his ears, and lines of songs were heard from the speakers. "What is a fool doing?" This is no longer according to plan, why is he alone? Then Cashin burned it to the ground in an instant, and declared that since no one would bother them now, they should start having fun. Ralph was so frightened that he could hardly say anything, but he, increasing the fire of his palm, continued to mock. He wouldn't even be able to sort them out later, because there would be nothing left, such freaks as them. On the busy streets of the metropolis, many voices and laughter were heard. The news was broadcast from a TV in the store window, where the anchor announced that a robbery on 5th Avenue South yesterday afternoon had been criticized for the use of excessive force. The Human Rights Commission formally asked LAMPAS, an international organization of psychers, to participate in the proceedings, declaring that the ace psycher Cashin, who had used ruthless violence, believed that he needed appropriate punishment. At the same time, in the Washington office of LAMPAS, Tuffen Schiller, an S-rank psycher who had the enlightened class and the light skill, carefully read the document. After taking a sip of coffee, she asked if he was a villain or what? Cashin Lee, to whom this was addressed, sat opposite her, and crumpling a paper cup in his hands, discreetly noted she knows he would not mess with them. However, Tuffens did not let him finish, and said angrily, "Does he not think about the consequences at all? His disobedience caused him to lose Ralph and turn the public against them." Cashin was indignant, explaining that he had hostages. Then she said that he should have been even more careful in this case. The safety of the hostages is their top priority. Cashin Lee leaned back on the sofa and confidently replied that he thought he could save them this way. She added even more strictly that he also needed to act like a psycher. In other words, act rationally and calmly. He couldn't do something he didn't know at breakneck speed. Now he can look at what they end up with. Are his actions any different from those of the villains? Cashin couldn't find anything to answer, and looking away, he felt a pang of shame. Tuffen Schiller, to his surprise, also announced that he was on probation. He understands what will happen if he screws up. Soon, walking along the office corridor, Cashin Lee was indignant and grinningly exclaimed, "But she is a witch. How did Jeff even manage to become friends with her? He needs to clear his head." But the next moment he felt the phone in his pocket vibrate. Looking at the screen, Cashin said in surprise, "Jeff?" Then, going up to the soda beverage machine and answering the call, he immediately asked why it was ringing. But soon Cashin Lee's voice acquired alarming notes, and in a panic he began to ask, "What? Right now? Where anyway? Rhodes? This is in Greece." After some time, Cashin landed on a plane at Rhodes National Airport. It was a warm sunny day, and he, sitting in a cafe, thought, thanks to Jeff, he has a lot of good memories. By the way, when was the last time they saw each other? It seems like 6 months have already passed. Resting his head on his hand, Cashin Lee suddenly remembered how once upon a time in the HC orphanage, his ringing voice was heard in one of the many rooms, like a reaction to a new toy. It couldn't be. "She's moving." The other children also joyfully repeated, "This simply cannot be." Cashin, sitting closest to the toy, asked if it was alive. Jeff, being old enough, sprayed what looked like golden pollen on the stuffed dinosaur and laughed. "Of course not, it's just a toy that moves thanks to his power." Cashin Lee immediately repeated enthusiastically, "Power." He clarified again, "But it looks like it's alive, right?" Cashin exclaimed sharply, "Will he become a psycher? He will kill villains and it will even be shown on TV." Jeff rubbed his neck in embarrassment, but replied that he didn't really know, his power was quite useless. But Cashin Lee insisted, laughing loudly, "No. It's amazing." Now, coming back from his memories, he wondered, was this before it was installed in the USA? Then there really was a time when he knew no fears. It was good then. Smiling at his thoughts, Cashin sipped some more drink from his mug. After a while, the sky is painted with sunset rays, and the streets of the city are empty. He looked at the late time and noted out loud that Jeff was late. Besides, he doesn't pick up the phone. What's going on? Suddenly Jeff Malik appears behind him and, holding his forearm, calls out to him. Cashin Lee, turning around in surprise, sees his face covered with abrasions and blood, and immediately asks in a panic what's wrong with him. Could it be that he was attacked by villains? He almost falls to the ground, barely audibly saying he shouldn't have called him. However, Cashin is annoyed. What kind of nonsense is this? Jeff suddenly hands him the pendant with shaking hands, asking him to take it first. Cashin Lee insists, first he must explain everything, what happened to him. He assures that he is fine, but here is the necklace. The next moment, Jeff Malik coughs up blood, barely having time to clasp his hand. Cashin looks on in horror as he exclaims again, he doesn't have time to explain. He should run away from here quickly. If he doesn't make it in time, he will also be in danger. Cashin, still perplexed, notes what is he talking about, he should stop, he'll just call an ambulance. But then he notices someone's presence, and seeing an unknown person, he asks who else is it? Then Jeff sharply pushes him back, and as soon as he turns around, a stranger in a mask is already running up to him, and with one swing of his sword cuts off his head. Cashin Lee at first feels a complete stupor, when suddenly, Jeff Malik screams in horror. However, the sparkle in his eyes is already fading, and then Cashin, overcome by trembling, calls him again. But looking up, Cashin Lee sees the killer running away, jumping on the roofs of the building, gritting his teeth, giving chase, screaming, "He's a freak!" After some time, they both find themselves on the pier, and he, stopping and catching his breath, coldly asks, "Is this some kind of revenge? Did someone hire him?" Although he doesn't need a reason. The guy will still die by his hand. Right now! With these words, Cashin lights a flame in his hand, but then a voice is heard, from which he again falls into bewilderment. When the man takes off his mask, Cashin Lee realizes that Jack Khalid is standing in front of him. He is a psyker who has rank S, the knight class, and his skill is strength. Cashin is indignant, shouting again, "How did he end up here? He's a freak. He killed Jeff." However, Jack casually replied that he had only eliminated a traitor to the organization. Cashin Lee is still angry, shouted, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Suddenly a girl's voice is heard. It's true. He killed their colleague. There were witnesses and evidence. Lampus confirmed everything and gave permission. Turning around, Cashin turns around and sees Layla, who also has an S rank, belongs to the enlightened class and has the cold skill. Jack Khalid, turning to him, said he doesn't want to be considered a traitor either. So he should tell them everything that Jeff managed to tell him. This is followed by a hard look, and Cashin Lee, assessing the situation, sighs and finally says, "In all the 10 years that Jeff has been a psyker, he has not killed a single person. And they say he would do this to his colleague?" Layla sternly warns that there are 2 more top-class psychers nearby, so the guy must think with his head and not be stupid. Jack also added that if the guy is a real psyker, then he should be reasonable. This is the last warning. There's just a smile on Cashin's face when he suddenly notes, okay, he's wrong. Since he is a psyker, he must act like a psyker, rationally and calmly. The next moment, activating his fiery power, he rushes forward screaming, "He will kill them all." Jack Khalid reacts quickly, drawing his sword, trying to deal with him with one swing. Cashin Lee manages to dodge and punches him, knocking him back. But Jack does not give up, and again putting the blade weapon forward, activates the soul of the sword. At this time, Layla also summons a blast of cold, and Cashin, noticing this, furiously shouts at her not to stop. She immediately delivers her blow, but he deftly avoids this too, when suddenly one of the sharp crystals wounds him. Falling to the ground, Cashin Lee clutches her bleeding side, wondering if she is a sniper. Layla, standing opposite, orders him to surrender. If he did not comply, she would have to eliminate him too. However, such a threat does not affect him, and to their amazement, Cashin creates fire and only mockingly says they are freaks. Immediately after he throws forward, sending them towards the night of the attack and shouted for them to try it. The 2 of them are overtaken by hellfire, more like a powerful explosion. Cashin Lee himself, running in the opposite direction, sees that there is a cliff in front of him, but still jumping down, mentally addresses them, he will see these idiots again. Quite suddenly, a pickaxe is pierced into his back and inflicts mortal wounds. Cashin's face shows confusion, and he himself thinks that this cannot be. As he plunges deeper into the depths of the sea, he also realizes that he cannot die so easily, he needs revenge. But as soon as Cashin Lee loses consciousness, the necklace in his pocket is activated. In the men's school toilet, the voices of schoolchildren are heard, bending over a boy whose head was lowered into the toilet. It cannot be. He's not breathing anymore. What? Is he really dead? It's just awful. Then they should run. After that, only stomping is heard, and the school but really seems to show no signs of life, when suddenly he twitches and sharply raises his head, greedily inhaling air. Finally catching his breath, his eyes acquire a golden color, and the same necklace appears on his neck. Now it was Cashin Lee, who looked at the decoration in surprise and said, "What?" Finally getting up and leaving wet footprints behind him, he approaches the sink and asks out loud where he is. He fell. What's wrong with his voice anyway? After looking at the reflection in the mirror, Cashin runs his palm over his face and hair, mentally repeating, what is this? Who else is this? It's not him. This is impossible. Why does he look like a teenager, and why does he have the same body? Washing his face with cold water, Cashin Lee tried to reassure himself that this was a dream, just a dream. But then, after straightening his hair again and looking in the mirror, he gets angry, thinking, no. He knows that this is not so. Tightly grasping the sink sides, he exclaims in frustration, how did this happen? Suddenly his head seems to be pierced by lightning, and Cashin sees all the memories of the owner of the body and at the same time finds out, Kwon Kanwoo? Is he in Korea now? Horrified, he asks into the void, how did this happen? And what are these memories in his head? After this, someone's voice is heard, he woke up. Cashin Lee looks around in fear, shouting, who? Who is this? Dark streams suddenly appear from his necklace and form in the air in front of him, and then it announces that its name is Moros. It is a very ancient noble spirit. Cashin is confused at first, but still, poking his fingers at it, he exclaimed, what is this? Did it come out of this necklace? Then it repeats, it is not something, but Moros. Besides, the guy has a lot of questions, which means he wants to find answers. Soon leaving the school building on the street, Cashin Lee tries to understand what is happening and clarifies, so it was this that brought him back to life after he died. Moros says irritably in response, yes, it said that several times. By the way, the guy mastered Korean pretty quickly. But Cashin simply explained that he lived in Korea before he was adopted in the USA. Then he looks down, mentally grinning, what luck. He died and came back to life. What kind of nonsense is this anyway? He is distracted by Moro's voice. Jeff gave him the necklace, right? He did it to protect the guy. Cashin Lee repeats to himself, protect him? Is it really what Jeff Malek said then? But still taking a deep breath, Cashin clarified, Moro said that he was looking for something? Some kind of iron ancient sword. It immediately corrected him, the sword of destruction. It was made back in the era of myths. Cashin Lee asked in disbelief how it knew that the sword was made so long ago. Moro's reminded, he is an ancient spirit. However, Cashin casually said, this is nonsense. Then it irritably told Dupe to shut up if he didn't know something, and listen. But he, only taking the phone in his hands, again asked the question, why should he believe this? Why does he need this? Moro's no longer hid his own dissatisfaction and complained that he was, in fact, a victim here, since he had to use half of his own power to revive him. Cashin Lee even in response to this, casually noted, a victim? That's funny. However, the next moment he was shocked when he saw an article entitled, a famous psyker was involved in black traffic. It said that Lampas officially announced the successful completion of the operation to eliminate the famous psyker Cashin Lee, who was convicted of participating in black traffic and money laundering. Meanwhile, a psyker Jeff Malek was killed by him during his detention. Many people around the world mourn his death. Cashin was indignant and shouted, what kind of nonsense is this? He killed Jeff? His hands shook and he added that this would never happen. Gritting his teeth, he was so overcome with anger that he began to emit electrical discharges, continuing to swear, there are only idiots in Lampas. They decided to blame him for this? He actually tried his best to protect people, they did this to him? Moros even panicked because of what was happening and began to ask him to calm down. Something is about to happen. But it turned out to be too late, and Cashin Lee began to transform. One of his eyes changed color, black patterns similar to lightning appeared on his skin, and when his limbs began to look like the paws of animals, he only asked what is this? Looking at what happened to him, Cashin exclaimed, what is this? At the same time, in one of the nooks and crannies on the school grounds, an irritated voice was heard, but what is this? Where is he? In response to this, the head of the gang asked his friend to calm down, he would come soon. Soon a short schoolboy actually ran towards them, then the guy contemptuously noted that one had only to look at this chubby guy. The blonde man next to him, clicking his tongue displeasedly, added, he's a freak. When the young man ran, the leader rudely asked, did he check? He, trying to catch his breath, confirmed it, yes. There was no one in the toilet. To him, he repeated, no one? Exactly? The guy once again confirmed this, and again he was asked, what about the police? Ambulance or someone else? But even then the chubby guy repeated, no one. This angered the brunette. The blonde began to shout at him. He said that the guy died? He wasn't breathing, was he? The young man really couldn't understand. It was impossible, he certainly wasn't breathing. But the leader of the gang, having taken the black bag from the chubby guy, told them to calm down. However, the blonde was still screaming, what is this? What was he even thinking when he checked it? How can you even trust him? Then their bully, picking up a bottle of banana milk, repeated, Opa should finish already. Well, he's not there and that's it. He still turned around and clarified what they would do. Having taken a sip of the drink, the leader repeated that, well, they will find and finish off this guy. Cashin, trying to avoid prying eyes, stood on the roof of the school while Moros continued to chat. All schoolchildren go to this place to be alone, right? He made a great decision. Suddenly he could not stand it, and began to shout at it so that it would finally be silent. Why did he become a villain in the first place? It doesn't want to explain this to him either. Moro sighed and noted that it was also beginning to regret something about its own decision. The guy's fate changed, since he managed to die and be reborn again. But the owner of his body was destined to awaken as a villain. His abilities have huge catastrophic consequences. Suddenly Cashin Lee interrupts him by loudly shouting, "What? Catastrophic consequences? Could it be that, having been reborn, he took over the fate of this guy?" It succinctly confirms this, right? Then he laughs weakly and says again, "Has a high-class psyker become a villain? And its capabilities?" But Cashin fails to finish his sentence, as with a shaking hand he sharply hits the wall so hard that it becomes covered with cracks. Then he starts screaming furiously, "No! Why? Why did it even revive him?" Moros tries to stop him, reminding him that he must control himself. However, Cashin Lee, not wanting to listen to him, shouts at him to shut up. Then it simply begins to speak. He himself knows that evildoers are controlled by their desires. And right now they are mastering it. Evil itself is now inside him. Now it helps him contain this evil. But the more angry he gets, the stronger the evil inside him. And then. But Cashin interrupts him, desperately asking him to stop. It shouldn't say anything. Is he a villain? What then should he do? Out of despair, he covers his face with his hands, but Moros resolutely exclaims, "Of course he must survive." Jack would say the same thing. However, Cashin Lee incredulously asks, "What does it even know?" Then it finds out whether they were talking to him or not about him. He really regrets that he had to drag the guy into this matter. And although Jeff felt death approaching, he did not plan to save himself. He only wanted his friend to have a chance to survive. Cashin feels something unpleasant tingling in his chest and sighs heavily. Moros calls him again, calmly advising him that he needs to learn to control himself. But he starts to get angry again. It should stop giving him advice. It pisses him off. It also added, "Doesn't the guy want to return fully to human form?" Cashin Lee just quietly answered yes. Soon his disdainful tone was heard again, "By the way." Moros instantly corrected him, not by the way, but by the noble ancient spirit. Cashin, however, without correcting the address, asked what it even was. What does this ancient noble spirit mean? Moros clarified, is he so interested in finding out? He exclaimed impatiently, of course. Since it can revive people. But then it mysteriously said that he would know if he found the sword. Grinning, Cashin Lee commented irritably on this piece of metal. Speaking of which, does this sword have anything to do with the murder of Jeff Malek? Moros thoughtfully noted that it was confident that this was so. He remained silent, when suddenly someone shouted at him, "Idiot!" Turning her head to the side, Cashin saw the same gang leader along with his friends, who exclaimed laughing, "He's finished." He is incredibly happy to see that the guy is alive. At the same time, the delighted sighs of the students were heard along the school corridor. The girls were talking about how handsome he was. It can't be, he has such a physique. Everyone looked at the psyker trainee, Kim Woo-chan, whose rank was unknown, but he had the striker class and the fire skill. Suddenly his phone rang. Looking at the screen, he saw that Lee Dun was calling him. Woo-chan answered the call and immediately asked if something had happened. After a few more seconds he agreed, this is a problem. But then, turning his gaze, Kim Woo-chan looked out the window, and noticing what was happening on the roof of one of the school buildings, and announced that he would call back a little later. The hooligan stopped in front of Cashin, feeling superior. He, also looking at them, remembered what they did with Kanwoo, and realized that it was definitely them. Moros, hovering in the air a little behind, reminded that the guy doesn't have to worry, only he sees it. Oppa's voice rang out sharply, the idiot knows how worried they were? What if they could still go to jail because of his dead body? Their leader, taking a cigarette out of his pack, also added that Kwon Kanwoo pisses him off. If he didn't die, why didn't he come to them right away? He walks on the roof to hide or what? However, Cashin Lee's voice was finally heard in response. What kind of nonsense is this? The guys froze. He also rudely continued, he's not in the mood at all right now. He doesn't like children, but apparently he needs to do this for educational purposes. It hastened to call out to him and remind him that the villains, even without transformation, have enormous physical strength, which is several times greater than that of any person. If he loses control of himself. And yet Cashin interrupted him, explaining that he already knows everything. Oppa, the first to lose patience, approached him and mockingly said, "Well, what did the guy say there? This freak has apparently gone completely crazy." In turn, Cash and Lee needed only one piercing look to scare him, but hiding his fear behind aggression, Oppa swung at him, shouting that the idiot was looking like that. However, the next moment he himself received the first blow, which was from Cashin. The other two froze in confusion, and Cashin's face expressed only coldness. Oppa fell to the floor unconscious, and the leader wondered what it was. Where does this weakling get so much strength? Now the brunette, who ran into the fight, could no longer stand it, shouting loudly, "That's it! The asshole is finished!" Cashin Lee, turning his attention to him, also jumped out of his seat, and first blocked the blow with a bat with one hand, and knocked out the guy with the fist of his other hand. The remaining bully, looking at all this with wide eyes, was perplexed too in one fell swoop. Cashin finally turned to him. How can their conscience not gnaw at them for their actions? Why is he silent? But the leader, having angrily mentioned it, repeated, "Conscience? What is this anyway? He doesn't care about anyone or this conscience at all." "What? The boy thinks he won't teach him a lesson?" Cashin Lee remained calm, and yet noted that apparently he didn't have it. And since this is not the case, then it is necessary for him to have this conscience. His fist will help him with this perfectly. On the school roof, Cashin Lee and the bully stood opposite. Cashin Lee rushed to attack. The bully took a fighting stance, put his fists in front of him and prepared for battle. When Cashin Lee got close enough, he tried to punch him. Cashin Lee leaned down and a fist flew over his head. He swung his fist and hit the bully hard in the jaw. He lost his balance and began to fall, throwing his head up. Cashin Lee, eyes blazing angrily, raised his hand for another blow. He punched the bully in the stomach with such force that he flew into the air. The bully screamed heartrendingly, dropping his saliva. Groaning, he bent over and clutched his stomach with his hand. Cashin Lee looked at him indifferently. He asked if he had a conscience? The bully, holding his stomach, trembled with pain and anger and called him a freak. Cashin Lee angrily grabbed him by the chest and suggested that the blow was not strong enough. So he will strike again. Cashin Lee looked menacingly into the eyes of the impudent bully. Kim Woo-chan appeared on the roof and sternly asked the question, "What are they doing?" Cashin Lee, continuing to hold the bully by the chest, involuntarily looked over his shoulder. Kim Woo-chan, blown by the wind, looked at them sternly and waited for an answer. The bully excitedly realized that it was Kim Woo-chan. Cashin Lee threw him aside and asked the question, "Who else is this? Why does he interfere in their affairs?" Kim Woo-chan asked indignantly, "Is he really going to beat someone who is much weaker?" The bully looked at him puzzled and mentally asked, "What? Is he weaker? Was it Kim Woo-chan who just said that about him?" The wounded bully angrily gritted his teeth and rushed at Cashin Lee with his fists. He shouted menacingly that this idiot was about to get it. Cashin Lee stood motionless and calmly waited. As the bully approached him, he kicked back, striking him hard in the chest. He flew a long distance and fell with a roar. Kim Woo-chan grabbed Cashin Lee by the shoulder and sternly said that enough is enough. Cashin Lee stood tensely in place. He turned around and looked angrily straight into Kim Woo-chan's eyes. Cashin Lee bent his arm and tried to elbow him in the stomach. He was puzzled because something had gone wrong. Kim Woo-chan crossed his arms in front of him and blocked the blow. Cashin Lee swung and tried to punch him again, but Kim Woo-chan took a step back and dodged. Cashin Lee looked at his enemy in bewilderment. Kim Woo-chan raised his leg and tried to throw a punch, but Cashin Lee ducked down and dodged. He mentally noted that Kim Woo-chan is fast. Moros watched the fight excitedly. He called out to Cashin Lee excitedly. Moros reported that his opponent is a psyker. If he loses, then it's all over. Cashin Lee was distracted, looked at him and asked what? Kim Woo-chan raised his fist to strike. He tried to attack, but Cashin Lee stepped aside and his fist flew past. Drops of blood splashed. Cashin Lee looked at his cheek, saw the wound and cursed in his mind. Kim Woo-chan and Cashin Lee stood opposite each other, holding their fists in front of them. Cashin Lee looked forward resolutely. Kim Woo-chan mentally asked himself, "Is this guy a psyker?" He narrowed his eyes and looked at him carefully. Putting his palms out in front of him, Kim Woo-chan said that enough was enough. If they continue, it will only get worse for the two of them. Cashin Lee asked in surprise, "What?" Kim Woo-chan handed him a band-aid. Cashin Lee looked at this in surprise. Kim Woo-chan said it was for him because he got hurt. They looked at each other menacingly. Cashin Lee took the bandage and, without saying a word, headed towards the exit. Kim Woo-chan looked after him thoughtfully. He turned his gaze to the three defeated hooligans and mentally said that he alone had killed the three. Kim Woo-chan asked himself in surprise, is there such a strong student in their school? He looked down excitedly and looked at his hand, which was throbbing in pain. Overtime. Computer club. In a dimly lit room, Cash and Lee sat at his computer. Pressing his finger on the keyboard button, he mentally realized that it was not working. They blocked his account in the Lampa's organization. Holding his head, he said thoughtfully that he had guessed about it. Cash and Lee said he had a bad feeling. Overtime. On a city street. Cash and Lee asked with interest how did Moros know that he was a psyker? He was chewing a hamburger and looking at the phone screen. Moros clarified by asking the question, is he talking about that guy on the roof? Without waiting for an answer, he said that he had determined it by the waves when it touched him. Cash and Lee looked at the hamburger and said thoughtfully that this was an interesting ability. Moros said boastfully that this was nothing. If he had read its color scheme, he would have learned more information. Cash and Lee asked in surprise, color scheme? How does he know such difficult words? Moros offendedly reminded that he is an ancient noble spirit who lives and gains knowledge from generations. Cash and Lee didn't answer. Moros asked if he wanted to turn into a villain form. It is better for him to find out about his capabilities in advance. Cash and Lee, holding a hamburger and a phone, looked at him thoughtfully. Moros asked if he didn't want to. Cash and Lee decisively replied that he did not want to. After a pause, he gloomily added that he had to. Cash and Lee crumpled a paper hamburger bag in his hands, turning it into a ball. He said thoughtfully that he needed to understand what the essence of the villain's power was. Cash and Lee inquired, asking what he needed to do. Moros reported that villains come from an inability to control the 5 desires and 7 senses. Cash and Lee said dissatisfiedly that he was talking nonsense again. Moros looked at him condescendingly and said that in his case the trigger was anger. Cash and Lee looked at his fist thoughtfully. He remembered his friend Jeff and his killers. Anger filled his entire being with blue lightning. Cash and Lee opened his mouth wide and let out an angry cry. He shouted furiously that he would kill all the idiots from the Lampa's organization. Moros froze in midair in shock, looking at him. He asked in surprise what Cashin was doing. He replied that he was showing anger. Moros said that it was not necessary to scream, you just need to feel it inside. Cashin Lee asked irritably, it was impossible to say this right away? Overtime. City street. A blue car was driving along the freeway, with Lee Dun and Kim Woo-chan in it. Kim Woo-chan talked about a villain named Blaster. He said that this is a maniac who likes to play with explosives. Kim Woo-chan suggested that he might have arrived at Incheon Airport illegally. Today he was already seen in the city. Kim Woo-chan asked puzzledly, 102 victims? He concluded that this was a lot. Lee Dun took a large bite of the sandwich and said with his mouth full that he doesn't have any special fighting abilities, but his ability to create explosives is really infuriating. He added that Blaster is a complete psychopath. Kim Woo-chan said that villains only know how to create problems. These are sociopaths who cannot control their desires. They need to catch him before he escapes. Lee Dun turned to him and said that Kim Woo-chan was overreacting to them. Did he ask a question, or is that not true? Kim Woo-chan, looking at the image of Blaster on the tablet screen, said that the task of all psychers is to bring justice to them. Lee Dun in the interim asked, anything else? Without waiting for an answer, he stretched his lips into a smug grin. Looking at the road through his sunglasses, Lee Dun suggested that he do it while Kim Woo-chan watches and learns more. Kim Woo-chan turned his head towards him and frowned. At the same time, Cash and Lee read with interest on the screen information about the person in whose body he found himself. The villain named Kwon Kan-woo has the capabilities of catastrophic power and the characteristics of darkness. The trigger is anger. Level 3 Shadow Sword and healing skills. Mana range 3. Moros summed up that this is all the information. Cash and Lee concluded that he was playing a game. Looking at the screen, he asked in surprise, Shadow Sword and healing? Moros reported that these are his skills. That is why the wound on his face healed so quickly. Cash and Lee asked in disbelief, really? He looked at his hand in the black villain's glove and asked if he amputated the limb, would it be restored? Moros said it all depends on his mana range. Cash and Lee asked why there is nothing written about this in the information. Moros suggested that he had yet to discover this power in himself. Cash and Lee noticed where it was said about mana. He asked in shock, only 300 points? He said indignantly that when he was a psyker, he had more than 1,500. Cash and Lee looked thoughtfully at the screen and said that he had catastrophic power, but somehow he couldn't believe it. Moros calmly replied that he had such potential. He knows the saying that a person is like a rough diamond. Whether he remains a stone or turns into a well-polished diamond will depend on how hard he works. Cash and Lee looked at the screen and asked the question, can Moros use this scanner on other people? He replied that of course, but no more than 3 times a day. Cash and Lee asked, asking what would happen if you tried to use it more? Moros said they did that with Jeff. He then had to sleep almost the whole day. Cash and Lee looked at him thoughtfully and asked again, almost the whole day. Moros changed the subject, saying that he needed to try out his skills. Cash and Lee inquired, asking what he needed to do? Should he shout out the name or something? Moros told him to just imagine the shadow sword in his head. Cash and Lee asked, like this? He waved his hand upward. A large black blade emerged from the ground with destructive power. Cash and Lee said excitedly that he succeeded. Moros looked at the result of his skill in surprise. Cash and Lee said that some sharp object appeared from the shadows. He touched the tip with his finger and said enthusiastically that he could touch it. Although it is a shadow, the sword is indeed very sharp. Moros thought it would take a whole day to train, but he did it right away. He asked himself in surprise, did Jeff also know about his capabilities? Cash and Lee looked at and touched the shadow sword with curiosity. He said it was hard and could be used as a shield. Moros reported that the villains know how to create their own defenses and weapons. Cash and Lee ironically replied that he himself knew that. Using mana and magical lightning, he generated a black tight suit and said that they were in no hurry. Moros meticulously examined him from head to toe and said that he had no sense of style at all. Cash and Lee annoyedly ordered him to shut his mouth. Over time. Evening on a city street. Moros asked a question, it's already getting dark, where is he going? Cash and Lee answered as he walked that he was going home. Moros looked at him thoughtfully and remained silent. Cash and Lee reported that Quan Kanwu has a family. He has no parents, but he lives with his sister. Moros asked in surprise, is he going to meet her? Cash and Lee replied that of course. This may be his fate, but he would definitely want to protect his sister. Moros inquired, asking the question, has his conscience tormented him? Cash and Lee said gloomily that he actually died because of him. There was an explosion. Cash and Lee looked in that direction excitedly. He saw a crowd of frightened people running away from a burning multi-story building. He was shocked and tried to understand what had happened. The building was cracked and flames and thick black smoke were escaping through the cracks in the walls. People looked up in fear and shouted that it was a villain. It was a bomb. Internet does not work. Cash and Lee looked to the side where the girl excitedly said that he grabbed the mother and child. He mentally asked, are there any hostages? Cash and Lee looked up excitedly. Moros looked at him in fear and realized that he was up to something. Cash and Lee quickly ran towards the burning building, and Moros scaredly told him to wait. He caught up with him and, flying next to him, said that there was a villain in the building. He is much stronger than that schoolboy from the roof. Cash and Lee ignored this remark and continued running. Moros added that he has incredible powers. Cash and Lee said that they will fight like villains. Moros said that fighting between villains is an unspoken taboo. He, as a psyker, should know this. Cash and Lee looked at him in bewilderment. Moros didn't know what motivated him, a thirst for revenge or a sense of justice, but now he is also a villain. So don't let him get into other people's fights. Moros asked excitedly, he doesn't want to make all the villains his enemies, does he? And give up revenge on Lampus? Cash and Lee stopped abruptly in front of the burning building and looked up. He replied indifferently that he didn't care. Moros was surprised and did not know what to say to him. Fire was visible through the windows, ashes and fiery sparks were flying in the air. Moros called his name demandingly, and reminded him that he was no longer a psyker. Cash and Lee emphatically replied that this was not the case. He headed towards the entrance, and said that he had hostages. Mother with child. Taking a step forward on the stairs, Cash and Lee said that he couldn't close his eyes to the fact that someone was in trouble. He looked over his shoulder and said that's not how people act. Moros looked after him silently. He remembered how Jeff sat on the lake, looked at the sunset, and said that Cash and Lee had a complex character. He looked at a photo of them together, and added that he has the biggest heart of all the people he knows. Jeff looked at Moros and said that he completely trusted Cash and Lee. Moros chose Jeff, and he chose Cash and Lee. There was nothing he could do about it. Moros flew after Cash and Lee and told him to transform. He assured that he would help him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the building was surrounded by dark smoke. Inside, among the bar counters lay torn chairs and sofas. Glass display cases were broken. Small glasses lay on the floor mixed with construction sets and small children's toys. Several toys lay behind a display case covered in deep cracks. Someone began to plaintively ask for something. The same voice repeated that they should not do this. Blaster stood next to the captured and bound people. He pressed a black bomb button, which began to sparkle. Blaster continued to adjust the bomb and tried to make a comforting sound. He told the shaking boy and girl to be quiet and not cry. Blaster said crazy that they were doing such a fun thing. He asked the question, why cry? The girl and boy looked at him in horror. Blaster continued to do something from below and made a strange noise and told them to smile. The girl, with even greater despair and fear, pressed herself against the chair, looking at him in shock. Blaster smiled widely, showing a whole row of teeth so that they could do the same, just like him. He was holding a bomb in his hands. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a cool car stood next to a gas station. Kim Woo-chan stood with his elbows on it and looked forward thoughtfully. He pulled back the edge of his sleeve and looked at his hand. He began to remember moments from the past and confidently thought that he was not so simple. Suddenly he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He thought that he didn't even know his name. Kim Woo-chan picked up the phone and introduced himself by name. Suddenly he was told something because of this. Kim Woo-chan looked down in shock. Lee Dun, who was also on the phone, began to apologize with a smile and explained that he was on a mission. He said he would treat me next time. Lee Dun moved the phone away from him and exclaimed that he promised. He said goodbye and kissed his interlocutor goodbye, hanging up the phone. Kim Woo-chan said on the phone at this time that while he was going to the toilet, he appeared. He slightly moved the phone away from him and said that this was actually a task. Lee Dun asked in shock, what? Kim Woo-chan coolly told him that they needed to catch Blaster. Meanwhile, elsewhere, many fireworks exploded outside the building. Blaster at this time asked the question, has he ever seen 5-color fireworks over the pitch-black evening sky? The boy desperately and fearfully said no. Blaster said doomedly that he had never seen anything like this either. He exclaimed that he was very sad about this. He touched the boy's cheek and said with feigned excitement that he shouldn't be sad. Blaster started smiling crazy and told him that he would see something more beautiful. He imagined the boy's mother with her mouth gagged and with a bunch of explosives and exclaimed that it was like his mother's entrails and blood. He kept going crazy saying that they would fly everywhere like the most beautiful fireworks. The boy began to cry in fear. Blaster, meanwhile, hugged himself by the shoulders and exclaimed that he could not stop rejoicing. Just from the thought of it, he started howling like crazy. Blaster asked the question as he approached the girl with the explosives, should they start with her hands? He began to stretch his arms forward and added that later they would move to his legs. He wanted to leave the head as a souvenir, so the chest and neck were last. Suddenly the lights in the building went out. Blaster looked up in surprise. He narrowed his eyes. Later he smiled wide and crazy. Blaster turned back to where a lot of explosives lay and said that they had guests. He told him welcome. Blaster added, looking at the steps, that he should not be shy. He began to squeeze his palm and told him to go out and play with them. Someone said it was good. Suddenly, behind Blaster, someone broke the glass, particles of which began to fly around. Blaster turned back, stunned. Someone punched him straight in the face with all his might. Cashin Lee pushed the Blaster a long distance, breaking through a stone wall. Blaster continued to lie among the stone rubble. Cashin Lee looked ahead coolly. He asked the question, what happened to the hostages? Moros told him that they were both unharmed so far. Suddenly he shouted that his body. Cashin Lee looked down in surprise, noticing the bomb on chains on his chest. Suddenly it began to sparkle brightly. The girl and child looked at him desperately. Moros opened his eyes wide, watching this in shock. Cashin Lee began to quickly run to the side. He abruptly jumped away from the child and the girl, reaching out for something with his hand. Suddenly the building began to crack. Later it exploded, fragments began to fly in all directions from a strong explosion. The people who were standing next to the building screamed. One of them asked the question, what exploded there? Where are the police? Where are the psychers? Meanwhile, fragments of various objects were scattered everywhere in the building. The whole room was on fire in some places. Blaster stood in the middle of this and looked around carefully. He grinned and said that he came to him without knocking. He rubbed his chin and admitted that he didn't know why he was here. But he can definitely say that he is a tactless, stupid kid. Blaster looked at the bear, whose paw had been torn off, and said that he would like to make a beautiful firework out of it. He was sorry that he had exploded so quickly. Blaster said it was sad. He began to approach the child and girl tied to chairs. He extended his hand forward, on which a bright glow appeared, and exclaimed that only they can make up for it. Blaster extended his arm to the side with a bomb in his hands. Suddenly, a bright blue glow passed through his hand. It was the blade that cut off his arm. Suddenly Blaster grabbed the open wound and began to scream loudly and desperately. Blood began to splash in different directions. Blaster continued to frantically wave his arms while standing still. Suddenly something suddenly approached his chest, and he looked at it in shock. Lee struck him with undisguised anger. He looked down, trying to see something among the stones and dust. Blaster, meanwhile, lay below, weakly putting his hand forward. His whole body was shaking. Lee grabbed his wrist with a sharp movement, preventing him from doing anything. He asked the question, "Is this trick again?" Lee started swinging his fist and exclaimed that even in games, enemies don't fall for the same trick twice. Blaster looked up lifelessly. Lee suddenly shouted at him that he was a freak. He punched him straight in the face with all his might. His strong blows shook the building. Lee continued to strike Blaster furiously. He sat completely on his body, not allowing him to escape his grip. Lee continued to hit him. Stones from his blows scattered in all directions. He thought he needed more. Suddenly, a figure appeared next to him and called his name. It opened its mouth, loudly calling out to him again. Moros watched him carefully. Lee suddenly stopped, looking at Blaster's lifeless body. Moros thought that he had finally heard him. Lee looked down in shock. His whole face and hands were covered in blood. He mentally cursed as he looked at Blaster's mutilated corpse. He thought it was. Lee looked at his palms and asked the question, "Is this him?" Moros looked at him and noticed that the situation really wasn't very good. Lee looked back at him. Moros went on to say that his emotions got the better of him. He concluded that he had lost his identity. Moros continued to reason further, if he cannot control himself, he will become a real villain, controlled by his desires. Lee sharply shouted at him to stop. He put his hand to his face and swore angrily. Lee clenched his teeth tightly, closing his eyes gloomily. A moment later he stood over Blaster's corpse. Moros asked him if he was okay. He said it was due to an explosion. Lee told him everything was fine. He explained that the main thing was to save the hostages. He looked to the side where there were deep cracks in the floor. Later, Lee stood in front of the boy and girl. He looked at them worriedly. The boy and his mother began to shake even more from severe fright. They looked up desperately. Some time later, a police car stopped next to the building. Blaster was loaded there. Dun was talking on the phone, looking at the broken glass, and said that it was true. He explained that the hostages had been released and were safe. He continued to say that they needed to investigate further. At first glance, it seemed to him that this was a fight between two villains. Investigative companies investigated the entire room, carefully examining every clue. Dun said witnesses described him. He looked at the teddy bear and said that they had not yet been able to identify it. Kim Woo-chan held a teddy bear in his hands and was silent, looking at it carefully. He thought there was a child among the hostages. He frowned and mentally asked the question, so there were two villains? Suddenly someone asked the question, had he heard? The same voice said, many say, that the hostages were saved by the villain. Another researcher asked, are these false stories? He confirmed this and said that he had heard what it was. The second investigator agreed and added that many say that the witnesses were there. Kim Woo-chan apologized for interfering. He asked the question, who are they talking about now? The investigators looked at him in surprise. Suddenly someone called Kim Woo-chan's name. Dun told him to go and check the cameras in the security room on the first floor. He added that he would join him soon. Kim Woo-chan told him that he understood. He looked thoughtfully at the teddy bear again. He later threw it onto the cracked floor. Some time later, it was night outside. The moon illuminated the building brightly. Lee sat outside, leaning against the back of a bench. He remembered how the mother and her child screamed loudly to be saved. They begged and asked for it. Lee stood in front of them, looking fascinated. He sharply pressed his palms to his face and sighed resignedly. Moros approached him and asked him a question, why was he sad? Lee removed his other hand and remained silent. Later he said excitedly that if it weren't for him. Moros looked at him in surprise. Lee asked him a question, would he also go crazy like that criminal? Moros confirmed this and said it was correct. Lee looked ahead, noticing many leaves flying down. He said doomly that he was truly a villain. Suddenly the phone next to him lit up. Lee looked at this in surprise. He took the phone in his hands and looked at the message that was sent to him. Moros asked him a question, who is it? Lee replied that this was Kwan Kanwa's sister. He explained that she had invited them to dinner together. Moros asked the question, will he go home? Cash and Lee remained thoughtfully silent, continuing to look at the phone screen. Immediately after that his stomach growled very loudly and Moros looked at him. Meanwhile in the security room, Lee Dun exhaled tiredly, looking forward tensely. He asked a question, looking at the computer monitor, "Who else is this?" Investigators and Kim Woo-chan watched this closely. Lee Dun asked the question, is his eyesight bad? Or was the villain actually saving the hostages? He saw Cash and Lee free a child and a woman. Lee Dun pointed his finger at the monitor and, looking to the side, asked the question, is this some kind of joke? Cash and Lee didn't answer him, looking down thoughtfully. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the long apartment building was illuminated by moonlight. Meanwhile in room 701, Cash and Lee walked over to the food table and looked at it. He took the note lying on top of the food and read it carefully. It said that he should heat up the soup and rice and eat. There was also fruit in the refrigerator, so let him take that too. He read the last lines from the note that his sister is the sweetest in the world. He began to remember moments from the past. Someone angrily scolded him for being late. Cash and Lee immediately apologized and explained that he was just playing and forgot about the time. The woman began to walk towards the exit and angrily said that she had no dinner for the child, who was always late. Suddenly someone handed him a large piece of loaf. Cash and Lee looked at this in surprise. He also joyfully exclaimed that it was Jeff. Jeff put his hand to his lips and told him not to tell her and just eat it quietly. Cash and Lee began to bite the loaf with a joyful expression on his face. After that, he stopped remembering the past and looked at the note with a slight smile. Later he sat in front of the food without touching it. Cash and Lee carefully examined each plate lying on the table. Soon he took the spoon in his hands and scooped the soup broth into it. Cash and Lee brought the spoon to his mouth and drank the contents. He said thoughtfully that it was delicious. He remembered how Jeff hugged him while serving him food. That was the last time he ate home-cooked food. Cash and Lee took the next dish. He quietly thanked his sister for this. Some time later, it's day outside. The sun's rays streamed through the curtained window, illuminating the bed. Suddenly the bell rang, indicating that it was already 7 o'clock in the morning and 50 minutes. Cash and Lee sleepily opened his eyes. He removed the edge of the blanket and began to pull himself up. Cash and Lee looked up with an expressionless gaze, saying nothing. After some more time, the sounds of water were heard in the bathroom. Cash and Lee looked at the mug and toothbrush and toothpaste. Later, he began brushing his teeth without expressing any emotion. He thought, looking in the mirror, that it was not him. He began to think further that he was just having to live someone else's life. He took some water into his mouth from a mug. He thought he would feel better after a good night's sleep. Cash and Lee immediately said no. If he had the opportunity, he would like to go back to the past. Moros suddenly appeared next to him and wished him good morning. Cash and Lee gloomily replied that this was unkind. After that, he put on his sneakers and walked to the exit. Suddenly someone asked him a question. Is he already going to school? Cash and Lee turned around in surprise. Kwan Yuri sleepily stroked her face with her palms and said offendedly that at least he would at least say goodbye to her. Cash and Lee thought ashamedly, that's for sure. He began to think that he felt strange, finally meeting her. He mentally wondered if he could tell her the truth. Kwan Yuri suddenly remembered something, saying exactly. She took out a bank card and said that this is the bank card. Kwan Yuri asked him to put pocket ones there and use them wisely. Cash and Lee mentally asked the question, why is she giving him the card? He accepted it. Cash and Lee remembered how Kwan Kanwoo approached her. Kwan Yuri, who was holding the TV remote control, turned to him in surprise. Kwan Kanwoo shyly asked her if she could give him money for the next month in advance. Kwan Yuri looked at him questioningly. She said in surprise that only last week she gave him pocket money. Kwan Kanwoo confusedly began to explain that he remembered how the bandits accosted him and told him that he would lend them some money. It was only $100. One of them asked the question, should he? Kwan Kanwoo sadly admitted that he lost his wallet. Kwan Yuri put the remote control on the sofa and said that she understood. She told him that she would give it, so don't let him worry. Kwan Kanwoo thanked her very loudly and sensually. Kwan Yuri put her index finger forward and said that she would put it on the bank card. She winked at him. Kwan Kanwoo asked her in confusion, bank card? Cash and Lee, returning from his memories, looked at it in surprise, thinking that this is it. Cash and Lee reached towards the door again and thanked her. He said he would be careful. Kwan Yuri agreed with this and said that it was good. Suddenly she remembered something and made a sound. She shouted at him to wait for her. Kwan Yuri put her hand to her chin and suggested that it had changed. Cash and Lee stopped in place in fear. Kwon Yuri suddenly noticed something again and exclaimed. She screamed loudly that his hair. Cashin Lee stroked his neck in confusion as he turned back. Kwon Yuri said with admiration that hairstyle turns out to change people a lot. She walked up to him and exclaimed that she had been telling him to cut his hair for a long time. Cashin Lee replied that he just laid it out differently. Kwon Yuri looked out the door, following him with her gaze, and asked him a question. Did he have a girlfriend? Cashin Lee waved goodbye to her as he entered the elevator and said he was off. Some time later, a lot of students were walking around in the schoolyard, animatedly talking to each other about something. Meanwhile, in one of the school classrooms, the girls suddenly turned back in surprise, looking to the side. The other students looked up excitedly. They all looked at Oppa, who was staring at his phone screen with an arrogant expression on his face. Suddenly he noticed something strange and began to look around angrily, making a questioning sound. All the students looking at him turned in the other direction with excitement. Oppa angrily shouted at them asking what are they looking at. He commanded that they all turn away. He cursed mentally and thought that it was all because of this idiot. Suddenly someone touched his shoulder. Oppa asked the question, what else? Cashin Lee looked at him carefully. He asked threateningly the question, where is his desk? Oppa rolled his eyes excitedly. He lowered his head down and, pointing his finger forward, said with a stutter what was there. Cashin Lee walked past him. Oppa at this time began to tremble with fright all over. Cashin Lee threw his backpack on the floor. He sat down at his desk at ease, looking down thoughtfully. Moros looked at him and asked the question, why is Oppa looking in their direction like that? He noticed that he was simply glaring at them. Oppa, meanwhile, clenched his fist angrily and mentally cursed. Suddenly one of the students asked a question, is he a villain? Close to school? Moros turned in their direction, stunned. One of the guys, meanwhile, said that while he was at his part-time job, he watched a live broadcast. This one featured a huge fight between two villains. Someone asked him a question, is it real? He exclaimed that this is it. Cashin Lee opened the phone, starting to look at something. Moros thought that they were talking about him. Cashin Lee did not respond to this. Suddenly one of the guys exclaimed that wow. He added that the world is so terrible. Another student answered him that recently there was a case about a serial number. Another guy asked a question, with the injured schoolgirl? The first guy admitted with a gloomy expression that he also saw the news. He exclaimed that he cut off her limbs and drank all the blood. Suddenly they answered him, grinning, that it was definitely done by a psychopath. Some of them said, many said, that Screwdriver was a murderer. Cashin Lee listened to their conversations at ease. He looked at them without saying anything. Suddenly someone asked in horror, is this true? The other guy replied that he was the head of the Vilzone in the Kadam area. Cashin Lee looked down thoughtfully and asked the question, wasn't there a Vilzone there? Suddenly someone remembered and asked the question, had he heard about this? Someone asked a question in response, what? He was told that Screwdriver was conducting experiments on people. Someone swore in horror and exclaimed that this was absolutely terrible. Cashin Lee continued to look at something on his phone. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the building was surrounded by continuous verandas. Kwok Taegu laughed loudly and cursed. He again exclaimed with tears in his eyes from laughter that they made him laugh. Suddenly Ki-hun turned to him and told him to control himself. Kwok Taegu told him to let him have a good laugh and laugh a little. He laughed loudly again. Ki-hun swore angrily and shouted at him to shut up already. Kwok Taegu waved his hand and told him what it was. He put out his cigarette, dragging it across the asphalt. He asked the question, so what? Kwok Taegu looked forward defiantly and asked the question, what should he do? Someone handed him a letter and told him not to worry. Ki-hun explained that they would not deprive him. Kwok Taegu made a sound of joy. Meanwhile, someone was watching them without saying anything. He suddenly sank his head down, starting to shake all over, and thought that Kwok Taegu was close enough with Ki-hun. One of the guys thought that he wouldn't want to be around this man. Ki-hun frowned while being held close by Kwok Taegu. Kwok Taegu told him that it was good for him to have friends. He added that he can always rely on someone. He immediately looked him up and down and asked the question, what should he break? He clarified by asking, or does he want him to kill him? Some time later, a loud bell rang at school. Many students left the classrooms, starting to take a break from classes. Cashin Lee, meanwhile, was walking along the school corridor. Suddenly someone called out to him, telling him to wait. Cashin Lee coolly turned to the side. Kim Woo-chan stood in front of him with his hand in his pocket. He said that he did not know his name. He asked the question, but how was his wound? Cashin Lee touched the patch on his cheek. He pointed his finger at it and said as he sees it, Moro's next to him became wary, looking to the side in surprise. Cash and Lee, meanwhile, began to remember. He peeled off the patch on his cheek. Moro's was next to him in the toilet stall and said that he was self-medicating. He asked the question, why does he need this patch? Cash and Lee began to reason that he would still need to meet with that guy. He added that maybe someone would suspect something. Moro's was surprised to note that he was not stupid. Cash and Lee stopped remembering. He asked the question, why did he call him? To pay for the patch? Kim Woo-chan, with his peripheral vision, noticed a shadow peeking out from the corner. He asked the question, can he give something back to others instead of money? Cash and Lee grinned. Turning around, he said he didn't think so. Kim Woo-chan looked at his back in shock. Suddenly he asked him a question, what is his name? Cash and Lee took on a gloomy complexion. He said his name was Kwon Kam-woo. He waved goodbye. Kim Woo-chan mentally repeated his name. Meanwhile outside, Cash and Lee walked outside the school. He closed his eyes and thought that he was even very uncomfortable. Moro's asked him a question, is he thinking about this psyker again? Cash and Lee remained silent and did not answer. Moro's narrowed his eyes and said that since he didn't answer, he was still right. Cash and Lee said his name is Kim Woo-chan. He mastered fire. Kim Woo-chan was quite attractive, tall, the dream of all schoolgirls. He added that he had excellent academic performance and exemplary behavior. Kim Woo-chan is an up-and-coming psyker who can't turn a blind eye to injustice. Moro's looked at him in surprise. Cash and Lee walked forward and continued to explain what could be said about him from the information he found. Moro's noticed that he was really good. He asked the question, but what? Is he jealous? Cash and Lee said that his dream was to become like Cash and Lee. He began to explain further that the top of the sicker with the same force. Moro's was surprised. He was stunned and asked the question, is he his idol? Cash and Lee replied that since he was so good, he should have been sent to a special school to train psychers. He exhaled angrily and said why he was going to a regular school. Moro's turned back and noticed how they were being watched by someone's shadow peeking out from behind the fence. It was Oppa who was watching him closely. Moro's asked the question, why are these two looking at them like that? Suddenly someone asked the question, what's going on? Oppa said on the phone that everything was fine and he continued to monitor. He added that he would call back later. Sometime later. Among the houses. Kwak Taegu asked the question, what is there? Ki-hun answered with a smile. He was told that everything was going according to plan. He added that at least this fool is capable of something. Kwak Taegu crushed his cigarette and threw it aside. He ordered them to go already. He added that they are moving forward. Kwak Taegu began to go first, followed by everyone else. Sometime later. Among the brick houses. Next to this was a trash can and a lot of vents. Cash and Lee walked down the street with confident steps. Oppa noticed him and cursed mentally. He mentally asked the question, why did this idiot even come here? He thought there were wheels on this road. Suddenly someone shouted for him to hear him. Oppa opened his eyes in fear. He turned to the side and noticed Kwak Taegu standing in front of him. Oppa began to press his hand to his heart and cursing, exclaimed that he was very scared. Kwak Taegu asked him what? He looked at him menacingly and exclaimed that what words he knows. Oppa put his palm forward in fear and said no. Ki-hun asked him a question, where is that guy? Oppa pointed to the side and said there. He pointed his finger at the ventilation. Ki-hun said that there was no one there. Oppa fearfully retorted that he was there just a second ago. Another student exclaimed desperately, suppose he turned into that alley. Suddenly the bandits began to run forward and shouted that they needed to hurry up. They can't let him get away. Oppa put his palm forward and told them to wait. There's Vilzone there. He swore in horror, looking stunned. Oppa immediately ran after them. Some time later. They found themselves among grey houses with very dull architecture. The bandits walked slowly among the streets. Kwak Taegu asked the question, where is he? He looked at the wall and added that there was no further way. Ki-hun asked the question, turning to the student, did they even turn there? The student confirmed this by answering yes. Kwak Taegu suddenly cursed. He angrily asked the question, did they decide to play games with him here? He hit the wall with all his might. The student was frightened, looking down in shock. Kwak Taegu walked up to him and exclaimed that all they had to do was follow him. The student began to shake with fear. He looked up worriedly. Kwak Taegu asked him a question, why is he silent? Suddenly the student and Kwak Taegu turned to the side in surprise. They noticed Cash and Lee standing in front of them. He assumed that he was the one who found them. Meanwhile, a camera was watching them from above. It was highlighted in bright colors. The camera continued to closely monitor everyone who was nearby. This was later encountered by Cashin Lee's face. His face showed on the monitor. There were many of these monitors in one room where one person was sitting. Screwdriver, meanwhile, was writing something down with a pen. Later, he put his feet on the table, continuing to watch the monitor with a grin. Screwdriver said that it looks like they have guests. Meanwhile, again among the gray multi-story buildings, Cashin Lee frowned and looked ahead emotionlessly. Kwok Taegu sarcastically told everyone to look at this idiot. He said that he was not even surprised by their presence. Suddenly someone asked a question, has he lost his fear? Kwok Taegu leaned forward menacingly and asked the question if he was the one who attacked Ki-hun. Ki-hun remained silent, dissatisfied. Cashin Lee frowned, looking ahead without fear. Kwok Taegu laughed mockingly and swore obscenely. He again exclaimed through laughter for them to just look at him. He put 3 fingers forward and said threateningly that he would give him 3 seconds. Kwok Taegu told him that he could escape while he had the chance. Cashin Lee continued to stand in place. Kwok Taegu meanwhile started counting and said the first number. Later he named the second number with a murderous look. After some more time, he exclaimed that it was 3. Cashin Lee continued to stand fearlessly in place. Ki-hun and Kwok Taegu looked at him with confusion. Kwok Taegu meanwhile shouted that he was crazy. He leaned towards his face and muttered through his teeth that he was really asking for it. Cashin Lee coldly asked him a question, can he not fight? Kwok Taegu asked him with confusion, what? Cashin Lee at this time began to move his 2 fingers closer to his eyes with all speed. Kwok Taegu suddenly sank down, clutching his face with his palms, and began screaming loudly. He again exclaimed in pain at his eyes. Suddenly someone lifted him by the hair. Cashin Lee slammed it into the wall with all his might the next moment, breaking it through. Kwok Taegu looked up lifelessly. Ki-hun and Oppa looked at this in shock, darkened with horror. They watched as Kwok Taegu fell to the asphalt without moving. Cashin Lee put his palm forward, looked around, and asked the question, what is he substituted for? He called him a stupid idiot. Suddenly the other guy angrily clenched his teeth together and muttered that he started running towards Cashin Lee and exclaimed that he was a freak. He put his palm forward, trying to grab it, but missed. The next moment the guy swung his fist again, looking forward furiously. Cashin Lee suddenly appeared behind him, thereby dodging the blow again. The guy turned to the side in fear, not understanding what was happening. Cashin Lee, meanwhile, kicked him with all his strength with his leg bent at the knee, knocking him down. The guy began to fall down. At the same time, someone flew from above onto some plastic thing. The guy who fell to the floor made a sound in pain. Cashin Lee, meanwhile, said that he had given them a chance to come to their senses. He swung his leg and exclaimed that they were just asking for it. He hit him with all his might. The guy screamed desperately in pain. Cashin Lee meanwhile turned to the side. He asked a question, looking at the others, maybe they would already leave? Cashin Lee suddenly heard someone exclaim through a growl that he was a freak. It was Kwok Taegu who stood up, clutching his head and trembling all over. He put his palm to his face and said through it that he was a corpse. Cashin Lee looked at him with confusion. He mentally asked the question, maybe he overdid it? Kwok Taegu, meanwhile, stood in a fighting pose, slightly bending his palms and putting them forward. He placed second in national Muay Thai competitions. Kwok Taegu bent his leg at the knee and lifted it up. Ki-hun thought happily that he was finally angry. He exclaimed that this idiot was definitely finished. Oppa and the other guy, meanwhile, opened their mouths in shock as they watched this. Cashin Lee stood there fearlessly. He suddenly frowned, remembering something. A lot of people were working out in the boxing gym, doing certain exercises. In another part of the room, other people were working out on treadmills and other exercise stands. Meanwhile, Cashin Lee was fighting against John Klaus, who hit him hard in the face. The first guy exclaimed to be quiet. He added that he was going to die now. Another guy echoed his fun and exclaimed that they should just look. Suddenly Jack approached them and asked the question, what are they doing? One of the guys turned to him and called him by name questioningly. He asked the question, is he already here? Jack put his hand in his pocket and held the towel around his neck with the other. Meanwhile, one of the guys noticed that he was somehow late. Jack asked the question threateningly. He asked what they were doing. One of the guys laughed with the same merriment and exclaimed that they were watching sparring. He could see it. The other guy next to him laughed. Jack tensed his whole body. He watched the battle. John Klaus and Cashin Lee. Jack asked the question, why without protection? The guy answered him. The newcomer said that he didn't need it. Jack firmly answered that he was not talking about a beginner. He explained that it was about John Klaus. The guys looked at him stunned and asked again, "What?" Jack explained that Cashin was a graduate of a psyker combat training agency. He was the youngest in the entire history of the agency. Cashin endured every blow to his body with a cool expression. Suddenly, the guys were stunned and asked the question, "Is he the youngest graduate?" Jack calmly replied that he was a master of hand-to-hand combat. He added that he had never lost a one-on-one battle. The guys again asked the question in shock, "He is a master of hand-to-hand combat, isn't his strength just in fire?" They again asked in panic, "But he's not from the enlightened class, is he?" Meanwhile, they heard a sharp blow. The guys turned to the side in fear, and Jack calmly crossed his arms and looked forward. Cashin delivered a solid blow to John Klaus. Cashin stopped remembering past events. He knocked Kwok Taegu aside with one blow. Cashin stood over him, clenching his fists angrily. The rest of the guys in the company looked at this in shock. Kwok Taegu wiped the blood flowing from his lip and coughed. Cashin the next moment brought his palm to his face. He squeezed it as hard as he could, looking forward angrily. He thought they were stupid juveniles. He began to think further that they only know how to attack schoolchildren, since they themselves do not yet know how terrible the world can be. He looked ahead in disappointment and began to think further. If they had encountered such a strong opponent like him earlier, they would hardly have formed this squad of idiots. He began to reason further that they all did too. He introduced Jack and Layla. Cashin thought that if he became much stronger, then he, and Jeff, and Quan Kan-woo, he thought that they could all avoid such a fate. He needs to become so powerful that he can destroy the Lampas. Ki-hun cursed as he stepped back and yelled for them to run. Oppa exhaled in fear. He began to look around and decided that they needed to leave. Cashin looked in their direction with a menacing look. Screwdriver watched them and asked the question, "Is he a villain?" He stood on a screwdriver that hung in the air. Suddenly someone shouted that it was Screwdriver. Cashin activated his abilities on the move, beginning his transformation. The hooligan shouted in fear that it was Screwdriver, which was floating in the air. He grinned mockingly and looked at them through dark glasses. The dark-haired bully trembled in fear and bit his lip. All the hooligans ran away as fast as they could. Cashin watched them go. He screamed in fear to wait for him. Cashin looked at Screwdriver, who looked at him. Moros excitedly called out to Cashin Lee. Cashin mentally asked, "Is he Screwdriver?" Screwdriver landed and took a step forward, saying that this was interesting. He put a large screwdriver on his shoulder and said he was sure that they were going to beat him up, so he decided to help. Screwdriver smiled cheerfully and added that everything turned out differently. Cashin said irritably, he doesn't remember asking for help. Screwdriver laughed cheerfully. He asked why he was so irritable. Does he not know who is standing in front of him? Cashin calmly replied that it was Screwdriver. He admitted that this hurt his pride, because he did not react in any way when pronouncing his name. Screwdriver thrust his weapon forward and activated it. He placed it close to Cashin Lee's chest. The screwdriver flashed with lightning and was ready to fire. Screwdriver thought he was ready for this when he walked into Vilzone. He clarified this by asking a question, right? The screwdriver filled with bright light. Screwdriver pulled the trigger and a rose shot out. He asked cheerfully, "How is it?" Was he scared? He laughed cheerfully and said it was a joke. Cashin Lee looked at him indifferently and remained silent. Screwdriver's mood changed dramatically. He said threateningly that next time there would be no more jokes. He will teach him a lesson properly. Cashin Lee ignored him, turned around and walked away. Screwdriver indignantly asked where he went. Cashin Lee coldly replied that he was going home. Screwdriver stood discouraged and looked after him. He shouted a question, will Cashin Lee continue to ignore him? When they were far enough away, Moro said excitedly that he had just almost gotten into a big mess. Screwdriver is too strong an opponent for him. He has much more mana. Cashin Lee did not react to his words and moved on. Moros looked after him, puzzled, and quickly flew away, trying to catch up with him. Cashin Lee stopped and wrapped his arms around himself. Moros told him not to be upset. They will start training, and then he will definitely defeat him. Cashin Lee interrupted him and asked him to tell him everything about Screwdriver. Moros, not believing his ears, asked what? Cashin Lee activated his mana and said that this was a great chance to fight a strong opponent. He transformed into a villain and said that this is the best training. Looking at the surprised Moros, he added that this is a real risk to life. He can't lose this opportunity. His multicolored eyes were full of determination and excitement. Over time. Vilzone. Screwdriver raised his leg. Kicking the air, he asked, "Is this what Cashin Lee did?" Remembering a fragment of the fight, he said that his movements were so strange. Screwdriver asked with interest the question, "Who is he anyway?" He mentally pictured his face and bold gaze and said that Lee wasn't even afraid when he saw him. High school kids are so fearless these days. Screwdriver heard a sound behind him. He looked back warily. Lee approached him from above, eyes flashing and throwing lightning. Screwdriver froze in place in surprise. Lee swung his fist and tried to punch him in the face, but Screwdriver covered his face with his hand and flew back. He crossed both arms in front of his face and watched as Lee rushed towards him, waving his arms. He swung his hand upward and created a shadow sword. Screwdriver flew up and looked at the black tip sticking out of the asphalt. Lee looked up and realized that it was not as easy as it seemed. Screwdriver successfully dodged his attack while floating in the air. He took a screwdriver and twisted it around. A moment later, Screwdriver held a huge weapon in his hand, which he pointed at him. Moros excitedly shouted for Lee to be careful as Screwdriver was getting ready to fire. Screwdriver said ominously that he was in great danger now. He asked the question, "Does he understand this?" Screwdriver pulled the trigger, and a glowing stream of energy erupted from the barrel. He said with a smile, "You always have to give what you get." He asked the question, "Right?" Lee looked ahead carefully, studying the situation. A bright energy stream rushed at him from above. The light was so bright that it illuminated the entire Ville zone. Crow, Red Eye and Black Hand looked in surprise towards the bright flash, wondering what was happening there. Screwdriver looked down with interest at Lee, who put his shadow sword in front of him like a shield and deflected this attack. Lee, alive and unharmed, looked at him, flashing with lightning. Moros scanned Screwdriver and said with concern that his mana amount was over 1,000 points. He is 3 times stronger than Lee. Information about a villain named Screwdriver appeared on the blue screen. His capabilities are mechanical weapons. Features: he is the leader. His trigger is being examined. He has skills such as mechanical arm, screwdriver punch in points, screwdriver formation, and mana weapon formation. Mana range is 1,100 points. After studying this information, Lee chuckled indifferently. Moros asked indignantly, "Is he even listening to him?" Lee didn't answer. After thinking, he said that the battle would be even more interesting. Moros asked in surprise, "Is he so confident in himself?" Screwdriver cheerfully said it was a good block. He swung the screwdriver and asked the question, had he not applied enough force? He assured that he would try now. Lee carefully watched his every move, studying him. Screwdriver swung his weapon and swung it downwards. Lee jumped back. Screwdriver missed, hitting the ground. A bright flash illuminated everything around. Lee successfully dodged again. Screwdriver swung his weapon from side to side, but Lee deftly dodged and dodged. Screwdriver desperately thought it was a failure. He mentally asked how he managed to predict his movements. "Who is he?" Screwdriver swung and tried to hit him again, missing and hitting the ground. Small stones flew in different directions. He thought he didn't know a guy with such skills. Screwdriver raised its weapon above its head, attempting to attack, and mentally asked if he was the one who killed Blaster. He swung and struck, but Lee put his hand in front of him and blocked the blow. Screwdriver was shocked. He looked in surprise at the black hand with large claws. Lee looked into his opponent's eyes, which glowed brightly red. Screwdriver sent a bright red energy stream towards him. Lee squatted down and kicked Screwdriver's leg. He could not stay on his feet and began to fall. Screwdriver thought he was crazy. Lee approached him, waving his arms. Screwdriver asked in surprise if he was a master. He took several leaps forward, holding his fist out in front of him. Screwdriver activated his mechanical arm skill. A large energy fist, glowing with spiritual power, flew towards Lee. He created a blue energy ball from mana and sent it forward. Lee dodged the mechanical arm and ran forward. The bright light from the energy ball blinded Screwdriver. Lee approached and raised his hand above his head to strike. He hit him hard. Screwdriver flew back. Landing on his feet, he rushed to attack. Screwdriver thought in despair that this was no longer a joke. His skills are truly on another level. These movements cannot be mastered without professional instruction and training. Black Hand said with a laugh, "Here he is." He asked what these idiots were doing. Lee looked forward menacingly. Screwdriver lowered the screwdriver down. Red Eye and Crow approached them. Black Hand mockingly asked, "Screwdriver doesn't think it's taking too long? It's time to stop playing with the newbie." Lee stood surrounded by villains on both sides. He grinned mockingly and asked the question, did he call his friends because he was losing a one-on-one battle with him? Crow asked in surprise, is he losing? Screwdriver laughed and said that wasn't entirely true. It is in process. Seeing his confusion, Crow concluded that he was indeed losing. Screwdriver, trying to justify himself, said that he was only in the process of losing. Black Hand asked himself in shock, is he losing? Their Screwdriver loses to a schoolba? Screwdriver asked with interest why he would even fight her. All the villains silently waited for an answer. Cash and Lee calmly replied that he wanted to test his strength against a strong opponent. He can't just leave alone a creature that kills innocent people for fun. Moros became wary. Screwdriver tensed and pursed his lips in surprise. He asked, is he now talking about the serial number, about which there are still rumors? Crow said with a cheerful laugh, since he is a murderer, let him cut off his head. Screwdriver asked in surprise, does she really think it's him? Crow confirmed this and laughed cheerfully. Screwdriver said that he was even offended. He asked if anyone really believed this stupid gossip. Seriously? Black Hand wondered who he is? He acts too confident in front of Screwdriver himself. He clenched his fist angrily, wanting to curb his confidence. Screwdriver said emphatically that he was not the killer he was looking for. Cash and Lee demanded proof. Screwdriver replied that he did not have it. Cash and Lee asked again indignantly, did he say that he didn't have it? He felt unwell. Cash and Lee grabbed his head with his hand, not understanding what was happening to him. Black Hand angrily thought that now he was finished. He raised his hand to strike and rushed to attack, thinking that he would teach this schoolboy respect. Jumping up, Black Hand swings and brings his right fist forward, uses a blow with the glove of death, while in his head there is only one thought, this guy must die. And when he lands, a powerful attack causes huge stones to fly into the air. But the next moment Cashin's voice is heard nearby, and which of them is still a freak? When the Black Hand turns to the side, then Cashin Lee appears in front of him, who also casually notes that he should know that only the last freaks attack from the back. He clenches his jaw and reveals his sharp fangs. At the same time the Black Hand swings again and tries to strike again. Deftly dodging, Cashin launched a crushing attack, shouting that he would have to undertake his re-education. Crow and Red Eye are shocked by what they see while Screwdriver smiles contentedly. When the Black Hand flies towards them, knocked out and unconscious, he, clicking his tongue, only says that he shouldn't have run into trouble. Red Eye at this moment also notes to himself that this is incredible. This guy defeated the third most powerful villain from Villzone. Moros, seeing how Cash and Lee grabbed his head, anxiously clarified, is he okay? He answered slightly rudely with a question, apart from the wild pain in his head. Screwdriver, seizing the moment, activated his glasses, and said in surprise that the amount of mana of this guy did not exceed 300, but in such a short time he was able to take full advantage of it. The Crow repeated with interest, only 300 mana points? Red Eye realized at that moment, it turns out that this guy is a Class D villain. How can D be capable of this? He was able to knock out the Black Hand with one blow. However, Screwdriver announced, much to his shock, that this guy is a Class B. They shouldn't be surprised, there are diamonds everywhere. And the amount of mana does not determine whether a person comes out of the battle as a winner or a loser. At the same time, he himself thought, incredible strength and reaction speed, strange but very effective military equipment, the guy is really on another level. Not a man, but an ideal killing machine. Screwdriver then took out a brightly glowing crystal from his weapon, and showing it to Cashin, he asked if he knew what it was. Cashin Lee was surprised and thought, mana crystal? He also noted that villains can increase their scores not only through high-intensity training, but also by taking mana crystals. Then he threw it to Cashin, ordering him to eat it. He first asked why he was giving it to him. Screwdriver grinned and explained that he wanted to make a deal. But Cashin Lee directly replied that he did not need to do this. Then he began to insist, in fact, he does not like injustice. It's about the serial killer the guy took him for. So he wants their new acquaintance to catch the criminal instead of him. And if the guy eats his gift, he will automatically take this as a positive answer. The guy must decide for himself, but he wouldn't refuse in this situation. Cashin still noted in disbelief that Screwdriver was trying to tell him in such a veiled way that he was not the killer he was looking for. Screwdriver cheerfully said that this was still true, and he did not want unnecessary suspicion. Then Cashin Lee asked why he didn't want to go himself. His chuckle was heard again, and grinning, Screwdriver mysteriously replied that everything happens for a reason. After that, they both exchanged silent glances, and soon Cashin was walking along the deserted evening street. Looking at the crystal in his palm, he asked, should he eat it? Moros explained that there are only two types of mana crystals: natural and artificial. The difference between them is even greater than the difference between heaven and earth. It's a pity that this is an artificial stone, but even this will help him increase his mana. Cassionly said displeasedly that he already knew that. Then it reminded him of the rule that he should only accept crystals in the state of a villain. Cassion remained silent, but after some time, still holding the stone, he stood on the roof of the building, facing a different state. Still a little worried, he clarified, "Is this really a mana crystal?" Moros calmly confirmed this, of course. Then Cassionly sighed and said before eating it, Jeff told him not to take food from strangers. Having swallowed the crystal, he froze at first, but after a couple of seconds he noted in confusion that nothing had changed. Then Moros asked him to wait a little. It turned out to be right. Suddenly bright flashes began to appear around Cassion, and small discharges passed through his body. Looking at how he was surrounded by shadow, Cassionly exclaimed in panic, "What is happening?" It strictly ordered him to control himself. The guy needs to calm down. But what happened next stunned Moros. Golden grains of sand first began to appear around Cassion, when suddenly his hands increased in size, and Cassionly himself stood inside a bright, powerful beam that shot into the sky. Then the sound of a pop was heard, and he realized that there really was more mana. Inspecting his body, Cassion also noted that he had absorbed only one mana crystal, but he felt such enormous power. Now he understands why all the villains are so after mana. But still, is this fair? Then, turning to Moros, he asked it to check his profile again. The sun was sinking lower and lower below the horizon, when suddenly the surprised voice of Cassionly was heard. "The amount of mana is 350? That is, this became 50 units more?" On the contrary, it turned out to be shocked, 50 units? Even if the guy ate a real mana crystal, at best he could get from 5 to 10 units of mana, but 50, that's a tenfold profit. Incredibly effective, its destructive power is too dangerous. Suddenly Cassion looked at one of the lines of the information window and asked what it was. He now has the hidden skill of extracting mana crystals. And what should he do about it? Moros said irritably, "It's written there. This means that he can now extract mana crystals from magic weapons and even from legendary weapons, which consist of natural mana crystals." Cassion scratched his head somewhat in disappointment, and noted that he thought the hidden skills would be much cooler. What kind of nonsense is this? It was so surprised that it wasn't even angry anymore. Nonsense? Extracting mana crystals from magical weapons. Only he is capable of this. This means he can get all the mana crystals he wants. Cassionly stopped complaining and changed the subject, asking basically where they could find magic weapons. At this time on the other side of the city in one of the cafes called Donuts, Li Dun, taking out a sword in a golden sheath, said contentedly, it was finally in his hands. That's its charm. And this one has a brilliant name, Migritz. Then he turned to Kim Woo-chan, who was sitting opposite him, and said displeasedly, "Come on, he has to say something." He only crossed his arms over his chest and briefly noted that it was a good sword. Then Dun was even more indignant. He could have praised humanly. "This is one of the two best magic swords." But Wu-chan interrupted him, asking, by the way, did he already get information about the villain who fought Blaster? He took one of the donuts from the box and again exclaimed, "Here it is." How smartly he changes the subject. But still, after taking a small bite of the dessert, Li Dun said that there was no information about it in their system. This guy probably just recently transformed. Then Kim Woo-chan suggested that maybe he was an outer, an unregistered psyker? But Dun confidently replied that this was impossible. Even by his appearance one could definitely say that he was a villain. And even now he is not the main problem. While they were talking, other cafe visitors could not take their eyes off Wu-chan and admired his beauty. Is he really an actor? His hair is so cool. Li Dun, however, did not stop talking, and asked if he had heard about the serial killer? Because of him, they will not get out of the emergency situation with the special squad. Kim Woo-chan immediately clarified that this was not the work of Screwdriver. He heard that he was the main suspect. However, Dun assured him that he had nothing to do with it. Woo-chan frowned and pursed his lips thoughtfully, asking how he could be sure of this. Li Dun explained that Screwdriver, of course, is much more capable for the sake of a new class of car or some cool electronic thing. But he's definitely not a killer. Kim Woo-chan said that his friend forgets that Screwdriver is a villain. He is crazy, capable of anything. And yet, after sipping some hot tea from his mug, Dun insisted, of course, given the nature of the crime, he could say that this was the work of a villain. But are they the only ones who are crazy? Any ordinary person can go crazy without anyone's help. Woo-chan immediately remembered the surveillance video. Suddenly Lee Dun also changed the subject. By the way, he said that his sister is into modeling and she has already entered high school, right? However, Kim Woo-chan immediately sternly warned him that she had a curfew. Without hiding his disappointment, Dun replied that this was quite prudent. In general, he should be careful for now until they catch the serial killer. Woo-chan only remained silent in response and looked down thoughtfully. The working day was coming to an end. There was a lot of equipment for a photo shoot in the Ace studio. The photographer, looking into the lens, exclaimed, "He needs even more arrogance in his gaze." The two girls posing for him immediately changed their poses and facial expressions. The man, continuing to take photographs, remarked with satisfaction, "Super! Fine." The girls posed a little more, when finally the photographer announced that everything was filmed. Soon one of them, going out into the street, looked at the phone screen and immediately said in horror, "It's impossible. Is it already 7 p.m.? Kim Neon, a first-year high school student and Woo-chan's younger sister, sadly noted that she wanted to stop by the store on her way home, but she wouldn't make it in time. But turning her gaze to the side, she noticed on Min-young, also a first-year high school student. Coming closer, Neon said in surprise, "Is she still here?" She, seeing her, also greeted her and then, for a few seconds, they exchanged silent glances when suddenly, Min-young, grabbing Kim Neon by the arm, unexpectedly cheerfully exclaimed, "They should go to the vending machines with toys." Neon asked in surprise, "Right now?" Min-young explained embarrassedly, they hadn't been there for a long time. Kim Neon, feeling something strange, answered hesitantly, "They can go, but still." Min-young, still not letting go of her hand, insisted, "Just once. They are fast." Neon tried to refuse, saying that she couldn't. She has a curfew. But then, seeing on Min-young's childish twinkling eyes, she finally agreed for sure, "Okay, but only quickly." After skipping along with her, Min-young happily exclaimed, "Okay." All this time, a stranger hiding in the shadows was watching from behind them from the corner. Arriving home, Cash and Lee opened a news article, the title of which promised to catch a serial killer. It was also said that a special detachment had moved to help citizens. Sighing thoughtfully, he noted out loud that 3 deaths had already occurred. Moros then asked if he would agree to Screwdriver's offer? But Cashin explained that he doesn't care about the deal. But what if there are more victims? The killer is unlikely to stop. It remained silent, and then he, clicking the computer mouse, opened the map and also said that it is difficult to catch a criminal who has no goal. Apart from information about the places of murders, there is nothing more. Moros reminded that he could also use Screwdriver's gift. Cash and Lee looked at this and asked incredulously, "Is it worth it?" Earlier, when he was in Villezone, holding the phone in his hand, he asked, "What is this for?" Screwdriver, standing opposite, explained that they needed to somehow keep in touch. On this phone they can only send messages and transfer files. It doesn't have a location tracker, so it's safe. Casham casually replied that he didn't need it. Then he also added that he would share information about the murder with the guy. If he wants to ask something, he can just write to him. He really wants to help him from the bottom of his heart, so the guy must definitely catch that freak. He asks him very much. Now, having taken out the gadget again, Cash and Lee looked at the screen, and was just about to turn it on, when he suddenly stopped, and with a loud knock, putting the phone on the table, he resolutely exclaimed, "He will not do this. He has self-respect, he is not going to cooperate with the villain." Immediately after Moros, looking after him as he headed towards the exit of the apartment, I asked in surprise where he was going. Casham coldly replied that he could not stay in the apartment. He needs to clear his head. In the center of the arcade, with a bright sign, a robotic claw was trying to grab a colorful teddy bear, while An Min-young happily supported Neon, who controlled it. Finally, she can do it. A bit more. But at the last moment the machine stops working, and the toy remains lying among the others. Kim Neon even screamed in disappointment, "No!" But then she just exhaled heavily. Min-young tried to calm her down, and noted that she almost succeeded. Why didn't they catch anything? It's worth trying again. However, Neon explained that she was of course sorry, but it was time to go. An Min-young asked plaintively, "Already?" But it's not even 8 o'clock in the evening yet. The entire time they were talking, a drone was following them outside. Kim Neon reminded sharply, irritably, she said she had a curfew. Min-young fell silent at first, looking sadly at the floor, but then asked with great hope if she could stay with her a little longer. Neon, noticing the change in her mood, asked what was wrong. An Min-young could not remain silent for long, and after only a few moments of thinking, she admitted that, to be honest, she saw something. Kim Neon still repeated in bewilderment, "Something?" Min-young explained that a girl from their school was killed a couple of days ago. She saw it. Nian immediately approached her and asked in confusion, "What is she talking about?" An Minyoung, trembling and crying, said that she really wanted to share with someone, but she was so scared, it seemed to her that the killer was now coming after her. Kim Nian asked sharply and decisively, "Did he see her? They shouldn't just leave it like that." Then, grabbing her hand, she added that they should quickly go to the police station. Together. The next moment she was already running towards the exit. Nian repeated loudly, "They need to do this as quickly as possible. If the killer saw her, then she is also in danger." But suddenly the door slammed right in front of them, and the lights in the room went out. The girls began to look around, and Kim Nian also exclaimed in fear, "Why are they closing so suddenly?" But then, lowering her head and looking at the red liquid at her feet, she thought with horror, "Is this blood?" Suddenly it began to rise into the air in clumps. Someone's voice was heard, and so they met again. The girls warily turned their gaze to the side, watching how the blood, gurgling, moved in space and seemed to line up someone's silhouette. They both trembled when Blood Rain finally appeared in front of them. He was a villain and had AB rank. In addition to this, he belonged to the enlightened class and possessed psychokinesis. Spreading his long-fingered hands to the sides, he said mockingly, "Unfortunate child." Standing on the roof of the buildings and looking down at the passing cars and crowds of people, Cassionly was silent. But Moros noted with some disappointment that it seemed that such a walk was not very helpful. He casually replied that if it was harmful, then it was better for it to stay at home. Moros, repeating his tone, explained that it would gladly do this, but it could not leave him. Suddenly the phone in Cassion's pocket vibrated, and taking it in his hands he said in surprise, "What's this?" Moros clarified, "Is this the same phone that Screwdriver gave? Is he keeping this to himself because of his own pride?" Cassionly was excited, but did not answer anything, but exclaimed, "He needs to check what he sent there." When he opened the message, he immediately tensed up when he saw a video from a drone, which, in addition to the frightened girls, also showed an ominously smiling Blood Rain. The introduction says that psychers are the descendants of the child of the day. They make up a fairly small number of people who are able to awaken their psychic abilities. After awakening, they must join the International Organization of Psychers Lampas. Unlike villains and outers, they are controlled by Lampas and government agencies. The device, frozen in the air, filmed everything that was happening. Kim Nian, covering the frightened Min Young and looking ahead, understood that he was a villain. Even by his appearance it is easy to tell that he is a natural killer. An Min Young, with a trembling voice asked, "What should they do?" Earlier, Kim Woo-chan gave Nian a small gadget, and when she took it, she asked, "What is this?" He explained that it was an emergency call device. This is not a toy, so she should handle it with care. If something happens, she can press this, and he will immediately come to her. Now, having taken out the device, she pressed the button several times, while thinking, since this is not a toy, then it should work. In the gaming center, left without lighting, Blood Rain, waving his arms, from which blood was dripping, mockingly said they should not be afraid of him. He can give them a serene eternity. But in response to this, Kim Nian only screamed furiously, showing him an indecent gesture. The madman should shut up. If he's so cool, he should show what he's capable of. He twisted his mouth dissatisfied and noted, "Kids are so daring these days." After that, silence hung between them for a while, until Nian realized that she needed to somehow stall for time until her brother arrived. In this regard, she sharply shouted, "Why? Why does he kill people?" Blood Rain looked at her with sudden pity, and in response also asked, "Does a person need to look for reasons for what he loves?" Kim Nian understood, he is definitely already crazy. However, suddenly, still smiling and licking his bloody fingers, Blood Rain agreed, "Okay, even if this is a stupid question, he will answer. He loves the taste of fresh blood and the sound of flesh being torn apart. This is what he lives for. His greatest pleasure." She, during this time, took off her backpack from her shoulders and began to threaten him with this, and shout that he should not come near. She will defend herself. Her brother will be here soon. He's super strong. Yes, even a brother like him would kill in 3 seconds. But this only made Blood Rain laugh, and grinning, he repeated, "She says that her brother will come here?" Nian, thinking he was just a mosquito-like idiot, answered yes. And then there will be nothing left of him. But he, as if addressing not her, asked a question. "I wonder, when the guy sees the body of his sister without a single drop of blood inside, what will be the expression on his face?" With that, Blood Rain formed a red mesh ball in his hand, causing them both to freeze. Then, he fired it in their direction, saying that until then, there would be something else. Kim Nian froze in place from the sound that reached her. The ball itself flew right past her, which was like a bullet. However, realizing that the danger had passed for her, Nian turned around and saw that the blow was intended for An Min-young, who, impaled by this attack, fell unconscious. Frightened, Kim Nian began to call her, and running, she also asked her to wake up. No! She can't die! Min-young! Blood Rain, experiencing only pleasure from this scene, began to come closer, announcing that she was next. They should give a gift about meeting her brother. Nian had already closed her eyes, waiting for the blow, when suddenly someone loudly screamed, "What a freak!" As soon as she opened her eyes, glass suddenly broke behind her. Turning around, Kim Nian and Blood Rain froze in bewilderment, and Cashin Lee, who burst into the room, rushed straight at him, adding, "Here is a gift for the idiot." With these words, he waved his hand, pointing a shadow sword at Blood Rain, shouting that he could choke on it. The blade was already very close when he managed to bend back at the last moment, and returning to his original position, he smiled arrogantly. But Cashin was not going to give up, and therefore was already in the air above him, raising one hand to strike. Blood Rain also placed his palm on the ground and surprised him by turning over in the air and throwing him back with his feet. Cashin Lee, although he managed to land painlessly, still turned his attention to his pulsating hand. At that moment, looking at Cashin, he wondered, who else is this? Could it be that her brother is the villain? At the same time, Nian herself was also perplexed. Who is he? The introduction clarifies that the villains are the descendants of the Child of the Night. They are the few people who have awakened their superpowers. Unlike psychers and humans, they are unable to control their desires, and are therefore prone to irrational or aggressive actions. Blood Rain, having looked closely, realized that he had never seen such techniques. Stop! Could this be the guy who defeated Blaster? Now he wants to compete with him? It will definitely be interesting. Smirking at his thoughts, he finally turned to Cashin, slowly sinking into the pool of blood in which he stood. They should return to this moment, but the guy should not be too happy. It will be the cause of his death. Cashin Lee, although surprised at first, then disdainfully, and even contemptuously repeated, "Will he die?" The villain knows how to speak with his teeth. Then, rushing to the attack, he added with a shout, "Come on, why is he running away?" Cashin, stretching his hand forward, wanted to grab at least the last bloody clot remaining from Blood Rain, but all the liquid seemed to be absorbed into the floor or dissolved in the air. Cashin Lee, grunting with displeasure, began looking around, asking, "No, where did he go?" But at the same time, Kim Nian's voice was also heard. She really wants him to listen to her. She really asks? She would like him to save her friend. And he finally turned to her pleas. At the same time, in the already night city, driving down the street in a car with Lee Dun, Kim Woo-chan said in alarm. She pressed the emergency button. Dun suggested, maybe by accident? Then she would have called and said. She wouldn't press it just like that. He calmly answered, okay. He's already alerted the police, so they'll be there soon. Woo-chan, looking anxiously at the phone screen, did not answer anything, only mentally praying that his sister would be okay. At the gaming center, Cashin Lee, dialing the ambulance number, said that there was an urgent patient here. He really asked them to hurry up. He then explained to Nian that he had called an ambulance, and now they needed to stop the bleeding. Does she have anything they can use to bandage the wound? She, with a little confusion, replied, what? Right now. Looking into her backpack, she kept repeating that it was elastic. Almost immediately Kim Nian handed him a cardboard package, explaining, here. Cashin, taking the item, asked what it was. She explained that these are tights, they stretch very well. After some time, An Min-young's body was bandaged to stop the bleeding. Cashin Lee, turning to Moros, asked if it could scan her condition. It clarified he wants it to check how bad it is. You don't need a system for this. With his eyes on Min-young, Moros noted that it seemed like she could survive. Cashin noted with relief, good. Then Nian asked, still worried, will she be okay? He confirmed this, yes, the main thing is that the ambulance arrives faster. This gave Kim Nian hope, from which she happily asked again, really? When the light of the car headlights hit them, Cashin announced, here they are. Now he can leave everything to them. Nian hurried to thank him and asked in surprise, will he leave? Looking at her over his shoulder, he replied that this is so, people will immediately run away when they see him. Then he left, as if vanishing into thin air, leaving Kim Nian alone. Cutting through space and jumping over the roofs of tall buildings with loud knocks, Cashin Lee ran away. Moros, moving with him, noted that they were lucky. If he had not arrived on time, they would both have died. He was silent, when suddenly he heard some noise and felt persecution. Cashin had to slow down for a long time to finally stop. Looking back, he noted out loud that it infuriates him. What is it? The same drone was hovering in the air next to him, when suddenly someone's whistle was heard. Among the falling feathers, a crow appeared not far from Cashin Lee, who happily announced that they had met again. He doesn't remember them? She is so sad that she even wants to kill him. Cashin, upon seeing her, knew exactly who this woman was. At the same time, he replied, it is unlikely that she will be so easily forgotten. Screwdriver, who was watching what was happening thanks to the camera of the drone, ate crunchy snacks, sarcastically commenting, he is grateful to this guy for remembering. She, coming closer, clarified she already said her nickname, didn't she? Her name is Crow. Suits her, doesn't it? What about him? Cashin Lee said coldly that he had no nickname. But then she laughed and explained that it meant he didn't have a villainous name yet. He, not quite in the mood for conversation, said now they should get to the point. What are these things? Crow, turning to the drone, explained that they were using Screwdriver to catch a serial killer. Cashin clarified, so they know the location of the crime? She laughed and only confirmed this, right. Thanks to this, they learned the identity of their killer. Cashin Lee asked impatiently, who is he? The Crow replied that his name was Blood Rain. He is a bloodthirsty criminal who has committed gruesome murders throughout the country. They suspected him from the very beginning, but they did not have the necessary evidence. And it's difficult for them to go against their nature. But he should forget what she just said. Otherwise she will beat him to death. She wouldn't want to do anything that Screwdriver wouldn't like. And while she flirtatiously sent a kiss to one of the cameras, he, looking into the drawers of the table, asked out loud, where was his popcorn? He put it here. Suddenly, remembering something else, the Crow announced, by the way, he asked to tell the guy this. All the explanations will come later, so he should just take it. With these words, she threw Cashin a small dark blue box, and having caught it, he asked, what is this? She explained that this was the promised reward. Having opened the box, Cashin Lee thought to himself in surprise, are these crystals? They are of the highest quality. The introduction states that outers are psychers who do not cooperate with the state and lampas who act alone. They live a normal life like ordinary people, but there are times when they become criminals. The next morning, according to the news that Kwan Yuri was watching, the anchor reported that yesterday at 8 p.m. the villains suspected of a series of murders attacked again. But thanks to the psychers who arrived at the scene on time, casualties were avoided. Despite the fact that there is an injured schoolgirl who is currently in the hospital. Her condition remains stable. Hearing this, she exhaled and then, turning to the side, asked the departing Cashin in the back, is he going to school? Without turning around, he confirmed it yes. Yuri then added to tell Kan-woo to be careful. Cashin Lee still answered briefly, of course. As he walked through the city streets, he reflected that several weeks had already passed since he took over Kwan Kan-woo's body. And although the most important thing for him should be revenge on the Stripes, he needs to figure out how much he can trust him. Even a sudden appearance in Villezone. His thoughts are interrupted by the memory of the past night, when, having opened a gift, he saw 3 magic crystals of the highest quality. Taking one of them in his hands, Cashin clarified why. The Crow, standing opposite with a smile, clarified, is it not enough for him? But he explained that, on the contrary, it was too much. Then she seriously noted that she also thinks so, but in any case, it's not her who decides. With his powers it is now difficult to fight a serial killer. But there's a small tracker in the box, made by Screwdriver, so he can use it as needed. Before leaving, the Crow also remembered, and yet, they determined his location and sent the guy this file. It's not like they were expecting anything, but he knows what will happen if he upsets Screwdriver? Now, narrowing his eyes, Cashin's friend turned away from his route, which made Moros confusedly clarify, is this the road to school? But he only coldly replied that he needed to go to some place. And while it sighs heavily, mentally scolding him for being a truant, Cashin Lee explains that after analyzing the materials sent by Screwdriver, he found information about Siowa School. And 2 schoolgirls whom he saved from there then. Maybe they'll find something on Blood Rain if they look there. Moros just asked tiredly, does he imagine himself to be an investigator? But he noted that he needed to try searching, even though it would take some time. Then, taking out his phone and opening the social network, he added that one of the girls was the younger sister of that popular guy from their school. They should call there. Moros, although he was extremely surprised, did not interfere, and Cashin, having dialed the required number, introduced himself, before asking, can you hear him? This is Kwan Kan-woo. He's a little sick and will be staying home. At the same time, Kim Woo-chan was in the Lackey Medical Center. And finally, while he was sitting in an empty corridor, Lee Dun approached him and, holding out a glass of coffee, anxiously asked, did he sleep at all today? Woo-chan, looking at him with really tired eyes, just greeted him. When Dun sat down in the next seat, he took a sip and asked how Nian was. He explained that she had just fallen asleep. Then, sighing, Kim Woo-chan asked if he had seen the case materials. Lee Dun is sure to answer, of course. The security video isn't very clear, but it was definitely blood rain. Only he can suck the blood from the victim, leaving the body intact. But the serial killer is constantly making fun of things. So he's unlikely to be the one they're looking for. It's not him. Having finished his thought, he even grinned from such hopelessness. Suddenly Woo-chan said that the girls were helped by the villain. Dun, without hiding his surprise, clarified, is it the same? Thoughtful, Kim Woo-chan explained that Nian said about this, he came there to save them. No matter how crazy the villains were, he saved the man. Saved his sister. What is going on? Lee Dun listened to him, and only restrainedly replied that he didn't know. Woo-chan also recalled that last time he defeated Blaster. Who is he? And while he continued to ponder this question, his coffee slowly grew cold. Near the territory of one of the city schools there were full of students who were incessantly discussing something and laughing. Cashin, standing near the laundry building, silently watched the teenagers, while some of the girls, seeing him, giggled in embarrassment. Moros finally could not restrain himself and said, now the guy is skipping his school near another. He soon entered a small convenience store, took a can of soda, and headed to the cash register. At this time, two schoolgirls, looking at the seller with admiring eyes, asked, is he really not a model? The guy, embarrassed, told them that he was just a student on academic leave. Then one of the girls immediately asked where his university was located. The seller, smiling reservedly, noted, why are the girls so curious? Their conversation was interrupted by Cashin Lee, who handed over his drink and asked to count it. In response, the brunette with glasses smiled sweetly and answered, of course. The seller scanned the barcode of the item and said it cost 3,201. When Cashin began to take out a credit card from his wallet, he suddenly looked away and noticed a book called The Bride of Corinth. And while the guy was putting his soda in a bag, he still couldn't take his eyes off this. But then an elderly man came into the store and awkwardly asked if they accepted waste paper here. The guy immediately replied, of course, in a minute he will help him. In response, the man only thanked him. When the guy, holding a stack of complex cardboard boxes in his hands, headed towards the exit, he accidentally touched Cashin Lee with his shoulder, but immediately apologized, although Moros looked at him as if suspecting something was wrong. After that, it, together with Cashin, watched as the brunette handed over the waste paper to the elderly man, and already leaving the store, Moros almost immediately announced that he needed to say something. Cashin Lee, as if predicting his thoughts, noted that he is a villain, right? It even stopped in place when it heard this, but he explained that he immediately understood from the guy's eyes. Moros still explained that they do not know whether he is Blood Rain or not. Then Cashin suddenly said, the Bride of Corinth, this is a romance among vampires. After that, he remembered the words that Blood Rain told him before disappearing, and now repeated out loud, he will be the reason for his death. I think these are lines from that novel. Moros commented with sincere amazement, it can't be that the guy even remembers this from a past life. Cashin Lee, opening a can of soda, explained this by the fact that even at the orphanage he became addicted to reading books. Then, taking a sip, he announced that they just had to see if they had pulled the Joker out of the deck of cards this time. After a while, at the entrance to the same 24-hour store, a bell was heard ringing, and the salesman came out into the street. Looking interestedly at something on his phone, he headed down the street. Cashin and Moros began to follow it, and after following the guy for some time, it suddenly asked, wait, isn't this the road to that school for girls? Cashin Lee also wondered where he was going then. But suddenly he heard a loud horn, and turning his gaze to the side, he saw a huge truck rushing straight towards an elderly man, who froze in place, not understanding what was happening. At the last moment, Cashin managed to grab it and jump to the side, while the car crashed into the curb. But the driver immediately left the cabin, anxiously asking if they were okay. And while Cashin Lee was helping the elderly man to his feet, he suddenly remembered his business, but looking to the side, he no longer saw anyone. Because of this, his face showed only irritation, and after walking through the streets a little more, they found a shopping center, the toilet of which Moros still excitedly noted that he did not even know if he should take on his villainous form here. However, Cashin explained that there are no buildings nearby with an open roof. What else can he do? Then, swallowing one of the crystals, he also added that he should not have fallen for this provocation. The next moment, a bright light burst out from the booth, and he himself calmly waited until the crystal was absorbed. Also, Cashin Lee contacted Moros and asked him to check something for him on his system. When the system window of his characteristics appeared in front of him, 2 more points were now listed in his skills, and his mana range increased to 470. Cashin immediately noted that he had 2 more skills, shadow hiding and shadow movement. What is this? It explained that his skills evolve with increasing amounts of mana. Then Cashin immediately exclaimed, meaning he can improve his abilities by eating mana crystals? When he was a psyker, they could only improve their skills through training. Then, looking at the number, he asked in frustration, wait, his mana amount is only 470? But he ate 3 crystals, and his mana points increased by only 120, why so little? It suggested that his body must have adapted to these stones. The more he eats them, the less the effect. And someday it will approach the minimum. Cashin remained silent, but then still agreed. Yes, indeed, if people could earn mana only with crystals, it would be too easy. These guys would then be invincible. If he wants to become stronger, he cannot rely only on crystals. He needs to find another way, at least the same training. Once again, he approached Moros, asking him to show information on Blood Rain. It warned that this was the second time. He knows that he cannot use the system 3 times in one day. In response, he only irritably confirmed that he knew this. When it seemed to one system, then its ability was indicated by the awakening of villains. The peculiarity was the psyche. Blood Rain's trigger was desire. His skills included Blood Step, Blood Cutter, Blood Sphere, Hypnosis, Intimidation. The mana range was 1000. Cashin Lee was immediately attracted by one of the points, and he said, "What kind of Blood Step is this? Is this the technique he used when they met? He still has psychic powers." Moros noted that this is his distinctive feature. Cashin also added that hypnosis is also not good. As evening fell, when the hospital became empty and there were almost no doctors, something was happening in one of the wards, but no one noticed it. Behind the closed doors of the room, bloody stains first began to stand out from the floor, then Blood Rain appeared, who, having hypnotized several members of the staff, ordered his lovely servants to bring them to him. In the empty corridor, only a few doctors were talking while 2 guards stood at the entrance. In one of the rooms, Min Young lay unconscious. Kim Neon was sitting next to her, and looking at the list of villains, she thought disappointedly, "There is nothing. Who is he really?" Unexpectedly, someone from behind who entered the room called her, and coming closer, the nurse said that they should examine Min Young. Neon was surprised and asked in disbelief, "At such a time?" One of the doctors who came to them explained that this was a very important examination. He thinks it's even better for her to go with them. She, feeling more and more confused, repeated she? Nodding his head, the doctor only smiled in response. Gradually, the city plunged more and more into the night, and Cashin Lee, using the shadow as a web, moved along the walls of tall buildings until he finally found himself on the roof. But immediately he seemed to fall down, and again began to jump from house to house. While silently noting shadow hiding and movement, it turns out he can combine his abilities. However, then the voice of Moros was heard, which warned him that he should not rejoice too much. When he again found himself on one of the roofs, it explained that it was watching him. The guy is spending too much mana. He only needs to use it in certain circumstances. In response to this, Cashin said rudely, "It's happening again." But they were prevented from quarreling by the squeak that the telephone made, and he immediately noted, apparently this. Of course, it was predictable, but that bastard Blood Rain went to the hospital for a schoolgirl. He was lucky to click on tracking in time. With these words, Cashin Lee recalls how earlier he managed to attach a screwdriver device to the seller's jacket. After the memory is replaced by the face of a crying Kim Neon, and then, having prepared himself, Cashin jumps up, decisively exclaiming, he needs to hurry. In the barely lit and almost empty parking lot, Neon's excited voice is heard, addressed to the medical workers. What are they doing? Why would they load Min Young into the ambulance if they said they were going for a checkup? The doctor brushed her off with what he said, this is a very important check that is not carried out in their hospital. She, still doubting his words, asked how this was so? But suddenly someone's voice, familiar to Kim Neon, was heard from behind, a test of loyalty. Turning around, she saw Blood Rain, who softly said how glad he was to meet his future food. She, horrified, loudly shouted to the doctors that there was a villain here. They must run. However, Neon immediately fell silent, seeing instead of the doctors' faces only gray masks with red eyes. Blood Rain, approaching her and running a long finger along her chin, still calmly explained that they obey only him, and soon she will become an equally obedient puppet. But even when he grabbed her chin, Kim Neon confidently replied, "No, she won't be like that." At the same moment she diligently pressed the button of a special device. Blood Rain, smiling, continued to say, "She is so brave, strong and strong-willed. Or perhaps she will even become his bride." But immediately someone's furious scream was heard. Had he gone crazy? What nonsense! At first they both froze in confusion, but then began to look around, and Blood Rain in response irritably asked, "Who else is this?" But then the man ordered to duck on the count of 3. Kim Nyeon immediately realized that it was addressed to her, while he was thinking, is it really this guy again? But again there was a cry, 3. She immediately performed the required action, and Cashin Lee, who jumped from somewhere above, flew over her, rushed straight at Blood Rain, and kicked him with all his might, throwing him back. Having stayed on his feet, he just wanted to look in front of him, but again he saw only Cashin's approaching boot. He also failed to avoid a new attack, and now Blood Rain flew into the wall, leaving a dent there. Baring his sharp fangs, he shouted angrily, "No! The guy is disturbing him again." Cashin, swinging his arms, resolutely said that it was time for him to finish off the villain. Blood Rain was so stunned that he only looked at the approaching fist, barely managing to tilt his head to the side in time to avoid dying. Almost growling, he also wanted to grab Cashin Lee, and use the bloody cutter. His fingers extended like sword blades, pointed forward, but Cashin deftly ducked, delivering another blow to Blood Rain's jaw. Without stopping, Cashin shouted for him to die and slammed him into the wall once again. Blood Rain, although actually getting wounded, suddenly found himself face to face with him and used hypnosis, flashing his red eyes and joyfully exclaiming, the guy was caught. But seeing that even despite the change in the shade of Cashin Lee's eyes, he reached out his hand and grabbed his face. Blood Rain said in confusion, "Where is he reaching?" Cashin Lee pushed Blood Rain away from him a long distance. Blood Rain suddenly disappeared into thin air. Small black particles began to slowly fall down. Suddenly Cashin Lee grabbed Blood Rain's head. He brought it down sharply, raising his fist. He asked a question, was he happy all this time and lived without worries? He raised his fist again and shouted that it was time to hit him very well. Blood Rain bared his teeth, starting to laugh. Cashin Lee asked him a threatening question, is he funny? He immediately confirmed this and said that of course, because all he could do was laugh. Kim Nyeon listened to this conversation with trembling in his body. Blood Rain meanwhile looked to the side and said that he could not defeat him. This is exactly how it was created. Cashin Lee asked him a question, what did he say? Blood Rain grinned, lighting up scarlet. This aura began to surround him, showing only a smile and eyes. He laughed smugly. Cashin Lee looked at this in shock. Blood Rain suddenly disintegrated into bloody liquid, splashing in all directions. Cashin Lee looked at this in shock. He continued to stand in the position in which he pinned Blood Rain to the ground. Moros looked down and said that there was some annoying enemy. He narrowed his eyes and added that physical attacks were useless while he was in a state of blood. Cashin Lee remained silent. He mentally cursed, thinking that if only he had his flame now. Suddenly someone asked the question, where is he? Cashin Lee and Moros turned to the side in surprise. The doctor put his hand on his neck and asked the question, why is he in the parking lot? The nurses next to him looked around in surprise. Kim Nyeon walked up to them and asked if they were okay. Moros suggested that they woke up from hypnosis. He looked at their worried faces. Cashin Lee suddenly shouted for the nurses to quickly take the patient to safety. The doctor suddenly turned to the deity and asked the question, is he a villain? Cashin Lee's whole body tensed. The next moment, he quickly began to run away from the building. Kim Nyeon put her palm forward and shouted at him to stop. Later, she made an incomprehensible sound, looking forward with disappointment and sadness. Cashin Lee, meanwhile, covered the distance with great speed. Suddenly someone exclaimed that he couldn't run far anyway. Cashin Lee ignored the voices and continued to pick up speed. Once again, someone shouted that they needed to go catch him before it was too late. Moros looked ahead with emotion. Kim Woo-chan and Lee Dun ran ahead. Later they came to the exit of the building. They stopped, taking a fighting pose. Cashin Lee also braked sharply. Lee Dun shouted that he was a villain. Cashin Lee's mouth opened in shock. He asked the question, is this him? Kim Woo-chan looked forward with the same incomprehension. Lee Dun, meanwhile, took his sword out of its sheath. The next moment, he began to use the legendary sword, which quickly flew forward. Cashin Lee raised his fist and asked reproachfully, who attacks so immediately? He pushed aside several swords that suddenly changed direction and shouted to get them out of the way. The swords, starting to spin, flew in the opposite direction. Lee Dun grabbed the hilt of one of the swords with a deft movement of his hand. He shouted to Kim Woo-chan the question, why is he standing and doing nothing? Kim Woo-chan continued to stand there stunned. He began to think. Kim Nyeon said that he saved her life. He continued to brood thoughtfully, saying nothing. There were many pictures in his head. It was the funeral of his relative. Suddenly someone called his name very loudly. Kim Woo-chan returned to reality and frowned as he looked ahead. He extended his palm forward, from which a fiery glow emanated, and said what was needed. He put his palm forward and exclaimed that they need to destroy all the villains. Suddenly, a flash of fire began to spread from his hand. Cashin Lee quickly ran straight towards his attack. He raised his hand, summoning his energy. A huge long blue streak pierced the fiery flash. It was a shadow sword. Cashin Lee cursed angrily and exclaimed that they were annoying him. Lee Dun, meanwhile, approached him from behind, swinging his sword. Cashin Lee noticed movement to the side and looked closely. Lee Dun began to use a star flare, which was rapidly approaching Cashin Lee. Cashin Lee looked at this in shock. Suddenly, a starburst hit him in the side. He frowned as he looked at the wound. Lee Dun meanwhile shouted that now. He added that they should finish him off. I quickly began to run forward, swinging my arms with fire. Cashin Lee turned in his direction, alert. Kim Woo-chan put his palm forward again and said with a cool expression that there was a flash. Cashin Lee froze in shock as he watched it approach him. He remembered how Kim Neon screamed that he saved her. Kim Woo-chan opened his eyes in shock. Cashin Lee, meanwhile, barely noticeably turned his head, looking at everything carefully. He noticed the window and had a guess. Cashin Lee jumped into it with great speed in the next moment. Kim Woo-chan froze in place, stunned. He began to wipe his face with his hand. Lee Dun suddenly called his name and asked a question. Is he completely out of his mind? Kim Woo-chan made a questioning sound as he looked at him with confusion. He later apologized to him for this. Lee Dun asked him a question, putting his sword on his shoulder. What is wrong with him today? After some time, on one of the treasures in the second sector, someone hit the sign with a sword and asked the question, what was it? He said that everything seemed to be filled with shadows. He suggested by asking the question, attributes of darkness? This is the first time he has seen such a technique. Lee Dun asked how to report what happened to him. Kim Woo-chan remained thoughtfully silent, lowering his head. Lee Dun touched his shoulder and told him not to stand around doing nothing. Kim Woo-chan looked up at him thoughtfully. Lee Dun said with a smile that he should already follow his sister. Kim Woo-chan looked down thoughtfully. Later he said quietly that it was good. Lee Dun continued to keep his hand on his shoulder. Some time later, the sky was covered with different colors. Suddenly, someone swore angrily, saying, "Wow." The same voice added that he had missed them. It happened again. It was very bad. Blood rain limped along the street, illuminated by the first rays of dawn. He cursed irritably and said that this time it didn't work out again. He looked at the pink sky with red clouds and said through his teeth that his throat was dry. Blood rain wandered down the street with his glasses and clothes stained with blood. He smiled predatorily, revealing his fangs. Stopping in front of the Red Juice Club, he thought that if he went there, he could quench his thirst. After some time, a disco ball was spinning inside the club and casting bright reflections. There were a lot of people dancing on the dance floor. Blood Rain came up and pressed himself from behind to the slender girl, who glanced sideways at him in surprise. She asked with a smile why there was blood on his shirt. Handsome got hurt somewhere? Blood Rain told her in her ear that it wasn't like that, he was just really thirsty. The girl asked in surprise, should I drink? Does he want her to buy him a cocktail? Blood Rain smiled slyly and said that he needed something tastier. He transformed into a monster and brought his fangs closer to her neck. He said angrily that it tasted better than a regular cocktail. After some time, a blue car drove quickly along the road, illuminating its path with bright headlights. A message was heard in the car that there was an emergency at the Red Juice Club. A Bloodrain-like villain has attacked citizens. Lee Dun gritted his teeth angrily and said that he was crazy. He hit the steering wheel with his palm and asked, is he completely out of his mind? Kim Woo-chan looked at him and asked what happened. Lee Dun angrily reported that Blood Rain had attacked the locals. He asked irritably, how long will this last? Kim Woo-chan looked ahead thoughtfully. He remembered that when he saw Kim Neon in the crowd, he called her name excitedly. She looked in his direction in surprise. Kim Woo-chan asked excitedly, is she okay? Kim Neon was surprised by his appearance. He grabbed her hands and worriedly asked the question, is she injured? She looked down and quietly said that he saved her. Kim Woo-chan asked in bewilderment, what? Kim Neon looked down thoughtfully and said that that villain saved her last time. Kim Woo-chan, while in the car, was deep in thought. A blue car was speeding down a city street. Over time, it was dawn outside and the night lights went out. Cashin Lee held his hand to the bleeding wound. Pressing himself against the wall, he sighed heavily. Moros said it's good, Everyone is alive. He looked suspiciously at Cassionly and said that it seemed to him that he was not himself. Cassionly looked at him in surprise and asked in what sense? Moros began to explain that he doesn't behave like that at all when he fights villains. He looked forward and asked the question, was it really only because his opponents were psychers? Cassionly pursed his lips and looked forward, remaining silent. He said later that this would not happen again. He looked at his palm, imagining a moment from a past life, and said this is because his enemies are not only villains. Moros approached him and said that his wound was almost healed. Cassionly looked at the shining side with wounds and remained silent. Moros watched this with equal attention. Cassionly suddenly raised the glowing red sensor and asked the question, what else? Stunned, he began to read the information on it. Meanwhile at the club, music played muffledly in the room and the lights continued to shine in different colors. Many people lay in a bloody puddle. A man protecting his head with his hands was lying on the floor close to the table. Lee Dun and Kim Woo-chan looked at it growing up. Blood Rain, meanwhile, sat in an arrogant pose on a chair and drank something from a glass. He grinned and said that now he had quenched his thirst. He added that it was great. Lee Dun called him an idiot. He asked the question, how dare he do this to all these people? Blood Rain told him to keep quiet. Lee Dun froze in place, stunned. Blood Rain said that it was better for him not to interfere while he recovered. Lee Dun frowned angrily. Blood Rain, meanwhile, looked down, noticing the last living person, who was shaking violently with fear. Lee Dun looked at the girl, who was shaking all over while lying on the floor. He muttered through his teeth that they needed to help the survivors and capture him. Suddenly, the glass with the remaining blood began to fall down, spilling out the rest of it. Blood Rain said that he was now finished. At that same second, he raised his hand, summoning his energy. It was a spear of blood that was rapidly moving forward. Lee Dun frowned, looking at this in shock. Kim Woo-chan's eyes widened. Lee Dun suddenly began to pull his sword out of its sheath. He swung the blade of his sword, breaking the spear of blood. Kim Woo-chan, meanwhile, quickly began to run forward. He summoned a fiery flame, swinging it straight at the Blood Rain approaching him. Kim Woo-chan put his palm forward. Someone shouted at him to stop. Lee Dun displeasedly asked him a question, does he really want to hurt the survivors? Kim Woo-chan turned in his direction in surprise. Blood Rain grinned and said that now was not the time to worry about the others. Lee Dun looked forward in horror. Blood Rain approached him, summoning his energy again. He shouted at them to think about themselves. Lee Dun pushed him back straight into the wall with all his strength. He broke through it. Small stones began to fly in all directions. Lee Dun started coughing up blood. Blood Rain, meanwhile, approached him, not allowing him to move anywhere. He said with a grin that this is the perfect ending. Blood Rain slammed his palm straight into his face with all his strength, causing a bloody blow. Kim Woo-chan screamed desperately, calling Lee Dun's name. Blood Rain hit Lee Dun in the face with all his strength, pushing him back. He laughed smugly as he looked down. Kim Woo-chan began to approach his back, raising his fiery fist. He hit it with all his might, causing a large flash of fire. Blood Rain dodged the blow and said, looking at the back of the stunned Kim Woo-chan, that this was an excellent technique. He asked the question, but what's the point if he still can't hit? Kim Woo-chan turned sharply to the side and mentally asked the question, why? Blood Rain swung his palm, shouting angrily. He struck directly at Kim Woo-chan's chest, causing several deep wounds. Kim Woo-chan looked down, seeing blood flowing out of his chest in streams, and mentally cursed. Blood Rain, meanwhile, again reached out to him with his palm, trying to strike again. Kim Woo-chan reacted sharply by swinging his leg. From his blow, Blood Rain immediately jumped back in several jumps, and later began to quickly run towards him again. Kim Woo-chan shouted at him to get away from him. Kim Woo-chan sat down on the floor and grabbed his wounded chest, beginning to breathe heavily. He looked up weakly, pressing his lips tightly together. Many drops of blood dripped onto the floor, creating a puddle. Blood Rain put his hand to his chin and grinning said that this was not enough. He bit his finger and said if he had hit him more accurately, he would have broken all his bones. Kim Woo-chan looked forward tensely and thought that he was too strong. He began to reason further. Without fire magic it would be difficult to defeat him. Blood Rain looked at him with a smile and told him not to make such a sad expression on his face. He put his palm forward and began to explain further that he was still a hostage and should only obey him. He asked a question, does he know about this? Kim Woo-chan suddenly heard someone call Kim Nien. He opened his eyes in shock. Blood Rain began to remember her and said that he also has a sister who is engaged in modeling. He made some inquiries about her. Blood Rain began to argue further that this sweet and brave girl deceived even him. He thought that the villain with black hair was her brother. Blood Rain imagined Cashin Lee in his head. He said that it means she needs to be punished well for such a lie. Kim Woo-chan rose to his feet and said angrily if he did anything to his sister. He put his palm forward, burning with flame, and shouted that he would kill him. Blood Rain grinned and thought he was caught. He would finally taste the blood of a raging psyker. Blood Rain began to reason further, looking at Kim Woo-chan that this was very special. He said he sees that he believed in himself. Blood Rain moved his fingers threateningly, and said that then he would give him a chance to stay alive. Some time later, Blood Rain noticed that this place was a great fit for the two of them. He asked a question, he can fully use his powers. They stood on a building made of bricks. Kim Woo-chan began to flex his fists, looking at him carefully, and said that it would be very good. Blood Rain mentally reasoned that this was a great place. He realized that he could drink all his blood while enjoying the starry sky. Kim Woo-chan opened his eyes in shock. He began to rapidly run forward, swinging his fiery palm, and said that he would have to regret it. He used the flash and exclaimed for bringing him here. The fiery flash began to approach Blood Rain with all speed. Blood Rain grinned widely, showing his snow-white teeth. Suddenly, with a sharp movement, he jumped up, doing a somersault and thus dodging the blow. Kim Woo-chan looked at this in shock, continuing to put his palm forward. Blood Rain quickly reacted and reached out to attack with his palm facing forward. He grabbed Kim Woo-chan's neck with it. Blood Rain asked him a question and that's all he can do? He began to approach him and assumed that their psyker was not trying at all. Blood Rain sharply pulled Kim Woo-chan's neck. Blood Rain, meanwhile, exclaimed that he had something to show. The next moment he threw Kim Woo-chan away from him with all his strength. Some time later, someone stepped in a pool of blood. Cashin Lee looked at everything carefully and noticed that it was a nightmare. Moros remained silent in agreement. Cashin Lee looked to the side, noticing deep streaks on the wall. He ran his palm over it, and noticed that it was a large mark. Moro said that this is a trace of quite strong magic. Cashin Lee mentally asked the question, did he really do this? He looked to the side, noticing Lee Dun lying unconscious. He looked at him, noticing the skin dirty with dust, and said that he was definitely. Cashin Lee leaned towards him and asked the question, is he dead? Moros looked at him coolly and said that he was still alive. Cashin Lee asked the question, was Kim Woo-chan also with him? He asked where he was. Moros looked back, noticing the sword. It called his name and told him to look. Cashin Lee looked to the side warily. He noticed the sword and asked the question, what is it? Moros explained that this is a magical weapon. Cashin Lee took it in his hands. He agreed, looking at the blade of the sword and said that he could feel the energy from it. Moros told him that this was their chance. It added that they needed to extract the magic crystals from it. Cashin Lee looked at him thoughtfully and agreeing said that it was possible. He immediately added that it only belonged to him. He thought, looked at him thoughtfully, and said that it was possible. He immediately added that it only belonged to him. He thought of Lee Dun as he looked at the sword. He said that although he didn't care. Later, he threw the sword back down. Cashin Lee held 2 orange stones in his palm. The next moment he put it in his mouth. Moros watched his actions carefully. Suddenly, the entire area around Cashin Lee began to sparkle. Black stripes began to surround him. He looked at it in shock. Black stripes began to enter Cashin Lee's chest, causing an even brighter glow. He looked forward, and his pupils took on a multicolored appearance. Moros watched this in shock. Suddenly, Cashin Lee's entire body began to sparkle with black threads. He said that this time he didn't even have to use his system. Moros looked at him with confusion. Cashin Lee looked to the side and thought that he really liked this feeling. Under the light of the moon, on the rungs of a construction crane, 3 unknown people, watching what was happening below, thoughtfully discussed something for a long time. They should wait a little. But they were tired of snacks. Kim Woo-chan, accumulating fiery energy, swung with a loud cry and tried to attack Blood Rain, but he easily stopped his fist, still smiling. Woo-chan was confused, but he said smugly, this makes no sense. At the same time, Blood Rain, forming a bloody ball in his other hand, sharply hit Kim Woo-chan in response, causing him to feel a piercing pain in the place where he already had a wound. Blood Rain, coming closer and releasing sharp claws, continued to speak, laughing, the guy is too weak. A stupid creature who can only blame his weakness. He will absorb it into his body, so he just has to become part of the great and live forever. However, his such pathetic speech was interrupted by loud laughter, and Blood Rain himself, without turning around, grabbed the stone that was thrown at him. Cash and Lee, who appeared behind him, also contemptuously noted that it even hurt him to look at it. When Blood Rain finally turned around, Cashin sternly added, "The villain will stop talking nonsense. She's just a disgusting insect." He glanced at him and licked his bloody fingers, noting that the boy with black hair was starting to bore him. Cashin Lee said caustically in response, "This is what he hears from someone who is always running away from the battlefield." Laughing loudly, Blood Rain said that now his condition is not the same as before. Having absorbed the blood of those people, he became much stronger. Strength overwhelms him. It's intoxicating. Even if an S-class psyker came, he would easily kill him. Cashin didn't seem to be impressed at all, and he just asked indifferently, "Right?" Finally, the painful cough of the trembling Kim Woo-chan was heard, and as soon as their eyes met, he wondered, is this still the same guy? But the silence was interrupted by Blood Rain who, having now formed as many as 4 powerful balls, announced that they must see his invincible power. Woo-chan, seeing this, realized with horror, no. He wasn't fighting at his full strength when he fought him. Blood Rain actually directed the attack forward, using a blood spear aimed at Cashin Lee, but he did not retreat, but concentrated and tried to block it with 2 shadow swords. But bright red streams, rounding the obstacle, tightly entwined his wrists. Blood Rain, instantly approaching, thought with pleasure, the boy was caught. Then, swinging wide, he tried to hit him with his sharp claws, but almost immediately he was confused. Cashin Lee, who had just been right in front of him, was now behind him, surrounded by shadow. Then Blood Rain, clenching his teeth and bending his hand into a fist, wanted to attack him again, but as expected, Cashin managed to duck down and, without getting up, prepared to strike him in the jaw. Then, finally standing, he added another kick to the stomach. Blood Rain did not have time to make any defense while Cashin Lee rained down more and more blows on him. Asked, did the villain say that he would show him invincible power? When? From a powerful attack to the face, Blood Rain flew back, turning over in the air. Kim Woo-chan, who was nearby, could not understand how. He wasn't like that at all in the hospital. Was this guy really hiding his real powers? Who is he? And while Blood Rain, breathing heavily and cursing, tried to get up, Cashin heading towards him reminded him that he said even an S-class psyker couldn't defeat him? The answer at first was again his crooked grin, which made Cashin Lee immediately assume that he was about to run away again. And Blood Rain, turning red from the blood he absorbed, replied that despite the relationship between them, he recognized that the boy was stronger. But physical attacks alone cannot kill him. His work may turn to blood. Next time. But just as Blood Rain was really about to disappear from the battlefield, Cashin shouted that there would be no next time. Along with this, he used shadow capture and added that he needed to get rid of such an idiot like him immediately. Even Kim Woo-chan, still just watching what was happening from the side, became wary, and Cashin Lee, creating a blue flame in his palm, seemed to say in a voice not his own, "He's about to fry him thoroughly." Blood Rain opened his eyes in horror when a firework of darkness was directed at him. The information window now states that his villain abilities include catastrophic power, and his traits include darkness and dark fire. Healing, shadow movement and dark fireworks are added to the skills. The mana range expands to 520. It is worth noting that supports have the ability to create buffs and debuffs, as well as healing. Their direct combat ability is inferior to other classes. In battles against villains, they primarily serve as logistical support. In the hospital, news from YBC is broadcast, in which the anchor says that after a fierce battle, the villain known as Blood Rain was arrested in the Kadam district. A famous killer who terrorizes the entire country has been caught by the young psyker Kim Woo-chan. In the ward there is a loud exclamation from Lee Dun, who, slapping him on the shoulder, notes that the guy is great. He did a good job. But they almost lost. However, Woo-chan coldly and quietly replied that it was not him. To Dun's surprise, Kim Woo-chan lowered his head and explained that he just called headquarters when it was all over. Earlier, when the 3 were already unconscious, Cashin Lee held him by the hair. Woo-chan, watching this with wide eyes, wondered, is this fire? He thought that the guy could only control shadows, but he has double power. He sees this for the first time. Finally, Cashin, calling out to him, asked him to quickly inform the police that the criminal had been caught. Kim Woo-chan also noted that he told everyone that he wasn't the one who caught Blood Rain, but in the end everyone made him out to be a hero. Lee Dun, after listening carefully to him, clarified, is this the guy who fought with Blaster? Woo-chan repeated again, yes, he caught Blood Rain. Silence reigned in the room for a few more minutes, until Dun, now also in a rather serious mood, chuckled thoughtfully and said, that is, does he feel guilty for not doing anything? Woo-chan remained silent, pursing his lips and frowning his eyebrows, But then Lee Dun plopped down on the hospital bed, and sighing with relief, exclaimed, "That's it. They should stop being sad. Everything ended well. There will be other villains, and he will still have time to show his strength." But suddenly Dun stood up sharply, exclaiming, "By the way, where is his sword?" Kim Woo-chan explained that the police said they would take care of it. And again Lee Dun relaxed and said, "That's great." Mentally he turned to weapons, thinking that Daddy was going to his favorite sword. Woo-chan, turning to the window, again plunged into his thoughts. At the same time, on the school grounds, while classes were going on, the same gang gathered in one of the deserted corners. Oppa opened the chat and saw links to news, called The Dangerous Killer Blood Rain, who was caught. The modern hero Kim Woo-chan fought and caught the famous villain who was terrorizing the entire country. After reading this, he exclaimed in satisfaction, "It can't be. They saw? Woo-chan caught the villain." One of them added in agreement, "Incredible." Oppa, wrying his face, said, "It's good that they didn't go to the club yesterday, otherwise they would have been killed." And the brunette, who was also leaning over and looking at the phone, laughed while he thought, how long has it been since his friend looked in the mirror? They wouldn't let him in there. He's too confident. And while the two rejoiced at the capture of the criminal, Ki-hun was serious, turning to Kwak Tae-gyu, who was sitting opposite, and asking, "Does he remember that guy?" Tae-gyu, releasing a cloud of cigarette smoke from his mouth, explained that that guy then hit him right in the head. He is still being treated. He suddenly stood up to yell at him very clearly, maybe give him more money for medicine. Kwak Tae-gyu calmly said that he was telling it like it is. "Why yell like that?" Ki-hun, still angry, clarified, "Is he really going to leave everything as it is? They need to call the guys and figure it out." However, Tae-gyu immediately responded decisively that he would not do this. He, perplexed, exclaimed, "What?" Kwak Tae-gyu, a little embarrassed, still noted, "Does he really think that this guy is so simple? In fact, he is even more afraid of that guy than Kim Woo-chan who catches the villains." These eyes were inhuman. Saying all this, Tae-gyu's hands shook with memories, and Ki-hun did not dare to say anything to him again. During a break in class, funny loud discussions among students. "Did they see? Woo-chan is so cool. It gives me goosebumps." Moros, watching them, said, "Everyone is so noisy today." But Cash-in Lee, not paying any attention to the teenagers and putting the phone on the table, noted that he would need to meet with them. By this he meant all those whom he had met earlier in Villezone. Leaning back in his chair, Cash-in added, "They needed this to check something." It immediately asked what exactly, but he never answered. On the narrow streets of Villezone, steady tapping can be heard. Black and red leaflets flew out of a toy gun, while a pink-haired girl, inflating a bubble gum ball, drew with an aerosol can on the wall, at the same time sticking these same leaflets there. A bald man approached her from behind, holding a bucket with a rag in his hands, wearing protective gloves and an apron and being a cleaner. A squeak was heard from another building, followed by tapping. Screwdriver was on one of the many abandoned floors, trying to make something. As soon as he heard the sounds of approaching steps, he immediately sternly noted, "Entering the house, people need to say hello." A tall and long-haired man in a colorful suit answered contemptuously, "His place is very dirty, he should clean it up at least once." One of the girls who was with him, even defiantly holding her nose with her hand, added, "It stinks of dampness in here." Screwdriver, turning to them, still rudely asked, "Have they just arrived and are already talking nonsense?" The guy reminded that it was he who called them. Screwdriver, grinning and throwing the screwdriver over his shoulder, repeated he. "Truth?" Soon, having prepared cold juice with ice, he asked if they had seen him fight. The man nodded, confirming this, of course. Royal Gannet, being a villain, had an A rank, belonged to the enlightened class and had the skill of fossils. Resting his head on his hand, he also added that it was like they were going to a movie. They didn't want to look away until the very end. Screwdriver asked again, what would they say? Otto, an A-rank villainess who had the enlightened class and the poison skill, took chocolate cookies from a plate and, on the contrary, said displeasedly that there was neither a normal script nor a well-thought-out story. Too many clichés. Aroma, also an A-rank villainess, but belonging to the hunter class and possessing the wind skill, confirmed this, a lot of clichés. However, Royal, having removed the crumb from Otto's cheek, still insisted, he liked everything. The main actor gave an excellent performance. It was as if he saw a shining black diamond. Screwdriver, still making their drinks, chuckled and said he would take it as a compliment. Royal Gannet, grinning again, said in a different way, "Did he know that's why he sent them? Because he has 2 elements?" Hearing this, Screwdriver froze. Then, turning to them, he remained silent for a few more seconds, while they looked back in the same way. Finally, With a chuckle, Screwdriver noted that now everything was clear to him. Royal asked in alarm, "What? He doesn't know?" He explained that he assumed that the guy was not like the other villains. Then, laughing, Royal Gannett still announced, after all, he didn't know. This is the first time he hears about a villain with 2 powers. But Screwdriver stunned them by confidently saying it was possible. This happened a long time ago. These existed back in the era of myths. Walking through the evening streets of Villezone, Cashenly thought, this is not a prison for villains. This is just a place where they can calmly move with peace of mind, without fear of running into a quarrel with psychers. In general, this is a haven for everyone except psychers. Stopping, he added out loud that he still couldn't get used to this place. Moros was simply silent, when suddenly a voice came from above. He was on time. Screwdriver sitting on a thin crossbar, a rather kind answer that the guy has somehow changed. He's really glad to see them. Soon, they came to the Heaven pub, lost among the same type of dirty buildings. The place was full of people, and glasses with a colorful drink appeared on the bar counter in front of them. Screwdriver, moving one of them closer to Cashen, explained that the grapefruit juice here is very tasty. They should have a drink and look around Villezone. Then, taking out a familiar blue box, he added, "Here's another," as he promised. Focusing his glasses, Screwdriver also noted in surprise, but his mana increased. Did the guy really get hold of real crystals? Cashenly lied from where? He clarified with surprise, yes? But at the same time Screwdriver kept thinking, how did he do it? Last time the mana was only 300, but now this guy has more than 500. He wouldn't have been able to pump up like that with the crystals he gave him. Maybe it has something to do with his powers? Cashen, having drunk the drink, took the box in his hands and, upon opening it, noted that he was wondering how he gets them? Who is the supplier? But immediately a new voice was heard in response. It was him. They turned around and saw Ujiha in front of them, who had a very memorable style and smiled sweetly at them. Then, he created a small chess piece similar to Cashenly, pushing it towards him along with the plate on which the sandwiches were lying, explaining that this was a gift to their dear guests. Screwdriver introduced him. This is the owner of the pub, Jiha. He is an outer. He now calmly greeted Cashen. But turning to Ujiha, he asked him to sell them the crystals cheaper. But Jiha, although he smiled, still reminded that it couldn't be cheaper anyway. The dear client must understand this. He, moving even closer with a smile, asked, "How is it?" He thought that he could make a discount for his friends too. But Jiha responded in the same friendly tone that he separates business and personal. Cashenly, watching him from the side, thought out in Villezone, he must have an interesting story behind him. Finally he also said that he wanted to ask something. He can buy crystals too, right? Ujiha readily answered, of course, if he is a resident of Villezone. Cashen was immediately puzzled and repeated, resident? Screwdriver noted that he should just move here. But then, Cashenly asked displeasedly, does he want him to move and work for him? He realized that it would not be possible to persuade him so easily, so he answered a little offendedly, well, he didn't need it. First the guy will have to take a test, it will show who is who. He can become a boss too. Jiha clarified with surprise, does he want to quit his position? Screwdriver confirmed this, admitting that it has been for a long time. Ujiha was about to try to dissuade him, but then Cashen intervened in the conversation, who firmly said that he was not interested in this. Then Screwdriver started asking him why. Villzone's boss has a lot of privileges. Cashenly suggested that in this case he should stay in this position since everything was so good. Then Jiha tried to persuade him, telling him that he could give any commands. If he was the boss, he would have subordinates and an amazing training room. Cashen, grinning again and taking a sip of his drink, repeated that, as he had already said, he didn't care. However, Ujiha sharply added that the guy would also be able to get any crystals on the black market. This made Cashenly widen her eyes and look up at him, wondering if he was the black merchant. But at the same time, turning his head to the side and also seeing a bald man in a suit behind the bar, he thought, this one is still here. They must be serious guys. Finally, Screwdriver named one more plus. If he becomes a boss, his salary will correspond to his activities. But this is classified information. Cashen immediately asked how much? Then Screwdriver called him over with a gesture and began to whisper the amount in his ear, which also made a great impression on Cashenly. After that, there was a pause between all three, and he, remembering everything that had been said, really thought about it. At the same time, a black hand was sitting on one of the old and collapsed buildings, holding a sandwich in its teeth, from which food was falling out, and said displeasedly, "This is not tasty. Is this even real meat?" The next moment, starting to trample the food, he began to shout, How much longer can he eat such disgusting stuff? He wants a chicken burger. The villain Crush, standing next to him, with rank B+, striker class and strength skill, calmly added, and he also wants fast food. He loves pizza very much, but he can't remember the last time he ate it. Black Hand, still continuing to scream, reminded me that it was he who destroyed the pizzeria in Villezone. Crush responded by explaining that he couldn't stand pineapple pizza. Then he exclaimed again, "What a moron!" Their argument was interrupted by someone's voice, "They are here." When they both turned around, they saw that Cutter had come to them, who was also a B-rank villain, had the assassin class and the wind skill. He sternly announced that now was not the time to talk about pizza. The Black Hand involuntarily clarified, "What? Has he gone completely crazy from living here?" But Cutter explained that he had found it. He immediately clarified who he found. Cutter explained, he found the villain he was attacking. The Black Hand also opened his eyes, and remembered how earlier he had to fight with Cash and Lee, and then began to furiously scream, "Where is he?" Cutter explained that he was with Screwdriver. Until he immediately exclaimed, "What?" Then he clarified, "He's thinking of going after him?" He answered emphatically, "Of course." Then, calmer, but no less sternly, he added that Screwdriver had introduced a ban on fighting in Villezone, but today he would break it. Meanwhile, among the destroyed houses, someone slammed a shovel into the ground, digging it up. Screwdriver turned to the side, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, and explained that his name was Earth Dog and he loved digging. Earth Dog continued to dig in silence. Screwdriver explained that Cleaner was behind him. He put the broom on his shoulders and noticed that Earth Dog had scattered everything. He will clean it up. Earth Dog cursed and told him to leave already. Screwdriver explained that he is the killer of every dust. He began to say further that they were both crazy, but absolutely harmless. A girl with a pistol was watching them. Screwdriver explained that they would not attack first, but they could fight back. He added that this is why Villezone needs such people. Cash and Lee frowned and thought that this was not how he imagined the villains to be. He looked up and added that it was all because of him. Cash and Lee suddenly questioned why he tasked him with catching Blood Rain. Screwdriver replied that they had a traitor. Cash and Lee frowned in confusion. Screwdriver began to explain that he needed to trick the traitor around his finger. He must choose a person who is not affiliated with him, or Villezone. Screwdriver continued to walk forward and told him, if he didn't know, then villains also have their divisions, just like psychers. He added that those who follow the rules. He introduced Crow. Screwdriver explained that there are those who do not pay attention to this and create their own coalitions. Cash and Lee asked the question, "What?" He says there is a connection between Blood Rain, Villezone and the traitor? Screwdriver explained that Blood Rain is just a pawn in a larger game. He looked thoughtfully at the sunset sky and added that he was sure that there was something more behind it. He explained that they want to bring Villezone to an end. Cash and Lee looked down thoughtfully and said that he was not interested. Screwdriver turned to the side and said he knew he would say that. Screwdriver laughed and said that this is why he likes him. Cash and Lee looked at him with confusion. Screwdriver told him to become a resident of Villezone. Cash and Lee stood in front of him, stunned. Later he said what kind of nonsense this is. Screwdriver, meanwhile, said that he was betting his life. He really asks him about it. After some time in the city, in one of the restaurant buildings. Inside this were tables with covered eating utensils. Kwan Yuri looked at the bottles of wine. She thoughtfully leaned her pen to her face and held an album with sheets of paper in her hands. She mentally asked, "Did Kwan Kanwoo have dinner?" Kwan Yuri began to reason further. Since she gave him the card, they have not been able to talk. Suddenly one of the waiters called her name. "Kwan Yuri?" The waiter told her that the director was looking for her. Kwan Yuri asked in surprise, "Her?" Meanwhile, someone's voice was heard in the corridor, "That's for sure." The director spoke on the phone and explained that she was an excellent employee, so there should be no problems. The person who spoke to the director replied that she was a worthy person, so he was looking forward to meeting her. The director replied that he was even very sorry to lose such a valuable employee. The girl asked again, "What is it?" She said with a smile that she now feels guilty. Suddenly, someone knocked on the director's door. Kwan Yuri said it was her. The director sighed regretfully and replied that she was already here. He hung up the call, looked at the phone screen, and said that now they will see the next call. The girl also hung up, looking at the phone screen with a smile. There were roses and vases on the cabinet in his office. The director held out the letters in his hands and told her to hold them. He explained that she had received an invitation from the American department. Kwan Yuri looked at this carefully and in surprise. The director pointed his finger at her and said that because of her hard work, she was being sent to the main office. Kwon Yuri was stunned and asked the question, "What? This is true?" The director began to explain further that the company pays not only for the plane ticket, but also for apartments close to the place of work. Kwon Yuri looked at the letter in admiration and, covering her mouth with her hand, turned to the deity. The director noted that this was a great chance. He asked her a question, "Will she go?" Kwon Yuri triumphantly replied that of course. Suddenly she stopped speaking as she introduced Kwon Kan-woo. She looked at the letter excitedly. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the entire block of buildings was completely destroyed and consisted only of rubble. Cashin Lee walked along one of the roofs. He pursed his lips tightly, bowing his head. He began to remember how Screwdriver told him that he should become a resident of Villezone. Cashin Lee then said what kind of nonsense this is. Screwdriver said he was betting his life. Cashin Lee looked at him in shock. Screwdriver, meanwhile, said that he really asked him about it. Cashin Lee stopped remembering. He made a thoughtful sound, tilting his head. Moros asked him a question. Does he like his proposal? He examined it carefully. Suddenly Cashin Lee looked to the side, noticing someone strange. Black Hand was leaning against the wall, standing away from Cashin Lee. Crush asked a question, placing a hand on his shoulder. Is that him? Cashin Lee looked at them coolly. He took a step forward and said, he sees that there is one rat hiding here. Cutter looked out from behind the wall and mentally asked the question, how did he find them? He thought he was a truly unusual villain. Crush cursed and said that everything was pissing him off. He clenched his fists and angrily shouted that he wanted to smash his head right now. Black Hand pushed him in the chest with a bent arm, exclaiming to him to respect the queue, because he was the first. Black Hand clenched his teeth tightly. He angrily began to swing his fists and shouted, now he will find out what will happen to those who mock him. Cashin Lee watched them and mentally asked the question, what other bullying? Moros turned to him and worriedly told him to be careful, because they could attack together. Black Hand opened his eyes angrily. He began to rapidly move forward and shouted for him to die. Suddenly someone threw a barrel forward. Black Hand stopped abruptly when it stopped in front of him. He angrily asked the question, what is this? Cashin Lee turned to the side in surprise. Suddenly someone asked the question, is it possible to treat guests like this? It was Jwack who smiled smugly. Black Hand asked her a question, where else is she from here? He shouted at her to stay out of the way. Jwack answered with a grin, she was just reminding him that he was breaking the law. She added that in Villezone it is prohibited to gather in groups and attack. Crush swore in disappointment. Black Hand, meanwhile, shouted that he was still not a resident of Villezone. Someone replied that he would soon become one. Cutter, meanwhile, looked up, noticing many feathers. It was Crow sitting on the wall. She waved her hand in greeting, walking down with her feet. Black Hand exclaimed in surprise that it was Crow. Crow smiled in greeting. She asked the question, will they leave him alone or what? Black Hand and Crush looked at her with excitement. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in a multi-story building, someone began to open the door. Kwon Yuri tiredly leaned against the wall and exhaled heavily. She turned on the light and, looking around the apartment, asked the question, is he already asleep? In the next room behind the closed door there was complete darkness. Kwon Yuri put her hand to the door, preparing to knock. She remembered the words of the director who told her that thanks to her hard work, she was being sent to the main office. Kwon Yuri looked down in disappointment. After a moment, she put the bag on the shelf. Kwon Yuri decided that she would take a shower and also go to bed. A letter with an invitation to another job fell out of the bag that opened and fell to the side. It was lying on the floor among a bunch of other things. Some time later, on the street, someone was breathing in and out heavily. Cashin Lee put 10-kilogram weights on his legs. He continued to run forward at a fast pace. The girls looked at him in surprise and told everyone to look at the weight of the sandbags. Moros looked at him and said that it was not that hard. He added that this was a normal training session. Cashin Lee said it's great for both muscle and physical development. He looked to the side and said that now there will be no one-on-one battles. Cashin Lee continued to say that it was possible that he would be attacked by multiple opponents at the same time. He added that there was nothing more effective against this than physical activity. Moros noted that this was a wise decision. He remembered Villezone. Crow shouted for them to stop. Crush put his hand forward and exclaimed that in order to become a member of Villezone, you need to take a test. He asked a question, awkwardly running his hand along his neck. He too must pass this, like everyone else. Black Hand furiously put his hand forward and asked the question, what test? He shouted that he would kill him right now. Cashin Lee calmly said that in 10 days. He more loudly suggested that they do a test. Everyone froze in shock. Black Hand and Crush looked at each other. Jwack said what 10 days means. She added that she would explain the rules to him. She began to tell me that the test took place in the form of a one-on-one battle. Cashin Lee narrowed his eyes as he looked at her. Jwack said that murder is only permitted in exceptional circumstances. She added, picking up the barrel, what else? She pointed her thumb at herself and announced with a grin that her first opponent would be her. She exclaimed that there will be a party. Cashin Lee looked at her fearlessly and coolly. Jwack grinned smugly. Cashin Lee returned from flashbacks. He began to climb up, leaning against the iron bars, and thought that he really didn't want to become a resident of Vilzone. Suddenly one of the guys exclaimed for everyone to look. Many people covered their mouths in surprise and made strange sounds. Cashin Lee started doing push-ups and thought that only he could get stronger. He landed sharply on the asphalt and began to think further. He introduced Layla and the others, thinking that he would also take revenge on the Lampas. Cashin Lee squeezed the towel tightly in his hands and began to think further, even if he went to hell. He threw the towel over his shoulders and added, this will be the path he chose. Cashin Lee narrowed his eyes, looking to the side. Behind him stood 2 girls doing gymnastics. Cashin Lee quickly ran forward again. The girls watched his retreating back. One of them told the other that he was trying so hard. The second girl waved her hand and asked the question, is she talking about him? The first girl confirmed this. The second girl suggested that they should not talk about this to Royal Garnet. These were Otto and Aroma. Meanwhile at Quan Kanwa's house, water was pouring down from the shower tap. Cashin Lee took a shower, rinsing his hair. Later, he put on his slippers while leaving the bathroom. He looked around the apartment and mentally asked the question, is she still sleeping? Cashin Lee began to blot his head with a towel. He looked stunned at the scattered things on the sofa and at the bag from which many things had fallen out. Cashin Lee remained silent with excitement. He picked up his bag and said that he needed to clean up. He asked quietly the question, what is this rush? Cashin Lee looked down and noticed the letter. Kwan Yuri, meanwhile, sleepily began to pull herself up with her arms. She yawned sleepily and said that she got up so early. Suddenly, she saw Cashin Lee pick up the letter and hold it in his hands. She ran up to him in horror and asked the question, what is he looking at here? She snatched it from his hands. Kwan Yuri asked him a question in fear, did he read this? Cashin Lee waved his head and explained that this was an invitation to America. Kwan Yuri clutched the letter to herself in horror. She immediately added that he should not worry, because she would not go. Cashin Lee approached the refrigerator and asked her a question, why? Kwan Yuri asked him with excitement, is he asking more? She asked a question, should she leave him alone? Cashin Lee looked thoughtfully at the milk and said that he himself could live just fine. He immediately mentally added that this would be even more convenient for him. Kwan Yuri indignantly asked him the question, what is this? She asked if he could cook his own food. What about washing and cleaning? She added that she needs to sort garbage and other various duties. Cashin Lee started drinking milk straight from the carton. He looked ahead calmly, without answering. Cashin Lee later moved forward and said, he is not a child, so he is old enough for all this. He thought that he had done it all himself. Kwan Yuri exclaimed that he is only 19. He's in his 3rd year of high school. Cashin Lee turned to her and told her with a smile that she should go. He asked the question, when will such a chance come again? He added that she should do what she really wants. Kwan Yuri looked at him stunned and touched. After some time in Vilzone, the sun's rays penetrated through the destroyed buildings. In the middle of it stood Cutter and Black Hand. Cutter noticed that there was a week left. He asked the question, is he coming? Black Hand asked him who? Cutter replied, the guy who will fight Jwack. Black Hand gritted his teeth angrily and said displeasedly that he was going to deal with him earlier. Cutter ran his hand over the blade of the knife and said, many say that Screwdriver supports him. Black Hand guessed that he must have pleased him. Crush pointed his finger at him and asked a question, is he always hanging around Screwdriver? Black Hand angrily asked him a question, did he want to die? He again asked the question, who else is circling around whom? He asked who needed it. Crush darkly told him to calm down. Cutter, meanwhile, ran his finger along the blade and asked the question, if he fights Jwack in the first round, will it be their turn? Black Hand narrowed his eyes and looked to the side. He said if she beats him, it will be a lot of fun. Black Hand clenched his fist and said that this time he would side with this idiot. He angrily said, summoning his energy, that in order to complete the month, he would get more from him. Some time later, sunlight streamed in through the curtained windows. Moros asked the question, will he really let her go to America? Cashin Lee was sitting at the computer, He clicked on the mouse and explained that this was a good opportunity. Moros asked the question, and that's the whole reason? Cashin Lee thoughtfully lowered his gaze and remained silent. He said he thinks this is the best option for the two of them. Moros looked at him in shock. Cashin Lee explained that he does not say this as Cashin, but as Quan Kanwoo. Moros asked him a question, can he really handle it alone? Cashin Lee confirmed this and said that he had somehow lived before. Moros told him he asked this because he sees a request in his search engine with the name How to Cook Food. Cashin Lee said emotionlessly that he would start with Korean cuisine. He immediately asked a question, or maybe with a European one? Meanwhile, in another room, the windows were not curtained. Kwon Yuri was holding a letter in her hands and, sitting on the floor, looked at it thoughtfully. She exhaled with excitement. Kwon Yuri remembered the director's question, when will you get such a chance again? Later, Kwon Kanwoo's voice appeared in her head, telling her not to worry and to do what she thought was necessary. Kwon Yuri looked at the letter sadly again. Suddenly someone quietly called her name. Later, the same voice called her even louder. Kwon Yuri found herself in a different place, looking down thoughtfully. She was at the bar. Her first friend asked her a question, why is she in the clouds? The second friend waved her hand and exclaimed that they wanted to order. Kwon Yuri continued to sit silently at the table. The first friend asked the question, did something happen? The second friend exclaimed that she was definitely worried about the guy. She asked the question, how old is he? He is beautiful? Kwon Yuri remained silent. The second friend again exclaimed that she should start telling the story, because they would help her. The first friend put her hand on her mouth and quietly told her to be tactful. She immediately added loudly to keep her quiet. At this time, the waiter put the beer on the table and said that here was their order. The first friend exclaimed that they would drink. The second friend held the glass forward with a smile and said that with alcohol the conversation would be very easy. Kwon Yuri took the glass of alcohol in her hands and began to drink it. Sometime later at Kwon Kanwoo's house, Kwon Yuri was breathing heavily. Her face was red. Someone asked her a question, is everything okay? Cashin Lee threw his arm over his shoulder and helped her get into the room. He asked her why she drank so much. Kwon Yuri asked who drank. She replied with a hiccup that she was very sober. Cashin Lee did not answer and remained silent. Kwon Yuri placed her palms on his face and said with a sincere smile that her Kanwoo had grown up so beautiful. Moros looked at her and assumed that she was completely drunk. A moment later, Kwon Yuri was lying in bed with her head on her side. She said that he was such a cute baby when he ran after her everywhere as a child. Cashin Lee and Moros looked at her in surprise. Kwon Yuri said sleepily, she still cannot get used to the fact that he is already quite an adult. She added more quietly that he was no longer a boy, but a man. Cashin Lee remembered Jeff's question, when did he grow so big? He looked down thoughtfully and sadly. Cashin Lee covered the sleeping Kwon Yuri. He looked at her again, saying nothing. Some time later. It's morning. Kwon Yuri walked around the room. She raised her hands up and said with pain at her head. She added regretfully that she drank too much yesterday. Suddenly she looked questioningly at the table. On this lay the food covered with a lid. Kwon Yuri took the note lying on it in her hands. She began to read the letter. Cashin Lee wrote that he made her hangover soup. He advised her to eat it with rice while it was warm. Then he asked her to rest. At the very end of the letter, he signed his name and added that he was not a baby. Cashin Lee, meanwhile, was running around on the training ground. Some time later at the airport, Cashin Lee stood next to Kwon Yuri, who advised him not to starve and that he should eat 3 times a day. She added that she would call him morning and evening, so he should pick up the phone. Kwon Yuri excitedly continued to explain to him to be careful, because there are so many terrible things happening in the world. Cashin Lee answered her with a warm smile so that she would not worry. Kwon Yuri indignantly asked him a question, but wouldn't he worry if he were in her place? She immediately said more calmly that he should call her if something happened. She added more quietly that she was very worried. Cashin Lee smiled and told her to call too. He added that he would fly to America immediately. Cashin Lee looked forward calmly and warmly. Kwon Yuri looked back at him with excitement and pride. Later she began to roll her suitcase and waving her hand said that she would call when she landed. After some time, the plane flew across the blue sky. Cashin Lee watched this. Meanwhile in Vilzone, someone began to explain that the fight is considered over when one of the parties declares a loss or is declared incompetent. The same voice began to explain that in general he needed to win 3 battles. He just didn't understand why he dressed up like that, because he would get dirty anyway. Cashin Lee listened to him carefully. The same voice added, even if he loses, there will be no punishment. Screwdriver rested his head on his hand and grinned, saying that he could challenge him if he wanted. Jwack noticed that it was very noisy here. She asked the question, maybe they will start already? Screwdriver looked down and smiled readily. He asked the question, is she ready yet? Jwack put her hand forward and said with a smile that of course they will begin. Moros looked at them and commanded Cash and Lee to get ready. He noticed that she looked strong. Cash and Lee calmly said that he could. Screwdriver looked at Jwack and asked the question, speed? Strength and endurance? He began to think further. Taking into account all these factors, he can be told that Jwack is a serious opponent. He looked at her again and said that she was a master of hand-to-hand combat, trained in combat sambo. Then he looked at Cutter and thought, this is an opponent who knows his strengths. Screwdriver continued to think further that the speed attack wouldn't work on her. He mentally decided and thought that, in general, Cash and Lee was in for a terrible start. Screwdriver smiled and said that they could. He looked at Cutter and thought it would be something to see. Screwdriver waved 2 fingers and exclaimed that they could begin. Jwack swung her barrel and quickly ran forward. She shouted, the faster they start, the faster they finish. Cash and Lee sent zigzag dark tentacles towards her. These were shadow shackles that completely encircled Jwack's entire body. Jwack looked at it puzzled and asked the question, what is this? Suddenly someone shouted from above. Jwack looked up, stunned, clenching her teeth tightly. She asked the question, where is he? Cutter meanwhile shouted that he was ahead. Jwack opened her eyes in shock. Cash and Lee hit her in the side with a sharp movement. The next moment, he hit her on the head with a swing of his leg. Screwdriver pressed his palm to his face and turned to the deity in shame. Cutter, Black Hand and Crush looked on in shock. Jwack, meanwhile, lay unconscious on the ground. Cash and Lee firmly said to go next. A dark aura emanated from his hand and he looked at everyone with a tenacious gaze. Jwack continued to unconsciously lie on the ground with her arms outstretched. Black Hand thought it was impossible. He looked at Cash and Lee. He clenched his teeth tightly and mentally began to think that Jwack was one of the most powerful villains in Villzone. Black Hand asked the question and he took her down in the first round? Cash and Lee looked to the side, moving his finger, and said to go next, because he didn't want to waste time. Black Hand irritably mentally asked the question, who is he? Cash and Lee asked the question again, who wanted to fight there? He told him to come out. Crush looked at him and said his name. Black Hand looked ahead tensely. Suddenly a spear began to fly rapidly from the side. Cash and Lee looked at the arrow stuck in the asphalt in front of him. Later, he looked up, looking dumbfounded. Red Eye stood on the roof and exclaimed that he would not confess because of one victory. He again reached out to the arrows and said that he was the best archer in Villzone. He challenged him to fight him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, among abandoned buildings, in the destroyed corridor with prison cells, someone said, he doesn't think this is so. The same voice added that they should not worry about Blood Rain. He added that they didn't expect anything special from him anyway. Barracuda turned around in his chair. Someone on the phone asked him a question, what about Villzone? Barracuda replied that it would break up very soon. He grinned and added that the chairman could rely on him. He crossed his legs while sitting on a chair and explained that he would definitely contribute to this. Meanwhile in Villzone, from the intense battle, stones scattered in all directions and bright light emanated. The first arrow flew towards the buildings. The second arrow, launched at the same speed, flew in the other direction from the buildings. Another arrow, right in the middle, quickly flew forward. Cash and Lee ran forward at a fast speed, trying to dodge the arrows. Moros warned him and said that he was still flying. Cash and Lee jumped straight into the wall of the building, trying to dodge the arrow. Later, he pushed himself off the wall with his feet. At that time, the arrow landed next to him, breaking through the wall. Suddenly someone shouted that he was caught. Cash and Lee looked to the side in surprise. Red Eye aimed the bowstring at him again and exclaimed that this was the end of his hunt. He immediately fired several arrows, which moved forward at high speed. Cash and Lee put his hand forward in fear. A moment later, dark energy began to spread in all directions. Many arrows hung in the air. Red Eye landed down. He scratched his head in confusion and asked the question, is that all? He said that he was not as cool as everyone said about him. Suddenly, a black shadow surrounded by a dark aura began to approach him. Red Eye tensed his whole body. Suddenly he noticed something strange. Cash and Lee ran towards him as fast as he could. He angrily waved his hand and exclaimed that it was he who had been the hunter all this time. Red Eye raised his palms up. He calmly said that he was giving up. Cash and Lee braked abruptly, lowering his hand down. He furiously asked the question, what? What did he say? Red Eye said that this is all, because he already caught him. Cash and Lee looked at him in shock. He asked the question, is he just giving up? He said quietly that he was an idiot and was annoying. Red Eye asked indignantly, idiot? He added that he said it sincerely. He immediately explained that he was very sincere. Red Eye reached out with his hand for the arrow and explained that if Screwdriver hadn't asked him, he wouldn't have come here. Meanwhile, a drone was flying in the air, carefully observing everything. Cash and Lee asked, Screwdriver asked? Red Eye replied that he did not want to be seriously injured in the test. He held out the box and told him to hold it. Cash and Lee began to look at it in surprise and asked the question, what is it? Red Eye began to explain that this is a desire suppression patch. He explained that all Vilzone villains have one. He poked his finger at his neck and explained that he should attach it behind his ear and it would have an effect. He added that it's flesh-colored, so it doesn't really stand out. Cash and Lee was stunned into silence. He looked at the patch in his hands and mentally thought, he knows that these were injected by the villain into prisoners in prisons, but in the form of patches. He asked with interest, who makes them? Red Eye announced that his final opponent is Black Hand. Cash and Lee frowned at him. Red Eye smiled and explained that he was mischievous and rude, but overall a good guy. He hopes they don't beat each other too badly. Cash and Lee began to remember Black Hand and asked the question with sarcasm, is it good? He asked again, in what place? Moros was stunned into silence. Black Hand, meanwhile, clenched his teeth angrily, looking forward. Crush looked up and asked the question, who does he think will win? He asked the question again, where did Screwdriver even go? He added that Crow. Cutter looked up and said that he now doubted their victory. He added that he is good in one-on-one battles. He assumed that Jwack was simply weaker than him, as a woman. Black Hand, meanwhile, opened his eyes in shock. Cutter said thoughtfully, he doesn't think the problem is gender. He began to think further that he still had enough power to turn it off in the first round. Black Hand turned on him furiously and shouted at him to stop already. He exclaimed that he was just lucky like all the idiots. Cutter asked him a question, does he really think it's just luck? Black Hand looked down thoughtfully. Crush said, what if so? He asked the question, if he is difficult to defeat one-on-one, then how about 3 against 1? Cutter thought thoughtfully that this was a good solution. Black Hand cursed and called him an idiot. He asked him a question, is he completely crazy? He asked, does he want to request a group attack? Suddenly someone asked again, group attack? Crush, Black Hand and Cutter turned to the side in surprise. Jwack rubbed her face with her palm and said that even a lion on a buffalo hunt calls on his friends for help. Black Hand grinned and said that she was completely fearless. He started punching himself in the chest and shouted that he would take him down in 1 round. He asked who she takes him for? He immediately swore and exclaimed that what a lion, because he is a great tiger who hunts alone. Crush annoyedly told him to calm down. Black Hand started waving his fist and shouted at him to shut up. He added that he was annoyed. Jwack looked down thoughtfully and said that she didn't come here to joke. She added that this is a test in name only. She explained that it was actually a trap for people like them. Jwack announced that she and Red Eye were serious about what they were saying to him. She continued to say that he is the one who will leave in the finale. She added that they were all here just to make that idiot look better compared to them. Black Hand froze in place, stunned. He furiously asked her the question, what kind of nonsense is she talking about? Jwack frowned threateningly and told him to listen to the end first. She heard Screwdriver talking at the bar. She asked a question and did he know what he said? Jwack explained that he wants this idiot to be the next boss of Vilzone. Black Hand, stunned, asked the question, what? Crush opened his eyes in shock. Black Hand shouted that this was complete nonsense. He asked if she knew how many people wanted this position? Jwack put her fist forward and explained that she was not alone there, so he could ask around. Black Hand introduced Screwdriver and thought it was impossible. He asked the question so that he would hand over this place to the idiot. Jwack, meanwhile, began to remember the battle with Cash and Lee and said that he was an idiot who didn't even know anything about local life. She clenched her fists angrily and through clenched teeth asked the question, how can they give the Vilzone to him? She asked, continuing to introduce Cash and Lee, he really can't believe Screwdriver is patronizing him? She exclaimed that this is not the Screwdriver they all know. Jwack said decisively that it was time for them all to decide. She exclaimed that they all needed to show this idiot where he belonged. Crush quietly asked, is it for them? Cutter repeated the question more loudly, to them? Jwack smiled menacingly. She pointed back with her thumb and explained that she had brought her friends. She added that the more people there are, the more fun they have. Meanwhile, elsewhere, The plane was flying across the night sky. The flight attendant rolled out a table with food. She wished someone bon appetit. Kwan Yuri thanked her. She looked at her watch and said thoughtfully that she still had a long way to go. She looked out the window longingly, picking up a fork. She thought about Kwan Kan-woo and wondered in her mind, is he eating well? Cashin Lee, meanwhile, took a bite of his burger. Red Eye handed him a sandwich in a plastic bag and explained that he should eat normal food, because then he will always be healthy. Cashin Lee remained silent gratefully. He took the sandwich in his hands and said quietly that it was good. He thought it tasted terrible. Moros asked him a question. Does he think he is up to something? Cashin Lee looked away disdainfully and said that Jeff always told him to be careful of those who are kind to him for no reason. Suddenly he heard someone approaching him. Cashin Lee turned to the side. He asked in surprise, Black Hand? Cashin Lee concluded that he was his next opponent. Black Hand exclaimed with a grim expression that he asked the question, what's his deal with Screwdriver? Cashin Lee looked at him with confusion and asked the question, in what sense? Black Hand began to shake with anger and asked the question, what did he do to him? Suddenly, Crush came up behind Cashin Lee, swinging his hammer. Cashin Lee froze in shock. He later jumped to the side, dodging the attack. Cashin Lee felt Cutter appear behind him, swinging the knife in his hands. Cashin Lee narrowed his eyes, shining a bright blue. The next moment, with a sharp movement, he hit Cutter in the chest, pushing him away from himself. Cutter began to fall back and mentally asked the question, counterattack in such a situation? He thought he really was amazing. Cutter braked with a sharp movement with his hand and foot, landing on the asphalt. Cashin Lee smiled smugly. He asked a question, they couldn't win the duel, so they attacked the three of them? He mockingly asked the question, did they decide to take by numbers and not by force? Cashin Lee looked to the side again, narrowing his eyes even further. A barrel began to fly at him. Cashin Lee jumped to the side with a sharp movement, trying to dodge it. He looked ahead with confusion. Later, he opened his eyes in shock. Jwack raised her fist and asked with a grin, is 3 not enough for him? She raised her elbow, looking forward with arrogance. Jwack hit him in the chest with a drunken lunge. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Screwdriver sat on the roof and said that this day was coming to an end. He took a sip of lemonade and asked how he was doing. Crow asked him who? She asked the question, is his favorite black duckling? Screwdriver asked in confusion, what? Black duckling? Crow explained that he was still very small. Screwdriver came to his senses and said that he didn't even have the name of the villain. He began to quietly ponder the name, asking the question, is it a sharp knife? Keen eyes? Crow replied that he was too interested in him, she was even jealous. She put her finger to his chin and said if he. Crow approached him and said, if he was so interested in her, then she would repay him for such interest. Screwdriver looked down thoughtfully and asked the question, so what villainous name should he come up with? Red Eye landed down and said that they were here. Screwdriver looked at him in surprise. Red Eye looked at them puzzled and asked if they were on a date. Screwdriver asked him a question in response, did he just return? He praised him and said that he had done a good job. Crow immediately angrily said that now he should leave as soon as possible. Later, she put her head on her hand resentfully and asked how their duckling was doing. Red Eye asked quietly, duckling? He asked the question, who is this? Screwdriver began to use his mask, activating many functions. Suddenly he turned to the deity in fear. Crow excitedly turned to him and asked the question, what is there? Screwdriver tried to study as much as possible with the help of a mask. This helped him to be transported to a completely different place. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Earth Dog sent a message. He asked the question in this, where is everyone? He added that he did not see them. They asked him, where is he himself? After some time, he was asked again why he didn't answer. Suddenly muffled sounds were heard from the side. The girl froze in surprise, looking warily at the phone screen. Then she looked to the side, noticing a bright glow among the destroyed houses. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Cashin Lee hit his back against the wall with all his might. He growled angrily, clenching his teeth tightly. Crush stood up to swing his hammer and yelled at him to try it. Cashin Lee, meanwhile, pushed off from the wall, rapidly moving forward. The next moment, he grabbed the handle of Crush's hammer. Cashin Lee took the hammer away, hitting Crush with it. Black Hand raised his fist and shouted that he was a freak. He began to use his power in a clenched fist and shouted at him to die. Cashin Lee quickly came from below, knocking him off his feet. He grabbed him by the hair, digging his nails in tightly. Cashin Lee tilted his head and looked menacingly. He began to swing his fist, calling on his energy. Lee hit Black Hand in the face with all his might, slamming him into the asphalt. Crush started running at him furiously and shouted that he was disgusting. Lee put his foot forward, pushing him in the opposite direction. He later turned back after noticing another strange movement. It was Jwack who swung her barrel with all her might, trying to hit him in the back. Lee pushed off from the asphalt. The next moment he began to fly directly above Jwack and grabbed her by the top of her hair. Jwack clenched her teeth angrily, looking ahead in shock. At this time, Lee's knee began to glow with his energy. He kicked Jwack straight on the head with all his might, knocking it back. Some time later, Lee stood still, beaming with energy. Crush, Black Hand, Jwack lay lifeless on the ground. Black Hand growled angrily. He narrowed his eyes, looking ahead with hatred. He thought he was a pompous idiot. He looked at Lee. Black Hand thought with irritation that he was too strong. Black Hand put his hand on his forehead and irritably asked a question in his head. How can you lose to this idiot? Crush, meanwhile, looked around tiredly and honestly admitted that he thought that he was already finished. Later he looked at Black Hand and asked the question, is he alive? Black Hand, meanwhile, cursed desperately. He looked at Lee and mentally asked the question, where did this monster even come from? Lee frowned and looked coolly to the side. He noticed how Pointer grinned and said that he was unusual. Hammerboy said that it's even more interesting for them to hunt. Moro's thought, puzzled, that there were more and more of them. Lee decisively said that it was time for him to put an end to these midges. Pointer asked him a question. What? He asked, midges? He shouted that he was a freak. Lee opened his eyes wide, trying to look at everything as carefully as possible. Pointer moved, taking a step forward. He later stopped, looking at Lee angrily. Iron Mask quickly ran forward and shouted for them to leave it to him. Pointer looked back in shock. Iron Mask shouted that the defender of order was entering the battle. He pushed off the ground, jumping high. He flexed his arm, narrowed his eyes, and looked ahead. Iron Mask began to move forward with great speed and exclaimed that he would administer justice in the name of Vilzone. Lee turned sharply to the side, eyes widening in shock. Iron Mask broke the wall. As a result, stones began to fly in all directions. Lee clenched his teeth tightly and, looking back, asked the question, what is this? Moros followed him with the same surprise. Hammerboy, meanwhile, swung his hammer. With his other hand, he thrust a large iron thing forward, resembling a bullet. Hammerboy knocked it away with a hammer. He used a hammer blow. The bullet began to fly forward at high speed. Lee dodged it with a sharp movement. He began to move from side to side, trying to dodge the pain. Lee later approached Pointer and Hammerboy. Hammerboy yelled at Pointer to move away. Pointer exclaimed with a caustic smile that he should not dare to order him. He began to spin the spear, making it fiery. He exclaimed, he will show him what real fire is. Lee swung his palm, which began to glow with a blue aura. Pointer gritted his teeth and looked ahead. Lee at this time directed a large cluster of dark fire directly at him. Pointer continued to twirl his spear with a growl. Hammerboy mentally asked the question, where did he get this power from? Crush tried to get up and asked a dumbfounded question, is he really an enlightened class? Suddenly, someone ran past him at fast speed. Jwack asked the question, what are they worth? She kicked Crush in the back with all her might and screamed at him not to waste time, but to attack. Crush started flying forward and called her crazy. Jwack, meanwhile, swung her barrel angrily. She threw it forward with all her might and screamed for him to die. Lee looked ahead with composure. In an instant, he swung his hand sharply, cutting the barrel in half. Meanwhile, someone pushed off the ground with a sharp movement, jumping. It was Crush, swinging his hammer. He flew straight at Lee, who spotted him. Lee grabbed the dark blade. The next moment he cut the handle that held the hammer. He used the knife of darkness. Crush looked on in shock as his hammer was cut in half. Lee meanwhile looked to the side, noticing another movement. He turned around with a sharp movement and hit Crush in the chest. Black Hand watched this in confusion and mentally cursed. He watched Lee fight and mentally asked the question, who is he? He exclaimed that he did not hesitate at all. Lee, meanwhile, hit Pointer in the face with all his might. Black Hand clenched his teeth angrily, shaking his whole body with anger, and mentally concluded, really? He introduced Lee in a large form, who was lowering his hand straight towards Jwack and the others. Black Hand mentally asked the question, are they really not hunting him, but he hunting them? Suddenly, Lee's legs began to be entwined by a creature. This began to deprive him of movement. Cash and Lee looked at this in shock. Suddenly someone shouted that they had finally caught it. Cash and Lee looked to the side, noticing Binder with tentacles coming from his hands. He grinned and exclaimed, he knew that he would fall into his net. Cash and Lee raised his fist, looked at the tentacle, and said, what is it? Binder at this time told him not to waste his time. He exclaimed that this cannot be broken. Binder began to explain that his networks connect not only the physical body, but also the intention and desire that appears in his head. He continued to explain that they both had the elements of darkness, so he didn't have to resist. Cash and Lee cursed and exclaimed that he couldn't move. He quietly suggested, asking the question, could it be poison? He noticed that his body was not listening. Binder smiled widely and said, let him watch how his own fear consumes him. He exclaimed through tightly clenched teeth that he should go to hell. Jwack and Pointer jumped up, approaching the immobilized Cash and Lee. One of them shouted that they needed to attack now. Some of them added that he should die. Pointer swung his spear and shouted for him to know their strength. Cash and Lee grabbed his spear sharply, holding it tightly. Pointer froze in shock. Cash and Lee looked at this angrily. Suddenly he felt something approaching him from behind. Someone shouted that for the sake of peace in Villezone. The same voice added that they need to get rid of the dirt. Iron Mask pushed Cash and Lee in the back with all his strength. He shouted what kind of justice this is. Jwack, meanwhile, with a victorious grin, began to raise her fist and solemnly exclaimed that these were excellent words. She screamed at him to get it. Jwack hit Cash and Lee in the stomach with all her might. Cash and Lee began coughing up blood, looking up in agony. At the same time, Crush approached him, hitting him in the body again. They all began to surround him and shouted for him to be beaten. They shouted, what else? Another one of them laughed solemnly and exclaimed that he should die. Cash and Lee looked up lifelessly. Black Hand hit him in the torso and angrily shouted for him to die. He called him weak. Loud laughter was heard everywhere. Later, Cash and Lee began to see only darkness in front of him. Someone asked him a question and that's it? Quan Kanwu looked forward defiantly. He asked the question, stealing his body, is that all he can do? He continued to say with venom that then it would be better if he died. The figures of Jwack and the others appeared before Cash and Lee's eyes. Cash and Lee clenched his teeth angrily. He began to see many fragments before his eyes. Cash and Lee thought he was. He slowly fell down from these moments. Cash and Lee thought it was him again. Suddenly, Jwack and Pointer looked at him, puzzled, making a strange sound. Jwack opened her eyes even more shocked. Cash and Lee looked at them angrily. His eyes and body shone with bright energy. Meanwhile, someone was rapidly approaching the Villezone buildings. It was Screwdriver, Red-Eye and Crow flying at high speed on a screwdriver. Crow asked the question, does he think he is overreacting? She looked ahead and said that it was unlikely that anything bad had happened there. Screwdriver replied that that would be good. He began to analyze again and said that it was better to check, because he did not need unnecessary sacrifices. Suddenly a loud sound was heard. Crow and Red-Eye looked ahead in shock. Screwdriver said in shock that everything was worse than he thought. He looked at the bright light among the destroyed houses. Screwdriver explained that something bad actually happened. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jwack began to cover herself with her hands from the dark energy and with incomprehension asked the question, what is this? Pointer also looked down with displeasure. Black Hand and Crush froze in place, stunned. Cash and Lee stood in front of them, completely glowing with dark energy. Binder shouted at everyone to stop being idle. Jwack looked at her. The next moment she began to swing her fist and shouted that they should not be afraid. She added that a little more and they would kill him. Cash and Lee narrowed his eyes angrily, looking to the side. The tentacles enveloping him began to disintegrate into small particles. Cash and Lee, meanwhile, swung his hand with all his might, finally breaking it. His energy began to destroy Binder's energy. Everyone else who was standing nearby began to fly to the side from the strong explosive attack among the stones that rose to the top. Jwack tried to turn around in the air, noticing a dark knife appearing in front of her. Black Hand looked stunned at another blade, which he was rapidly flying towards. These blades began to appear wherever possible. Cash and Lee stood in the middle of it, watching everything. Jwack clenched her teeth tightly and tried to get up. She looked forward with fear and panic, saying that he was crazy. Cash and Lee calmly said that he needed revenge. He said quietly that he was not ready. Later, he clenched his fists angrily and began to shout loudly, spreading his energy as much as possible, that he was not ready to die in this damned place. Screwdriver meanwhile landed on the roof. Crow asked a question, seeing the dark energy from below, is this their duckling? Screwdriver remained silent. He adjusted his mask, continuing to analyze, and said that his magic had exceeded 2,000 points. Crow asked in surprise, 2,000? Red-Eye exclaimed in shock that this couldn't be happening. He clenched his teeth tightly and began to think, if the magic exceeded 2,000, then it was already a catastrophic level. Crow raised her palm upward, on which the crows sat, and asked the question, what should I do? She didn't even know how they could stop him. Screwdriver remained thoughtfully silent. Later, small debris began to rise upward, accompanied by blue energy. Moros, meanwhile, turned to Cashin Lee. He called his name again and asked him to come to his senses. He asked the question, is he really that bad? Moros shouted at him to remember why they were here. Cashin Lee growled angrily. Moros shouted louder again for him to wake up. Screwdriver suddenly said happily that he had come to his senses. Moros called Cashin Lee's name questioningly. Cashin Lee looked thoughtfully in his direction, placing his hand on his face. He questioned with a smirk, did he really think he would lose control of himself forever? Cashin Lee pointed his hand at the patch and told him not to dare doubt it. Moros looked at this in shock. He thanked the red-eye patch. Cashin Lee stood irritably in place, saying nothing. Screwdriver adjusted his glasses with his index finger and assumed that he had come to his senses. Crow said that she was even sorry, because such a show was planned. She added that then they would see his true strength. Screwdriver twirled his fingers next to his glasses and brought it closer. He looked at Cashin Lee and thought that his mana points were back to normal. Screwdriver continued to watch him and asked the question, was it really a normal explosion? Moros worriedly asked the question, is he okay? Cashin Lee replied that he was just dizzy. Suddenly he noticed something strange and looked up. Cashin Lee asked the question to all the villains lying on the ground, do they want to continue fighting? Jwack gritted her teeth angrily and called him an idiot. Suddenly someone said that they were giving up. Black Hand stood up and repeated that they had lost. Jwack asked again, what? She exclaimed that he should speak for himself. She immediately added that she was not ready yet. Black Hand narrowed his eyes angrily and exclaimed that she was giving up too. Jwack squeezed something with her hands and exclaimed that she was still there. Black Hand, meanwhile, approached her and punched her in the face with all his might. He desperately shouted for her to stop. He grabbed her by the hair and pulled her towards him. Black Hand clenched his fist and asked her a question, is she so ashamed to admit defeat? Jwack looked at him in shock. Black Hand asked the question through clenched teeth, did she really have no pride left? Jwack looked at him displeased and called him an idiot. She made it clear that they would do just a little bit more. Black Hand turned back to Screwdriver and said that she would tell the boss about this. Jwack looked to the side, stunned. Suddenly she called Screwdriver's name. Screwdriver looked them over with all his eyes. Cashin Lee took a step forward. Screwdriver noticed that he had won. Cashin Lee looked down gloomily. Screwdriver congratulated him on passing the test. Cashin Lee looked up irritably. He asked the question, is he so happy? Screwdriver confirmed this and said that now he is definitely a real resident of Villezone. Cashin Lee said with a smile that then, since he is a full-fledged resident, he can rest here for a while. He fell straight into the arms of Screwdriver, who immediately grabbed him tightly. Cashin Lee closed his eyes, unconscious. Some time later, at Philadelphia National Airport, an American flag hung from the airport ceiling. Kwan Yuri wrote to Cashin Lee that she arrived. She asked the question if he was sleeping. Kwan Yuri rolled the suitcase again and thought that everything was fine. Kwan Yuri looked at the phone and then at the people with signs looking for a certain person. She suddenly made a sound of surprise upon noticing her name. Sean looked at him with a benevolent smile, holding a sheet of paper with the name Kwan Yuri in his hands. Some time later, Kwan Yuri thanked him for coming to meet her personally. Sean told her that she could call him by his first name. He asked her if she would like to come and inspect the new house first. Kwan Yuri replied that of course. She thanked him. Sean replied, confused, that this was his responsibility. Kwan Yuri thoughtfully asked the question, what kind of person is the manager? Sean replied that he was great. He explained that he loved his job. Sean began to say further that he went on a business trip and would return in 10 days. Kwan Yuri replied that she understood. Sean told her with a smile that if there is something interesting, then she should not be shy and ask. Kwan Yuri thanked him for his concern. She immediately smiled kindly and promised that she would work hard. Meanwhile, a lot of time ago in the orphanage, someone said that he would also become a psyker. Jeff pressed his hand to his chin and looked thoughtfully to the side, remaining silent. Later he smiled and asked the question, isn't he a cool villain? Cashin Lee answered him that these were dreams from his distant childhood. Jeff thoughtfully called his name. He looked at the daisies blooming next to the stone wall. Cash and Lee began to listen questioningly. Jeff asked him a question: why does he want to become a psyker? Cash and Lee began to punch the void with his fists and exclaimed, "This is in order to be on the side of good." Jeff laughed and said that he still thinks like a child. Cash and Lee asked a question with offense: will he explain why? Jeff told him to listen carefully. Cash and Lee froze in place, straightening his t-shirt. He made a thoughtful sound. Jeff, meanwhile, said that not all psychers are on the side of good. Cash and Lee asked in confusion, "How is this?" He asked a question: are they fighting the villains? Jeff answered honestly that he didn't know. Cash and Lee asked him the question: who is on the side of good then? He asked, "Is he not a villain?" Jeff made a thoughtful sound as he looked at the sunset sky and the falling leaves. He looked down sadly. Jeff said thoughtfully, "This will be the one who fights for universal peace." Cash and Lee looked at him in surprise and remained silent. Jeff patted him on the head and told him to appreciate what he has. He began to talk further in an advising voice: let him remember that good will not always be what it seems. He continued to pat him on the head and added that let him become a person who will do everything right. Jeff smiled supportively. Cash and Lee gradually began to return from his memories. Suddenly someone called him very loudly. Cash and Lee immediately opened his eyes, looking forward. He saw the ceiling, well lit. Later he looked down where there were many tools and boxes lying around. Cash and Lee stood up on the old sofa and asked the question: where is he? He tiredly began to rub his head with his hand. Moros thought that he had finally woken up. Cash and Lee asked him a question: did he call him? Moros looked at him in surprise. Suddenly someone made a cheerful sound. Cash and Lee looked in that direction. Screwdriver said he thought he was sleeping. Cash and Lee began to lower his hand down. Screwdriver smiled in greeting. Cash and Lee continued to remain thoughtfully silent. Meanwhile, to the Lampa's office in Korea. Kim Woo-chan walked along the corridor among people quietly communicating with each other. He knocked on the door. Kim Woo-chan congratulated someone on being discharged from the hospital. Lee Dun froze in place and said nothing. He was reaching for the sword. Kim Woo-chan turned on the light with one touch of his fingers. He asked the question: what is he doing here in the dark? Lee Dun continued to look for something on the floor and remained silent. Kim Woo-chan called his name questioningly. Lee Dun, meanwhile, turned to him with disappointment. He added that his sword. He held it up and began to cry desperately, shouting that his expensive sword no longer worked. Kim Woo-chan asked confusedly, "What does he mean?" Lee Dun desperately continued to scream that it was as if she had lost her soul. He shouted desperately that the life energy had left it. Kim Woo-chan said confused, "He doesn't understand what he's talking about." He said that he was sure. Lee Dun desperately continued to shout that the vile blood rain had done something to this. He continued to desperately look at his sword and exclaimed that this was his fate. Kim Woo-chan continued to silently watch him with regret. Lee Dun, meanwhile, exclaimed that he would pay for this. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone said that this is the best bar in Villezone. Screwdriver held a glass of drink in his hands and congratulated Cash and Lee on passing the test and his appointment. Cash and Lee asked him a question: couldn't they go somewhere else? Screwdriver exclaimed offendedly that he needed to help a friend with sales. He immediately remembered something and said that he had already punished everyone involved in the incident during testing. He hopes this will be enough. Cash and Lee began to thoughtfully recall fragments from the battle and looked at the glass of drink. Screwdriver said that at the expense of the establishment. In front of him was a plate filled with meat and boiled potatoes. Cash and Lee looked at this thoughtfully. He asked the question: are they so generous to everyone here? Yu Jiha extended his palm forward and said with a smile that he had become the new boss. He explained that he needed to congratulate him somehow. Cash and Lee asked again, "The new boss?" He said it was funny. Screwdriver raised his hand and asked for another orange cocktail. He later said that he had completely surpassed everyone else. Cash and Lee asked again, "Even him?" Screwdriver jokingly replied that he would give up in advance. Cash and Lee repeated dissatisfiedly, "He does not want to become one." Yu Jiha nodded his head and told the waiter to better bring the new boss a better steak. The waiter turned his head to the side in surprise and asked what we were talking about. Screwdriver replied that they were given a salary, so he wouldn't have a problem. Cash and Lee displeasedly asked him a question: is he his employer? Screwdriver told him to call him whatever he wanted. It was only important to him that the position of boss in Villezone was taken by such a strong, charismatic leader like him. Screwdriver asked a question: does he think that the local residents will simply agree to follow him? Cash and Lee thoughtfully looked down at the cocktail and said that it would be unnecessary for them. Screwdriver replied that they would change their minds. He put his hands behind his head and said the main thing was that he believed in him. He added that his opinion would remain this way for a long time. Screwdriver said again that this would be the right thing to do. Cashin Lee suddenly opened his eyes in shock. He mentally asked the question, who is on the side of good then? He remembered Jeff's words and asked the question, isn't he fighting for a just cause? He began to mentally reason further that a just cause was not always what he thought it was. He once again thought in his mind to never stop striving to become a good person. Cashin Lee put down the glass of cocktail. Screwdriver asked him a question, he doesn't have a villainous name? He put his index finger forward and said that they would call him Black Duckling. Screwdriver began to say what else he was thinking. Cashin Lee suddenly announced that his name was Cashin. Screwdriver fell silent, stunned. Ujiha opened his eyes in surprise, looking forward. He looked at Cashin Lee's hands and thought that such a top-class psyker no longer existed. He began to think further that the name Cashin now belongs to a villain who is wreaking revenge. Cashin Lee, meanwhile, stood up, looking around, and said that his villainous name was Cashin. Having climbed onto the roof of one of the buildings in Villezone, Cashin Lee saw a plane flying right above him, and Moros immediately asked if he was worried about his sister. He did not answer the question, but noted that he hoped nothing bad would happen to her. Then it shared that it wanted to ask something, is the guy aiming to settle in Villezone to improve his skills? Cashin nodded and admitted in a soft voice that this was a great place. Besides, his strong comrades will be nearby. But he himself cannot lag behind them. The more effort he puts in, the stronger he will become. And if he also uses his abilities more often, he will be able to control them better. Lampas have eyes everywhere, so Villezone is the best place to train. It is possible that, thanks to his potential, he managed to gain 2 powers at once, which no one had previously succeeded in doing. Stretching his hand up as if trying to touch the sun's rays, Cashin Lee suggested that if he used all his skills correctly, his revenge would be fulfilled perfectly. Moro's voice rang out, then they can move on to searching for the sword of destruction that Jeff was looking for. There was a hesitation, and after exchanging glances with him, it clarified, did he forget, or what? But then returning to the contemplation of the view in front of him, Cashin, despite the external tension, thought with relief that he had indeed become the boss of Villezone. At the Kadam District Girls' High School, in Class 2-1, the voices of female students could be heard everywhere, which attracted the attention of Kim Nien. She approached her classmates and asked what they were watching. One of them, handing her the phone, explained that this was news about Villezone in their area. As soon as Nien saw a photo of Cashin Lee, she immediately realized it was him. The girls noted that their new boss. He's scary as hell. But one of the students reminded him with a smile that Kim Nien's big brother could easily catch him, so they shouldn't be afraid. The others immediately agreed with this, right? He will do it the way he caught that killer, Blood Rain. He is cool. However, all this time Nien herself was silent, staring at the image of Cashin, trying to understand, is he the boss of Villezone? At that time, there, on one of the streets, loud exclamations were heard, no! He doesn't like it. The Black Hand was indignant, looking at the rating of the villains of Villezone of the Kadam district. On the list of those you shouldn't encounter, the first place was the janitor, the second place was the Iron Mask, the third place was Screwdriver, the fourth place was the Crow, the fifth place was Cashin. He almost flew into a rage, shouting loudly, who made this stupid rating? However, Crush calmly asked that he was angry because he didn't get there, right? The Black Hand insisted, but no. What about himself anyway? Crush, smiling contentedly, explained that he was listed in 6th place. The Black Hand remembered again. He says that this rating is complete nonsense. In his support, the voice of Cutter was heard, who said that he agreed. The Black Hand, turning to him, repeated, this is complete nonsense. In addition to this, the Cutter, looking at a photograph of Cashin Lee, asked why this guy chose this particular nickname for himself. Crush, rubbing his chin, chuckled, this is interesting. The Black Hand again could not restrain himself, exclaiming, what difference does it make to him? He explained that the name belonged to one of the best psychers. The Black Hand immediately began to clarify in bewilderment, a psycher? Who else is this? Crush clarified contemptuously, he doesn't understand anything at all, right? But he didn't stop screaming, why does he even need to know all the psychers by name? And he generally infuriates him, so now he will hit him. Cutter, stopping their argument, explained that this guy had recently died. This made a Black Hand impression, which is why he asked more calmly, what? He explained that he was killed for the murder of a colleague. Then Crush again suggested, maybe it's all because of superstition? Another question was heard, Black Hand, superstition? Cutter said that if the villain takes the name of a dead psyker, he will have new powers. But he exhaled heavily and noted in disbelief, "What kind of nonsense is this? Only a moron would do that." But Crush explained that many people do this, even in Vilzone. The Black Hand added mockingly, "Do a lot of idiots do this?" He, looking at him as if he was preparing to tear out his tongue, replied that one more word and he would be finished. Cutter had to stop them again, asking them not to quarrel. They had already been punished, they should stop. But then he himself wondered if their boss had chosen this name by chance? Or will he really be able to gain new power? At the same time, Cashin Lee himself was in the training room in the basement in Vilzone. Slapping his wet feet on the floor, he left the bathroom, and releasing thick steam from the room, he noted that he had finally refreshed himself. Moros praised him for training much more than usual today. Will his body survive? Cashin calmed him down, explaining that he didn't have to worry, he was only doing what he could. Besides, his business is much stronger than before. After that explosion it changed. Moros did not comment on this, when suddenly someone knocked on the door and Screwdriver's voice was heard. "Is he there? Can I come in?" But Cashin Lee warned him that he should wait, he was already on his way. It alarmingly reminded him that he was out of shape. But soon both of them, dressed in uniforms, walked along the corridor. Screwdriver politely asked if he trains all day long, but Cashin sternly asked him to get straight to the point. Then he announced that a meeting would be held soon. Cashin Lee clarified with some reluctance, "Is his presence mandatory?" Screwdriver confirmed this, "Of course, he's the boss." Further, Cashin asked why it was being held. He shared the news: the prisoners escaped from the punishment cell. Escape is a problem, of course, but they are surely moving in the same direction, which they suspect. By this time, in the Buxton district of Vilzone, in one of the next abandoned buildings, the voice of Barracuda, who was a villain with rank S, was heard. He also belonged to the striker class and had the skill of fossils. They failed the task and barely survived. They had the courage to come here still enough. They are traitors. Pointer and Jwack shyly lowered their eyes to the floor, and the elegant girl in the mask reminded, by the way, that their Vilzone leader had changed. Now Screwdriver, the annoying idiot, is no longer a problem. Barracuda announced that he was giving them a week to make sure that the entire Kadam region belonged to him. At the beginning of the meeting, Screwdriver took the opening speech. About 400 people live in the Kadam region. Of these, only 100 are villains. The rest are simply homeless or rejected by society. Although they get along together, such life is far from ordinary. They checked the trackers of those escaping from the punishment cell. All of them are located in the Buxton area. Cashin Lee continued thoughtfully, "And so there are 4 districts with Vilzones. Why did they choose this one?" He noted that they had a conflict. Cashin immediately clarified that they did not share. Screwdriver, projecting an image with the help of glasses, said that they wanted to unite, but did not understand his words that they did not need it. Cashin Lee, looking at the hologram, clarified, "Is this the boss of Vilzone Buxton, Barracuda?" He confirmed it, he is the one. Red Eye also described him, he is an S-class villain, and has a very aggressive and cunning personality. Cashin tensed, repeating S-class? But Screwdriver, on the contrary, said with a bit of laughter, "So what? He can't defeat them. The only thing he can be proud of is his brass knuckles. They say it has magic crystals." This also stuck in Cashin Lee's thoughts. With the magic crystals? Red Eye, alarmed, reminded that Buxton outnumbered them. Although that's not the point, they have a lot of top-class villains. If they want to attack. But Screwdriver did not let him finish, firmly explaining that no matter how strong they were, they would not attack without confidence in victory. The Crow, who had been sitting silently before, finally suggested then they should take away their confidence. For example, they can show that all the villains in their Vilzone can easily get out of control. This way they will show how freedom-loving they are and how difficult it is to control them. He chuckled thoughtfully and said that this had never happened before. They can try, the main thing is that it doesn't look too forced. Plus they have a secret weapon. But seeing that, Cashin Lee got up from the table and headed towards the exit. Screwdriver asked in confusion where he was going. Cashin casually replied that he was going home. Then he added that the meeting was not over yet. However, Cashin Lee coldly explained that he had exams soon, and it was time for him to start studying. Screwdriver had no choice but to let him go, saying okay, he can go. The Crow repeated with a smile, "Studying?" The next day, Kim Woo-chan was sitting in one of the coffee shops, and rather sadly asked his interlocutor, "They meet once every 6 months, does he think this is normal?" Psyker in training, Seo Jiho, whose rank had not yet been determined, but had the support class and the psychokinesis skill, replied that the problem was small. Then Woo-chan hintedly added that he did not ignore his calls. Jiho recalled that he didn't try to call first either. It's already autumn. Graduation is coming soon. What are his plans for the future? Kim Woo-chan, not understanding what this means, clarified, "What do you mean?" Seo Jiho calmly explained, "Will he continue to advance as a psyker or will he go to study?" Woo-chan, as always, not paying attention to the girl's admiring glances, admitted that he doesn't know yet. He would like to try himself in different areas and gain life experience. Jiho then said that he should not have chosen a regular high school, but went to a special training campus for psychers, as his father wished. Having said this, he noticed that Kim Woo-chan's gaze grew heavier, but still continued if he, like his parent, became an S-class psyker. But Woo-chan abruptly interrupted him, explaining that he was not ready. Only 30 people worldwide hold this title. His goal is to become one of them. Then he can take revenge on him. Seo Jiho fell silent for a while, but then still tried to insist again, noting that top-class psychers are usually very strong in themselves, and their abilities are well developed. A simple support like him cannot reach such a level. However, Kim Woo-chan, in turn, also recalled that among the supports there is a top-class psyker. This did not convince Jiho, and grinning, he added, "Yes, just one person. But if he doesn't succeed, then Woo-chan's chances are much higher." He caught the villain Blood Rain. This is amazing. Kim Woo-chan himself, once again remembering how everything really was, did not answer anything to this, while Seo Jiho continued, "Everyone at school is trying to imitate him." Woo-chan wanted to answer something, but he was distracted by a notification that came to his phone, and taking the gadget in his hands, he said that his sister wants to meet. Will he go with him? Jiho, embarrassed, clarified, "Nian?" Kim Woo-chan noted out loud that he had not seen her for a long time. "What?" Seo Jiho quietly replied that it was okay, everything was fine. At the same time, Cash and Lee walked right past the coffee shop, and when Moros asked him where they were going, he replied that he needed to buy a book. In Villezone, Buxton District, along the corridor of the Carter, whose outer walls were covered with mold, there was no glass at all. A barracuda walked with measured steps, echoing the hum in the walls. Smiling widely, one of the prisoners who heard him hummed, "Toys, his cute toys. Where did they hide his treasures? Do they want to play hide and seek?" As soon as Barracuda entered his cell and clicked the metal door, the guy immediately asked who he was. "Has he seen his toys?" He confidently replied that he hid them. The prisoner, licking his dry lips, clarified, "Did he hide them? For such games he will have to live his life." But then Barracuda promised that he would give him new toys. And when he looked at the prisoner's face, taking him by the chin, the guy asked, "New ones? Which?" Barracuda explained that they are in Villezone, Kadam district. The prisoner chuckled and repeated, "Kadam? There is his homeland." He asked if he remembered Screwdriver. The guy replied that he was the big boss there. This is his friend, whose eyes he really wants to tear out. But Barracuda, pulling his hand away from him, said that he was no longer the boss. This made the prisoner continue to laugh. And when the belts and chains holding him down fell onto the concrete floor, Barracuda ordered him to go there. Interesting toys were already waiting for him. Hearing this, the guy finally took off the blindfold on his own and did not stop smiling. Next to a large shopping center with bright signs, the loud, joyful voice of Kim Nian, Min Young rang out. "She is here." Coming closer, she added that her friend had arrived early. Did she have to wait long? But Min Young replied that she also just came up. Then Nian noted in surprise that she was surprised that she called from a new number. She explained this by saying that after being discharged from the hospital she changed it. She wants to forget about everything. Soon they were walking along the sidewalk, talking. Min Young asked where her brother was. Kim Nian explained that he was at a bookstore, and they agreed to meet there. Suddenly Min Young stopped and handed her a small package, saying, "Here, this is a gift." Nian, looking inside, asked why. Min Young, blushing with embarrassment, said that it was to thank her. There were quite a lot of people in the store. Kim Nian was holding a book in her hands and was breathing loudly. Min Young, without hiding her bewilderment, asked what she was doing. Nian happily replied that she smells the new books, she loves their smell. Then Min Young, looking at the book she was holding in her hands, asked in confusion, "Really?" Suddenly Kim Nian almost ran to the shelves, shouting at her to tell Min Young to wait here, she wants to buy one book. But on the contrary, she was scared and asked to go together. Coming closer, Min Young clarified what kind of book she was looking for. Nian replied that she needed a cookbook. Her brother was thinking about buying it, but it's not sold online. Right in front of them was a poster with this very book called Korean Cuisine, Dishes That Even a Child Can Cook. It was the bestseller of the year, and was released in limited edition. But Min Young repeated with a grain of disbelief, "A cooking book for Woo-chan?" Kim Nian, carefully looking through the spines of all editions, briefly confirmed this, yes. Finally she exclaimed joyfully that she had found it. But as soon as Nian extended his hand in the direction of the book, someone grabbed it faster at the very last moment. Kim Nian was immediately indignant. No, she was the first to take it. But in response a familiar voice was heard, which surprised her, didn't it? It's in his hands. Cashin Lee also looked away and was puzzled. Nian, looking at him, remembered where she saw him. Cashin also noted to himself, then it was her, and everything was fine with that girl behind. Then, handing the book back to Kim Nian, he told her to take it. Although she obeyed him, she still looked after him for a long time. Moros immediately warned Cashin Lee that he was not going to help him with cooking tomorrow. But he just answered irritably, it's okay. Now he'll ask the employee if there's anything else in the warehouse. An Min Young finally asked, does she know? However, Nian remained silent. In the center of the slot machines, Oppa, crushing the device with his blows, exclaimed, this cannot be. From the first blow? The brunette grinned and said that he was an idiot. Ki-hun finally said how bored he is, he yearns for the old days. The guy, even confused, clarified, what again? But suddenly they heard an unfamiliar voice, was the boy bored? Do they want him to cheer them up? All three jumped to their feet and shouted, who the heck is he? The mysterious guy, showing a box tied with a bow, added that he had brought them a gift. They are so cute, he needs to be settled. Why are they afraid? But Ki-hun continued to question while others were trembling. Afraid, is he a villain? The guy continued as if he wasn't listening to them, they don't want to. They may turn out to be. Ki-hun immediately shouted that he was refusing. Then the villain, hovering over his head, said that there is nothing fun in refusals. The next moment, putting the box on Ki-hun's head, Guy shouted that it was time for gifts, and added that he was sure they would like it. The rest of the students shook in horror, and a frightening grimace appeared on one side of the box. A rank 8 puppeteer, who had the generator class and the chaos skill, explained, the boys should see this, he became his toy. They should play him too. The bookstore was gradually emptying, when suddenly Kim Nian, finally seeing Wu Chan, loudly called him, brother. They are here. He came closer together with the embarrassed Seo Jiho and asked why they were here. They could go to a cafe. Then Nian replied that she wanted to buy a book. And taking it out, she explained, look, he was looking for it. Picking up Kim Woo-chan's book, he noted that she shouldn't have done this, but he is grateful. Jiho said in confusion that he had never seen anyone give books on cooking as a gift before. Wu-chan finally paid attention to An Min-young, asking if she is already better. They, in a quiet voice and with red cheeks, answered what? Yes, everything is fine. But Kim Nian, holding out another package to Kim Woo-chan, boldly exclaimed, exactly. This is for him from Min-young. And while she thanked him for saving her, Nian herself turned back, where she heard the store employee apologize to Cashin Lee, he's sorry. This book remains in a single copy, there are no others like it. He was noticeably upset, but suddenly everyone who was in the room was attracted by the incomprehensible noise of the shaking glass doors. Only a few moments passed when someone shouted for everyone to lie down. The very next moment, shards of glass filled the space everywhere, and some shelves with books fell on the floor. Kim Woo-chan, covering for Nian, couldn't understand what happened. Among the de-energized store, a silhouette appeared that belonged to the monster. In a half-abandoned apartment in Villezone, Screwdriver, as always, was fixing something, sitting on the couch, while saying that the exams would definitely keep the boss busy for a while. Suddenly the broadcast on the TV was interrupted by breaking news, where the anchor announced that right now they were informed that it seems that people in gift boxes have appeared in the Kadam shopping area. The police suspect that this is the work of a villain. They will now contact their reporter on the scene. He immediately stopped and repeated in surprise. People in boxes? A crow appeared behind and asked, what are they talking about? But when creepy footage of zombified people appeared on the TV screen, she immediately noted that it seemed that this was the man who escaped 3 years ago. The bookstore was filled with roaring sounds. The monster stood and did not move, but at the same time watching what was happening around. Seo Jiho gritted his teeth and said, what's going on? Is this the villain? Wu-chan didn't respond, when suddenly the box on the man's head shook and suddenly opened, pouring out confetti along with various toys, which immediately rushed to attack. Kim Woo-chan started fighting with a toy monkey, while Jiho took on a teddy bear. Kim Nian, who was standing behind, looked to the side and saw a large green fish approaching her, causing her to squeal in fear. But the very next moment the toy was knocked out of the way by Cashin Lee, who defeated it with a simple blow from the book. She stammered a thank you, but he didn't say anything. Having looked closely at how the silhouette of the fish blurred, Cashin wondered if this was really a toy. Suddenly the monster growled again, and a long tongue appeared from the box. Seo Jiho immediately asked everyone else to be careful. Something might come out of the boxes again. Then Wu-chan, activating his fire abilities, announced that he would neutralize him, and he should cover the others. Jiho only briefly replied that he understood everything. Directing the fiery stream forward, Kim Wu-chan thought only that he must destroy all the villains. But then Cashin Lee screamed loudly, "He must stop! He wants to kill a person?" Wu-chan turned around and looked at him in confusion, and he explained that this man was being controlled. He is just a puppet in the hands of the villains. Now even Seo Jiho stopped and asked, "What? Puppet?" At the same time, he wondered how this guy knew such information. Cashin remembered the words that Tufan Schiller had once told him and repeated them. For all psychers, the safety of civilians is paramount. They must consider what is happening from different angles and only then act. Kim Wu-chan, still not moving, wondered how this guy knew their rules. When suddenly Cashin Lee shouted at him, why was he staring at him? He must look ahead. There was already a monster's fist right in front of Wu-chan's face, but he managed to dodge it at the very last moment. Jiho also asked her not to touch the person. With these words, he activated his skill, and now, running into battle, he noted to himself that if he is not a villain, but a controlled person, then he should try something. Stretching both arms forward, Seo Jiho cast a restoration spell on the victim, when suddenly he, engulfed in a bright radiance, stopped and fell to the floor, unconscious. When the box itself almost dissolved, Jiho clarified with hope, did he succeed? An Min-young could not restrain herself, and immediately shouted to him that he was very cool. Cashin Lee, coming closer, called the others to see that this was an ordinary person, as he said. Further he saw that it was Ki-hun. Seo Jiho exclaimed with joy that his powers had returned this guy's real appearance. Kim Neon immediately agreed, yes. But when she saw Cashin throw a book at Ki-hun's face, she screamed irritably, what is he doing? Kim Wu-chan, who was standing aside at the time, was both worried and disappointed. Black columns of smoke could be seen everywhere in the city. Monsters filled the streets, attacking ordinary people along with toys. Looking at what was happening from the roof of a tall building, the puppeteer laughed joyfully, saying that now he sees that everyone is delighted. Suddenly he felt something, he added, someone had hurt his toy. He should punish them. He will find these guys. But someone answered him sharply that he would not find anyone. Puppeteer was surprised at first, but turning around, he enthusiastically added, screwdriver? He noted that he had warned him that if he came into their area again, he would not leave him alone. But the puppeteer in response to this only laughed, opening his ugly huge mouth, and exclaimed how funny he was. Does he expect to intimidate him with his babble? Then, like a little child sticking out his tongue, the puppeteer began to repeat, he is so happy. He's so happy. He is terribly happy about their next meeting. His eyes are brilliant and beautiful, he will scratch them out with his own hands. When the puppeteer rushed to attack, still laughing, Screwdriver got ready and deftly hit him on the back with a huge screwdriver. After that he froze, just like the puppeteer. But then Screwdriver unexpectedly happily noted how annoying he was. He is not at all happy about their meeting, it infuriates him terribly. At the same time, in Seoul and Vilzone of the Buksan district, there was also news, where the presenter very seriously said that right now their correspondents were reporting a strange incident in the Kadam district. The police have already gone to the scene. Barracuda, sitting on a chair surrounded by his subordinates, noted that this is how things are. They need to prepare better for the opening so that the Kadam boys will enjoy it. Rockhand, who had a rank of A, belonged to the striker class and had the skill of fossils, tensed his biceps and asked menacingly, can't they just destroy them? But this was followed by a sly laugh from the Ice Devil, whose rank was a minus. He belonged to the enlightened class and had the cold skill. While building an ice tower, the devil noted that he agreed if they let him freeze them all. Barracuda explained that they can do whatever they want, the main thing is that they should not touch Screwdriver, he will deal with this guy himself. Smoker, rank A and enlightened class, had the air skill. She cheerfully noted that he took the most delicious thing. Does it work to take care of the crow? She has been dreaming about a chicken for a long time. I wonder what crow will taste like. Another voice rang out, belonging to a black demon who had an A+ rank, belonged to the assassin class and had the darkness skill. He clarified, can he also choose a target? Barracuda allowed him to say, he wants someone who is also related to this mine. He admitted that he was interested in Cashin. Smoker noted that this was an unexpected statement. Barracuda also added that this is still the new boss of Vilzone. Well, that's up to him. The demon just thanked him. She also clarified what happened to the puppeteer. He explained that they only needed this man for the grand opening. In general, they could get rid of unnecessary ballast. Smoker commented on this, it's cruel. But Barracuda, grinning, happily noted that this time Vilzone Kadama would fall into his hands. Loud footsteps were heard on one of the streets of Seoul. The zombie ran ahead, accompanied by creepy toys, while people tried to escape from them. The suddenly distraught man was overtaken by a blue wave, forcing him to stop and gradually return to normal. Seo Jiho, who was running past with Kim Woo-chan, happily noted that they saved them. This one is already the third. Woo-chan explained that there will be more if they don't find the main culprit. Then Jiho, even stopping in place, repeated, "Stop, what? Do they need to find him? Is it dangerous? They have already informed headquarters, they just need to wait." But Kim Woo-chan insisted, the criminal could do something worse, they don't have time. Seo Jiho clarified, does he know the culprit? He explained that this was a puppeteer, a known psycho. He read about him in the Vilzone records of the Kadam district. He will do anything for his own pleasure. At the same time, on the other side of the street, Kashimli looked at the phone screen with puzzlement. Moros, seeing him, asked what happened. He said Screwdriver sent him a message. He writes that the villain, puppeteer, is behind what is happening. It assumed that apparently he was a dangerous guy, since everything had already been told about him. Cashin suggested that he seemed to be somewhere nearby. They need to get out of here quickly. Moros explained that there are too many people here. Then he replied that they would try to disappear unnoticed. But Kim Nian immediately stopped him, came up from behind and shouted, "Stop, where is he going?" Cashin Lee replied that he was going home. She said that now it's dangerous to walk alone, she might as well go with them. An Minyoung also added, yes, they are safe. Brother Nian is a good psyker. Moros stated that the plan to disappear unnoticed failed. Cashin agreed with him, thinking it was some kind of curse. But suddenly he saw how the puppeteer himself was about to land right on top of the girls. Then Cashin Lee shouted, and be careful. But the very next moment, grabbing them both, he jumped with them to the side. The other two psychers also heard a loud noise. Jiho, having managed to see out of the corner of his eye what happened, exclaimed, "What a speed!" Kim Woo-chan ran towards them and shouted in alarm, "Nian!" The puppeteer, blocking their way, announced that this is who is hurting his toys. This makes him very angry. Seo Jiho asked rather tiredly, "Is this the villain?" Woo-chan added, "Did he come to them himself?" He, still smiling, asked, "Do they know him?" He's glad. He needs to reward them. Then, lifting it into the box above his head and about to throw it in their direction, the puppeteer explained, "Here. This is a special gift for special guys. They should get it. It is very rare." However, Kim Woo-chan immediately launched an attack at him, which forced him to stop. But still, when the flash stopped, the puppeteer, sticking out his tongue at them, still threw the box from which a fish jumped out. It, puffing out its cheeks, released a stream of water as a response attack, which threw Woo-chan back. Kim Nian, scared for him, immediately exclaimed, "Brother!" He, finally crashing into the wall, looked forward, and again saw the puppeteer, who, approaching him, said hello. Then, laughing, he was going to put another box on his head. Kim Woo-chan clenched his teeth, cursed in his thoughts, when suddenly the phone crashed into the puppeteer's head. Turning around, he shouted displeasedly, "Who's stopping him from having fun?" But forgetting about his victim, he missed the moment when Woo-chan approached him again and punched him in the face, adding, "He deserved it." When the puppet rolled back head over heels, Kim Woo-chan also voiced his earlier thought he must wipe out the villains from the face of the earth. Finally seeing the phone on the ground, he realized it looked familiar. In fact, the gadget belonged to him. Cashin Lee, observing everything that was happening, clarified, "Did it see?" Moros only briefly answered, "Yes." Earlier, when Kim Nian threw the phone, he noticed how magical energy escaped from the tips of her finger, and mentally noted, she is not far from her brother. But then, they all suddenly came to their senses, as if on cue, "Where is the puppeteer?" At that moment he stood up, also attracting them with his laughter, and asked, "So which of them is bad here? They shouldn't have touched his toys at all. But it's okay. He has plenty of them." A breathless Lee Dun ran out of the Korean branch of Lampas, and as he walked, he apologized for urgently needing to go to the restroom. The woman who met him coldly noted, "Per Woo-chan, he must have suffered from a mentor like him." Dun, opening the car door, noted enthusiastically, "She has a new car." But the women only strictly ordered him to close his mouth and finally sit down. Soon they were racing along an empty highway until Ham Jisung, an A-rank plus psyker who belonged to the striker class and had the skill of physics, said that something had happened in the center of the Kadam region. This is a densely populated area. The longer they wait to resolve the incidents there, the more casualties there will be. Lee Dun, reading the information on the tablet screen, clarified, "Gift man? Has the puppeteer really shown up again?" She clarified irritably, "Did he just now realize it? By the way, his partner Kim Woo-chan is also there." Dun, hearing this, repeated in alarm, "Woo-chan? Is he alone at the scene?" Ji-sung explained that Seo Ji-ho was with him. Then Lee Dun said, taking out his phone, that he should call him and find out the situation. She also added that he should tell them to wait for them in a safe place. They don't have to take any more risks like they did with Blood Rain. She generally finds this case very strange. For 3 years nothing was heard from him, and then suddenly he showed up. He can't control himself, right? It's strange that he hid for so long and came when he was bored. Dun said he agrees, he doesn't think it's that simple. In general, something strange is happening in Ville zones all over the country, as if someone is deliberately provoking conflicts between them. But what is the benefit? Ham Ji-sung explained that whoever absorbs the rest of the Ville zones will benefit. Suddenly Lee Dun screamed in panic, "What's going on? Kim Woo-chan's phone doesn't work. What if Puppeteer did something?" She asked him to calm down and dial the number again. However, Dun continued to be hysterical. "He does it anyway. It can't be. His Woo-chan could have gotten hurt. What should he do?" Ji-sung yelled at him, "The fool should calm down." At this time, one of the drones belonging to Screwdriver froze right above the battle site. Puppeteer, laughing disgustingly, created more and more boxes, saying, "They will have fun all night until the guys are tired of playing to death." He then sent several angry gift boxes forward, but Kim Woo-chan deftly avoided them at first and smashed them, until after destroying one of the boxes, he released several colored anti-stress toys out. They immediately, like plasticine, began to fetter his hands, turning into bright spots. Puppeteer, coming closer during this time, noted that this unique item was intended especially for him. Very soon the guy will become his best toy. More and more parasites continued to stick to Woo-chan's body. Cashin Lee, unable to bear it, called out to Seo Ji-ho, "Why are the blue locks standing still? He must use his power on his comrade." Ji-ho nodded in agreement, and the puppeteer, hearing them, became wary. Seo Ji-ho once again used his recovery abilities to target Kim Woo-chan, truly helping him free himself from obsessive toys. Puppeteer, seeing this, was horrified and attacking Ji-ho, shouted, "No! He shouldn't dare touch his toys." However, Woo-chan knocked him out of the way, throwing him back and pushing him hard into the wall. Then he tried to strike a few more times, but the puppeteer was quicker, and approaching Kim Woo-chan, finally grabbed him by the neck, exclaiming, "He caught him! This is his super ultra rare item. Let the guy be honored to become his toy." The puppeteer laughed until a shadow blade appeared from the wall, followed by the same black vines that wrapped around his hands. Puppeteer was indignant, "What's going on?" At that moment Woo-chan swung his fist and punched him with all his might while he continued to scream, "Who dares touch his toys?" Kim Woo-chan added with delight, "He's a freak." The puppeteer launched a rather strong attack, and fell to the ground with a resounding thud and lost consciousness. Seo Ji-ho called out to Woo-chan in alarm, and as if he had come to his senses, he saw the last clumps of shadow disappear from his fingers. Then, seeing blades sticking out of the wall, Kim Woo-chan remembered who it belonged to. Screwdriver watched what was happening below from the roof of the building. Thoughtfully adjusting his glasses, he told himself that he would pretend he didn't see it. The next day, early in the morning, Woo-chan watched the news. The presenter said that yesterday afternoon an incident occurred in the area of the area. The villain and culprit behind the incident is confirmed to be Puppeteer, right? Ham Ji-sung, sitting opposite the man and giving an interview, confirmed this. Yes, because of him, many civilians were injured and the infrastructure of the area was destroyed. The presenters then asked whether crimes have become more frequent in the codes lately. What is the reason in her opinion? She responded that the Ville zones prove that all villains are socially adept to a certain extent. Also, cities that have Ville zones show lower levels of criminal incidents. All the villains responsible for the crimes were not members of the Ville zones, which proves the negative result of such an omission. He answered the men that everything was clear to him. Then what can she offer as a solution to this problem? Ji-sung noted that she thinks they should work on the Ville zone system. If it weren't for the psychers, everything could have ended in a more terrible tragedy. The man agreed with her, that's right. He heard that psychers Kim Woo-chan and Seo Ji-ho performed well in this battle. In general, Woo-chan is quite actively involved in many recent events. What does she think about this? Ham Ji-sung proudly said that he is a rising star in Lampa's career. Many would like to speed up his promotion. Further, Kim Woo-chan did not want to continue listening to her and turned off the TV. He remembered how yesterday Lee Dun, having finally met him, joyfully admitted that he was really proud to have him as his partner. He thinks that at this point his training can be considered successfully completed. Gritting his teeth, Wu-chan mentally cursed, no. What then, what now, he did it all. Why does the villain save people? What are his goals? What is he trying to achieve? Picking up the phone and opening the rating, Kim Wu-chan now knew that his nickname was Cashin. At the Vilzone office, Royal Gannett announced that they had problems. Via media, someone is encouraging to disband Vilzone in Kadam. Grinning, Screwdriver noted, let them just try. Royal supported him, saying that if this is the case, Vilzone in Buxton will not sit still. They will want to take them to themselves. Otto, who was sitting with them and passing them chocolate chip cookies, added that this was literally a declaration of war. Aroma, who was watching her, grinned. Screwdriver, again turning to Royal Gannett, asked what about the other Vilzones of Seoul? Are they silent? Royal sadly confirmed this, exactly. Apparently they are still monitoring the situation. But sooner or later they will come for them. Screwdriver stopped tapping the screwdriver on the table and leaned back, summing up. In other words, they all know that what happened was planned, and they were used as scapegoats. Does their Vilzone really seem so weak? Royal Gannett, not missing out on the opportunity to earn extra money, politely hinted that he was always ready to offer a helping hand. However, he announced that there were no options, he had to help them, but they also had a secret weapon. Royal, guessing that we were talking about their Cashin, asked why it was secret. Aroma noted that she could not find it even by smell. Screwdriver, looking at his watch, explained that their boss was currently busy with exams. So he doesn't have time yet. All three of them were very surprised when they heard the word exams. Cashin Lee was indeed at Kadam High School, and while walking on the roof of one of the buildings, he was simultaneously eating a sweet bun and talking to Kwan Yuri, telling her that he was doing great. He eats well and is in good health. However, she still exclaimed, how can she not worry about him? Only yesterday she saw what happened to them. Was he near the scene? Cashin, for her own peace of mind, lied that he was at home and preparing for exams. Yuri immediately asked again, exams? When they? He briefly explained that they would be there tomorrow. Then Kwan Yuri clarified, is he really a good student? He should try not to get bad grades. Cashin Lee promised that he would really try. Yuri kept talking non-stop, of course. His efforts are important. She wants to see great results. But noticing that Kim Wu-chan approached him, Cashin tried to quickly say goodbye to her, saying that he had to go, he would call her later. Kwan Yuri places to be indignant, agreed, good. She wishes him good luck in his exams. Finally, putting the phone in his pocket, Cashin Lee exchanged serious glances with Wu-chan. But finally Kim Wu-chan himself suggested that they should talk to Kwan Kam-woo. As evening fell, Hotel Vesperna was quiet. Yuri, walking down the corridor, thought out loud, her brother must be very worried. Maybe she should tell him where the stash is in the house. He must eat well. But someone suddenly called her. Turning around, she saw Sean walking towards her, who happily noted, here she is. He called her a lot of times. Kwan Yuri immediately apologized, explaining that she was talking on the phone. Did something happen during her absence? But he smiled and softly explained, no, nothing like that. It's just that their director returned from a business trip and said that they would like to see her in person. Yuri was puzzled by this news, and even clarified whether it was true. But soon, having reached the desired office, and opening the door, she asked permission to enter. On the opposite side of the room, looking out the large window, stood a long-haired man. Sean, leading Kwan Yuri inside, explained, as the director asked, this is their new manager. At that moment she thought with trepidation, is he the director? Finally, turning and coming closer, the man apologized for calling her so suddenly. Holding out his hand, he added, after all, it's already quite late. But he is glad to meet them, he would like to introduce himself. His name is Vincent. Cashin Lee directly asked what Wu-chan wanted to tell him. He, making an effort over himself, thanked him for yesterday. Without him, they all wouldn't have survived. Frowning, Cashin wondered, did he just come to say thank you? Kim Wu-chan also added that despite the danger of the situation, he helped at the risk of his own life. Kan-woo really acted like a psyker. And he has something else. With these words, Wu-chan handed him the package. Cashin Lee is tough, what made him think something? But Kim Wu-chan explained that it was his sister who asked me to tell him. This is as a thank you for your help. Cashin remained silent, then he, looking at him with a withering look, noted that he would say directly, this is the first time she gives a guy a gift, so he should accept it. Wu-chan hung the bag on Cashin Lee's hand, and after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned around and noted, by the way, yesterday he saw a guy in a black suit. But suddenly Kim Woo-chan stopped short, and again continued his way to the stairs, waving his hand at him, asking him to forget about it. He just wishes him good luck in the exam. As soon as Woo-chan left, Moros very interestedly asked what was in the package. Cashin, putting his hand inside, replied, "Now they will find out." But the very next moment he is surprised to see the very book that he had previously given to Nian. In Villezone, Kadam district, sounds of repair work were heard. Screwdriver, setting up his next invention, noted that they should install barricades here. Hammerboy enthusiastically asked to be allowed to do it for him. He agreed, noting that everything had to be the best video possible. Then Screwdriver, turning to the Earth Dog, added that they would still need to set traps in front of them. He immediately clarified, "Dig a trench? If so, how deep?" The Crow standing nearby was very puzzled and asked if the guys from Buxton would really come. Screwdriver answered easily enough, "Of course. That's why they prepare a greeting for guests." As if at the beginning of the war. But turning his head to the side and seeing Cashin Lee walking towards them, he was the first to ask in a friendly manner, "How were his exams?" He, watching how Hammerboy uses a hardened hammer, and Earth Dog wields a super shovel, clarified what they were doing. Screwdriver said they are preparing to repel the attack. Cashin clarified, "Are we talking about the guys from Buxton?" The Crow exclaimed coquettishly, "Of course, he's silly." Screwdriver said that they are already strong, but with all this, it will be easier for them to win. The next moment, seeing that Cashin Lee was leaving somewhere, he asked in confusion where the boss was going. Cashin explained that he was heading towards Ujiha. Screwdriver asked confused, "Does he drink early in the morning?" The Crow even added maybe they should join? But still, having come to the Heaven pub alone, Cashin Lee talked about the purpose of his visit, and as a result Jiha asked him again, "Does he want to buy high-class mana crystals?" "How many?" Cashin firmly replied that he would buy everything he could get his hands on. Ujiha repeated thoughtfully, "All he can get?" He warned right away that it would be very expensive. But Cashin Lee was not at all intimidated by this, continuing to ask how much it would cost. Then Jiha realized that his intentions were quite serious, and leading him to the utility room, he laid out several boxes on the table, warning him that he had 5 crystals with him. Cashin noted that he expected more. Said that another client bought almost the entire batch, these are the leftovers. Then Cashin Lee kept asking, "So what are they worth?" Holding out a piece of paper, Ujiha explained with cunning in his eyes that everything was written in the contract. He thinks the boss knows they are very rare. But there is a special significantly reduced price for it. Cashin, however, rather brazenly suggested that if he gave him another 20% discount, he would buy these crystals. But Jiha, not falling for this, grinned and replied that this was a dubious proposal. Finally, Cashin Lee offered to sell him 5 crystals for the price of 4. Ujiha grinned and agreed, "Okay, deal. Only payment must be in cash." Cashin took out his phone and asked him for his account number. He previously shared with Moros that he has a secret account in his name at a Swiss bank. It clarified, "Is this like a nest egg for a rainy day?" Cashin Lee, typing the password on the keyboard, noted that Jeff told him to do so. Finally, he exclaimed joyfully, he succeeded. Moros, seeing the amount, said in shock how much money there was. But even so, Cashin sadly admitted that if he had known how everything would turn out, he would have transferred all his money here. It asked what he plans to do with them. Cashin Lee replied that he invests everything on his own. Now, when he was heading out of the pub, Jiha thanked him for the deal and asked him to come again. Then, looking at the phone screen, he wondered, secret account? Who is this guy? Having freed herself after school, Kim Nian stopped in front of the cafe and seeing an advertisement that indicated the dish and coffee of the day, she suggested that maybe they should eat here? An Min Young exclaimed happily in response, "Mango parfait? It's very tasty." After a few more minutes, having received their orders, they finally began to dine. Min Young, having tasted the first spoon, immediately said with satisfaction, "This is delicious." Nian added that there are also a lot of mangoes. Then, becoming more serious, she clarified, An Min Young definitely didn't see where that guy went yesterday? Min Young, who was quite tired of such questions, replied that she had not seen anything. Maybe he went home, no? But Kim Nian asked if she thinks so? She suddenly felt trembling as she remembered the incident that happened yesterday when she watched Cashin Lee run away from them, causing her to lose sight of him. Min Young, noticing how deep she was in thought, began to call her and ask what was wrong. Nian suddenly realized everything, fearfully putting her palms to her mouth. It was him. When their snack was finished, Kim Nian warned on Minyoung that she would go to the restroom for a while. She calmly replied that she would be waiting for her at the entrance. Nian, lost in her thoughts, did not notice how the black demon followed right behind her. While washing her hands, Kim Nian suggested that Minyoung didn't seem to understand who he was. And her brother hasn't figured it out yet. But if she reveals the truth, what will happen to him? Suddenly, the door handle clicked, and the demon, turning into the image of Cashin Lee, entered the restroom. Turning around in horror, Nian asked in confusion where he came from. Looking through the light-filled window of the cafe, on Minyoung, even having sent Kim Nian a message, could not understand why she was so delayed. Is she really talking to someone? But the next moment a terrible scream reached her. People ran away from the establishment, simultaneously exclaiming, "Villain!" From the destroyed wall, holding the unconscious Nian on his shoulder, a black demon emerged, completely repeating the image of Cashin. Minyoung, getting up from the table and realizing that she could no longer move from fear, quietly said, "Kim Nian?" He came closer and coldly asked, "Are they girlfriends?" She could not answer anything, and then the devil, leaving, finally asked on Minyoung to tell her brother to look for him in Villezone of the Kadam district if he needed a sister. The day was drawing to a close when the Black Hand, stopping near the barricade, irritably asked, "What is this?" Cutter replied that this was like protection from the idiots from Buxton. He, kicking the fence, again asked, "What's the point? This fence is easy to break." Crush, standing next to him, asked him to calm down, saying, "It's better for him to be here." But the Black Hand did not let up and invited them to break it. Cutter, frightened, hastened to warn him that, on the contrary, he should be more careful, there are traps there. He immediately asked again displeasedly, "Trap? This is a minefield, isn't it?" Cutter replied that he did not know, he was simply told that the ground had traps. Earth Dog worked hard on them. Their argument was stopped by Crush, who, making a sound of surprise, pointed his finger towards the horizon, asking the others what was there. They both turned around and then Crush guessed, "Is it Kim Woo-chan?" The Black Hand also noted with bewilderment, "Who is this? Buxton villain?" Cutter immediately replied, "No, it's a psyker. He is a rising star and very popular on the internet." Then they both, with their mouths open in surprise, repeated, "Is he a psyker?" Then, the Black Hand, activating its abilities, announced that everyone should move aside. They can leave this guy to him. When will he get another chance to fight a psyker? The next moment he rushed to the attack, shouting that the guy would regret that he decided to just show up in Villezone. Wu-chan was also not going to give in to him, and shouted as he walked that he had come to pick up his sister. "Black Hand," he repeated confusedly, "Sister? What kind of nonsense is he talking about?" Suddenly Kim Woo-chan, as if he stepped on a stone, the ground beneath it began to fall down, and immediately noted, "Is this a trap?" The stone's surface really collapsed with a loud crash, and even the Black Hand, trying to break in time, did not have time to do so, also falling into the hole, screaming for help. Crush, watching all this, said tiredly, "And which of them is more of an idiot?" Cashin Lee at this time, being on his personal training ground, absorbed mana crystals, calmly waiting for the golden glow around him to flare up sharply and gradually fade away. Moros asked with sincere interest how he felt after absorbing the best mana crystals. However, he replied with some indifference that he felt as if he had become stronger, but nothing more. They need to check his stats now. It is immediately its system window, in which the information gradually becomes larger. Cashin, looking at the mana range, noted 860 points. We can say that he is now a villain of rank B. Moros understood, he already said that the more mana he has initially, the less the crystals will help. Of course, if he finds the true crystal, that's a different matter. Otherwise he will have to consume artificial crystals in huge quantities. Cashin Lee added that then he could just focus on training. It agreed that it had a choice. But it would be better if the guy continued to rapidly raise Manu, as during that explosion. Cashin, taking a closer look at his profile, suddenly asked, "By the way, what are these numbers next to the skills?" Moros briefly replied that this was a gain. Then he clarified, "Strengthening skills?" It clarified, he didn't use 2 shadow swords at the same time during the battle with Blood Rain? Cashin Lee admitted that he himself does not know how this happened. At the same time, he thought, he had never trained specifically to improve his skills. Perhaps, thanks to the increase in the amount of mana, he can develop skills? For psychers, such improvement is only possible through diligent training, and only a few can combine existing skills to create new ones. Which means he can't just rely on crystals, he needs to diligently develop himself. Although now he can hardly repeat the double use of powers, but one day he will definitely succeed, and he will take revenge on Lampas. Well, returning from his thoughts, he suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, combining skills?" Moros was silent to understand his train of thought, and he suggested, "Surely he can summon the shadow sword and combine it with shadow fire?" Having immediately tried to do this, Cashin saw black blades engulfed in blue flames and joyfully announced that he succeeded. "Can't be." It, watching what just happened, thought in shock, is it really that simple to combine skills? Although at the same time, Moros remembered how Jeff Malik once said that with such potential, Cashin Lee could definitely develop into a top psyker. But their joy, mixed with surprise, was interrupted by a knock on the door, after which the voice of Screwdriver was heard. "Is Cashin here?" "He has a guest." However, Cashin Lee asked with extreme suspicion what kind of nonsense this was. "What other guest?" "He also wonders what the psyker in Villezone forgot," answered Kim Woo-chan. Cashin Lee and Moros froze, wondering, is he? One of the Screwdriver drones was sent to Villezone, illuminated by the golden rays of the sun, in the Buxton district. The Black Devil walked through the rusted and moldy corridors of the building as the disguise slowly dissolved into thin air. Finally he entered the main room, and the smoker immediately greeted him. "Has he arrived?" He showed the girl unconsciously hanging on his shoulder, and noted that he would put her in a cage. "He agrees with the answer, good." Smoker, turning to Barracuda, asked if he wants to drive them all into a corner. With a bit of contempt, he replied that it would be very interesting. Soon the incident will be announced on all the news. The villains are terrible creatures who kidnapped the psyker's sister. That's a great news headline, huh? They will smash them all in a moment. The whole world will turn its back on the idiots from Villezone in the Kadam district. They will be isolated from society, and then they will defeat them. At the same time in Kadam, Cashin Lee looking at Kim Woo-chan sitting on a chair and tied with rope, he clarified, in the end, how would he steal his sister? Screwdriver, who was standing nearby, agreed, right. The crow answered with a grin, did he steal? Yes, this is nonsense. But still, thinking, Cashin repeated, it was not him. He has no need to do this. Screwdriver continued to agree, yes, the boss couldn't do that. The guys from their Villezone don't do kidnapping or anything like that. However, Woo-chan, almost growling, ordered them to stop talking nonsense. Where is his sister? They must answer. He quite calmly suggested that someone from Buxton was probably involved here. There was a misunderstanding. Suddenly came a firm order from Cashin Lee, they must untie him. When they both turned around, he repeated it, so they could clear up the misunderstanding. But even so, Kim Woo-chan still looked at him with eyes filled with anger. One skin soon, when they all watched the video from the CCTV cameras together, Screwdriver, being pleased with himself, noted, he said that this would not be superfluous. As the psyker can see, Barracuda is definitely involved. He sent their drone there specifically to prevent such situations. The crow agreed with him, this is an excellent quality. Did he update the camera on the drone? Cashin asked who this is. Screwdriver, enlarging the image of the Black Devil, noted that judging by the ability to change appearance, this is a dark person. Cashin Lee repeated in surprise. Changes in appearance? He noted in surprise that this villain had become exactly the same as him. But Cashin exclaimed sharply and dissatisfiedly, is it him? What kind of jokes? He doesn't look like that. Screwdriver didn't argue with him, and calmly answered, right? Well, maybe it's not him. But Woo-chan at that moment noted to himself that they were alike. Finally Cashin Lee announced, well, they know who the culprit is, and it's time for them to punish him. Screwdriver, turning to him, clarified, right now? He confirmed this, of course, because kidnapping should be punishable. But suddenly he was interrupted by Kim Woo-chan shouting, stop. When Cashin looked at him, he explained that he would also go to Villezone. This matter concerns his sister. Cashin Lee indifferently noted, if he wants, he can go. Screwdriver asked with a smile, did they decide to keep them? The crow announced that she was actually coming too. Then he added that the attack was much better than expected. They will deal with them today. But the next moment there was a loud sound of impact, and the Black Hand and his comrades burst into the room and announced that they were coming too. Did they really want to keep all the fun for themselves? They should share with them. Crush added that it's time to show off. Cutter remained silent, while wondering whether they would succeed. Cashin, looking at everyone gathered, announced that he didn't care how many of them were coming, they had a different problem. Screwdriver was surprised at first, but then, looking at Woo-chan, he smiled with understanding. In the hotel lobby on Rose, among the snow-white walls and high stairs there was the director's room. There, looking at the sparkling decorations, Royal Gannet exclaimed with admiration, beauty. They are magnificent, his delights. The twins, sitting on the sofa, watching him from afar, wondered what was wrong with him. Did he really steal it all? Most likely it is. What an idiot he is. Royal, however, did not pay any attention to them, and turning to the jewelry as if they were alive, he kept repeating, he adores all his beauties. Suddenly his phone rang, and after answering the call, Royal Gannett replied irritably, "What's the matter?" "He is busy now. No one should bother him over trifles." But after listening to the interlocutor, he agreed with a smile and exclaimed, "Good." The girls were surprised by his reaction, and Royal, calmly allowing a whirlwind of precious crystals to surround him, promised his interlocutor that he could rely on them. As night fell, having made his way to Villezone in the Buxton district, Cashin Lee, along with his team, stopped in front of a tall and dilapidated building, realizing that this was where she was. Screwdriver was the first to announce impatiently, they were there, it was their time to act. They must do a quick briefing before attacking. Then, calling King Wuchan, he noted that a guy shouldn't be so harmful just because he's a newbie. The red mask should suit them. Kim Wuchan looked closely at the red mask he was holding in his hands. Cashin Lee said if he's going to go, he should wear this. He asked in bewilderment, "Why?" Cashin Lee replied that a psyker among villains is a very strange sight. Screwdriver looked at him appraisingly. His facial expression said that Kim Wuchan was going for it. He said out loud that he made the helmet as a joke, but he could take it back. Screwdriver added that it is better not to attract attention, so let him do what he is told. Kim Wuchan doubted looking at the helmet. Over time. Villezone Boxan. Cashin Lee said that their target is the Boxan leaders. He added that they would capture the leadership and release the hostages. Crow, crossing her arms over her chest, said with displeasure that they would attack the entire Villezone in a small group. Cashin Lee turned to Screwdriver and ordered him to check the shortest path. Screwdriver, looking at the blue screen in front of him, said that he was doing it. Cashin Lee added that surprise and a quick attack are the best they can rely on. He invited them to share responsibilities and told them to listen carefully. Kim Wuchan stood silently and watched what was happening. Cashin Lee ordered that Screwdriver be responsible for reconnaissance. Crow would cover them, and he would take charge of the infiltration and attack. Crow said with dissatisfaction that she did not really like to carry out orders for others, but this time she would give in. Kim Wuchan clarified by asking the question, "Close combat?" Cashin Lee replied that his rear was behind him. Crow asked in surprise what he meant. Screwdriver said nothing, looking at the blue screen with a smile. Cashin Lee ordered that they now separate their attack zones. Black Hand annoyedly shouted for them to wait. He asked with dissatisfaction why they were not in his plan. He asked what kind of nonsense is this? Crush angrily asked the question, why don't they just barge in and beat everyone up? With his appearance, he made it clear that this is exactly what villains do. Cashin Lee looked at Cutter, Black Hand and Crush standing in front of him and said that they had a separate important job to do. Black Hand asked in surprise, important? Crush smiled and said they were like an ace in the hole. Cashin Lee said that they would guard the exit of the building for them. He added that until then, let them keep their heads down. Black Hand angrily shouted that this was nonsense. He mentally asked, did he think they would buy it? Cashin Lee calmly explained that without them they would not be able to get the hostages out, so this task was very important. Black Hand angrily shouted that this was nonsense. Black Hand and Cashin Lee exchanged angry glances. Black Hand asked with a look, is he taking him for a fool? Cashin Lee replied with a glance that it was so if he did not understand how important this task was. Kim Wuchan looked at them puzzled and did not understand what was happening. He remembered that when he was little, during training, the coach said that the effect of surprise and a quick attack was the best thing they could rely on. He added that one should not attack thoughtlessly. Kim Wuchan looked excitedly at the coach, who said with a smile that the 45th was a very capable child and patted him on the head. The coach added that he should remember his words, they will be useful to him. Kim Wuchan looked down and sadly thought that he was a villain. Over time. Villezone Boxan. Screwdriver, Cashin Lee and Kim Wuchan crouched on the roof of a tall building and kept watch. A drone was flying in the dark sky between two houses. It approached a surveillance camera located on one of the houses. The drone intercepted the signal that came from it. The camera changed its position. Screwdriver informed the 10th and 11th that he had everything ready. Having received a signal from the camera, he happily added that all surveillance cameras were under his control. Crow happily said that they were moving forward. Cashin Lee has ordered that it is time to move out. They simultaneously took a step forward and jumped. Kim Wuchan stood on the roof and looked at them, puzzled. He remembered Kim Nian's sweet face and mentally asked her not to get hurt. He ran, jumped off the roof and mentally promised that he would save her soon. Over time. Dark narrow corridor with many doors. Kim Neon was lying motionless on the floor in one of the rooms. She moved her hand. Opening her eyes, Kim Neon groaned. She looked at the metal floor in bewilderment. Kim Neon stood up in fear and screamed. Looking around, she excitedly asked the question, "Where is she?" She asked, "What is this all about?" Kim Neon looked at her hand, which was glowing with blue mana, and said something. She remembered the recent events and the image of Cashin Lee. Kim Neon said, puzzled, that it was that person, or it wasn't him. She mentally asked, how could she know? Kim Neon recalled that she was unconscious at that moment. She sat on the floor and looked ahead in bewilderment. Some sounds were heard in the narrow corridor. At the same time, Black Hand shouted in irritation that this was pissing him off. He angrily kicked the air and asked the question, "Back exit?" He asked why it should be protected. Crush, with a big hammer on his shoulder, agreed with him. He said with a smile that the best villains are always eager to fight. Black Hand pointed his index finger at him and said that it is. He talks about it. Cutter looked at the night sky, where the moon was shining brightly, and asked the question, can't they wait silently? He added that the entire Villezone would soon come running to their screams. Black Hand asked irritably, what does he have to do with it? Cutter looked at him condescendingly and mentally asked how he could live with such intelligence. He wondered out loud if they thought their boss was weird. Black Hand spread his arms to the sides in bewilderment and asked the question, what is he talking about? Crush said he's always been like this. Cutter said thoughtfully that during the distribution of responsibilities he had a strange feeling. Cutter put his fist to his mouth, cleared his throat, and said that he thought Cashin Lee was explaining everything like a psyker. Black Hand frowned at him and asked, psyker? He clarified by asking the question, why? With all his appearance he asked, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? Crush looked at Cutter condescendingly and said that it wasn't as stupid as he would have done. Cutter scaredly asked the question, who is there? The three of them looked warily in the direction where the sound came from. Black Hand asked irritably, what is this Jwack? Jwack and Pointer looked at them in surprise. Crush excitedly realized that they were caught. Jwack demanded to know what they were doing outside of their Villezone. She added quietly, mockingly, that the three of them were fools. She thoughtfully suggested, looking at the three frightened faces of Cutter, Crush and Black Hand, that they had come to surrender to Box-san. The three villains asked in shock, what? Black Hand angrily put his fist in front of him and asked indignantly, should he give up? He shouted that this was nonsense. Black Hand thought excitedly that they had come to fight. Cutter looked at her condescendingly and thought she was stupid. Rock Hand angrily asked, what's that noise? He stomped his feet loudly and approached them. Black Hand and Cutter looked excitedly in the direction where the voice came from. Looking at the one-eyed big guy glowing with red mana, they realized that it was Rock Hand. Villezone Box-san. Rock Hand thoughtfully scratched the back of his head and said that he had not seen them here. He guessed in surprise, asking if the idiots from Gatham had come to spy on them. Black Hand asked angrily, idiots? Jwack grabbed Black Hand's hand and told Rock Hand not to jump to conclusions. She said dismissively that they didn't have enough brains to spy. She added irritably that they had come to surrender. Rock Hand asked in surprise, should he give up? Black Hand asked indignantly, what? He said with irritation that they had come to take over Villezone Box-san. Crush laughed cheerfully and said approvingly that it served them right. Cutter looked at them excitedly and thought they were idiots. He said with his eyes that they were brainless. Cutter realized that they would all die. He mentally said that they were told to sit quietly so as not to get caught. Rock Hand asked in surprise, is this so? He clenched his fist, glowing pink with spiritual power, and said that this was very stupid, but their bravery was commendable. Rock Hand, using mana, covered his hands with stone armor and said, let them now try to prove that their courage is stronger than stone. Black Hand took a step forward and mockingly asked, is this the stone? Rock Hand looked ahead warily. Black Hand activated his gold-colored spiritual power and said that his steel fist was 100 times stronger than any stone. Over time. Villezone. Barracuda sat on a chair in the middle of an abandoned building. He rested his head on his fist and closed his eyes. Previously. Screwdriver clarified by asking the question, does he want to merge the zones into Soul? He asked why. Barracuda said that he doesn't see any point in living under the surveillance of a psyker forever. He added that together they will become stronger. Barracuda smiled dreamily and said that after the unification of Villezone throughout the country. Before he could finish speaking, Screwdriver interrupted his speech, saying that he was refusing. Barracuda asked why? Screwdriver, twirling his weapon with his fingers, replied that art must be practiced alone. He added that there was no point in giving him his people just to stroke his pride and desire. Barracuda asked indignantly, what did he say? Screwdriver, sitting on the roof of the car, holding a huge glowing screwdriver on his shoulder, which turned into a weapon, and asked if self-doubt really torments him so much that he tries to mock the weak. Screwdriver summed it up by saying he was against it. He looked over his shoulder and assumed that the other two were of the same opinion. Barracuda gritted his teeth angrily and tried to say something, but Screwdriver warned him menacingly, holding out his glowing weapons in front of him. He suggested that they not make life difficult for each other. Barracuda looked fearfully at the bright light escaping from the barrel of a huge screwdriver. Screwdriver menacingly told him to remember his words. He added that if he ignored, he would have to hurt him. Present tense. Barracuda, sitting in his chair, angrily called out the nickname Screwdriver. He heard a sound and opened his eyes warily. Lens girl stood behind him and asked permission to report on the situation. He asked irritably what was there. She informed that there are Gadam miscreants outside. She added that there were 3 of them. Lens girl assumed that they were all B rank. Barracuda looked over his shoulder and asked in surprise, only 3? He asked another question, who is with them now? She replied that it was Rockhand. Barracuda said with a bored look that if they were rank B, he could handle it. After thinking a little, he said that this was strange. Barracuda ordered them to inspect all the premises. He assumed that these villains were just bait. Lens girl asked in surprise, bait? Barracuda laughed smugly and said that Screwdriver had made an obvious move. He added that his tricks wouldn't work on him. He clenched his fist, which was wearing a spiked glove, and cast the Barracuda Fang's spell. His hand glowed brightly with blue mana. Barracuda said that Screwdriver and other villain bosses need to know that he is not going to lose. He grinned maliciously and said, don't let Screwdriver think that time hasn't changed him. Over time. Cashin Lee looked down at the building that was glowing blue and asked the question, is their leader sitting there? The 4 of them stood on the edge of a multi-story building and looked down. Cashin Lee said they quickly found the location. Screwdriver smugly declared that it was all thanks to him. Screwdriver generated a drone from Mana and asked if they could check the situation inside before the invasion. Crow looked at the flying object in surprise and asked, what is this? Screwdriver replied that it was a mini drone. Crow said with affection that this is a very cute item. She asked him to give it to her, because she wanted one. Screwdriver smiled and said that there was another one at home, she could take it. Kim Woo-chan, watching them, thought that now it was difficult for him to perceive them as enemies. After a while, they heard some sound and turned their heads in that direction. Kim Woo-chan cursed and asked if they had been noticed. Cashin Lee said it pisses him off. He took a few steps forward, activated dark blue mana and said that this happened earlier than they expected. Black smoke appeared in the air. Cashin Lee opened his eyes wide in bewilderment. He looked back and saw that clouds of black smoke had covered everything around him. Kim Woo-chan asked excitedly, what's going on? There was an ominous laugh. Cashin Lee looked back with interest and looked in that direction. Smoker's blonde hair emerged from the smoke. She asked mockingly, so they were hiding here? Cashin Lee and the others looked at her in surprise. She completely came out of the thick black fog, holding a smoking pipe in her hand, and mockingly said that they were her little rats. Looking around those present, she asked with interest, did Crow come here with Screwdriver? Screwdriver pointed his index finger at Smoker and asked the question, do they look familiar? Crow looked at her condescendingly, and said that it wasn't very good. Smoker mockingly said that since Screwdriver is the boss, she would give in. She added with a smile that she would play well with Crow. Crow chuckled mockingly. She said that she would stay and let them leave. Screwdriver looked at her worriedly and asked the question with his eyes, is she sure she can handle it? Crow said that she had a conversation with Smoker. She looked over her shoulder and cheerfully said, let them not interfere while the women are talking. Cashin Lee asked worriedly, is she sure she doesn't need their help? It seemed to him that she was angry. Screwdriver cheerfully told him not to worry, this would only make her happy. After a while they jumped off the roof. Screwdriver, sitting on the edge, looked over his shoulder and said when she was done, he should find them. Crow laughed and replied that it was good. He jumped and flew down. Smoker stretched her lips in a mocking smile. She asked, since the disturbing little rats have disappeared, is it time to start the fun? They stood opposite and prepared for battle. Crow asked mockingly, little rats? She suggested that Smoker was confused. She added emphatically that they were saviors. Smoker asked again in bewilderment, saviors? She added mockingly, her saviors, if only they remained. Crow hit the roof with her cane, and many black feathers flew into the air. She confidently said that now no one will stop her. Many crows with glowing red eyes hovered around her in the air. She asked ominously, will they have fun until they die? Floodlights brightly illuminated the abandoned multi-story building. Sharktooth shouted excitedly that it was an invasion. He ordered them to catch all the violators. Cashin Lee moved his feet quickly. He, Kim Woo-chan and Screwdriver quickly ran down the corridor. Cashin Lee looked forward excitedly. Armed villains ran towards them in a crowd. Sharktooth angrily ordered them to kill them. Cashin Lee decisively shouted for them to attack. The three of them rushed into battle against the crowd of villains. Cashin Lee accelerated. Flashing with lightning, he quickly moved from wall to wall in a zigzag pattern. Cashin Lee burst into the crowd and began to deliver crushing blows to his opponents, who flew away from him in different directions. He stuck his glowing leg back, then struck one of the villains in the chest with a swing. Sharktooth grinned mockingly, and said that he was counting on something more serious. He smugly declared that such a stupid attack wouldn't work on him. He added that his body was too strong for them to penetrate it. Sharktooth opened his huge toothy mouth, and said that he would kill them in one bite. He cast a spell to hunt prey. Sharktooth closed its mouth with lightning speed, intending to grab Cashin Lee, but he jumped up with great speed and landed on the wall behind him. Sharktooth looked ahead in bewilderment, not understanding where it had gone. He looked over his shoulder, and was shocked to see Cashin Lee flying at him from above. Cashin Lee, his multicolored eyes flashing angrily, extended a clawed hand towards him. Sharktooth, spewing out a stream of blood, recoiled from him. Cashin Lee grabbed his head with his hand and began to fiercely strike him with powerful blows. After some time, the bloody body of Sharktooth lay on the floor. Screwdriver praised Cashin Lee for this. Kim Woo-chan watched the fight from the side and mentally noted that it was strong. He looked thoughtfully at Cashin Lee and mentally added that with each meeting he became stronger. Cashin Lee looked condescendingly at the defeated enemy and thought that there were a lot of words, but in reality he was a weakling. He turned his gaze to his team members and invited them to split up. Kim Woo-chan looked at him questioningly. Cashin Lee decisively said that he and Screwdriver would take on the leader of Boksan, and let him save his sister. Screwdriver tossed the door control into his hand and said let him take it. He added that Kim Nien is in the basement of a nearby building. Screwdriver added that his drone had already identified her location, so he could handle it. Kim Woo-chan thanked him in a voice choked with emotion. He clenched the pilt tightly in his fist and rushed forward. Screwdriver looked after him with a smile and thought that he loved his sister very much. Hearing sounds behind him, he became wary. Looking over his shoulder, he saw that the villains were approaching him in a crowd from behind. Screwdriver told Cashin Lee to leave and he would take care of this little thing. He twirled the screwdriver in his hand and said if they waste time here, nothing will be solved. He added that he still needs to wait for Crow. Cashin Lee looked after him and said that he relied on him. Screwdriver gave a thumbs up over his shoulder to signal that everything was fine and said that he wouldn't be staying long. Cashin Lee quickly ran in the opposite direction. Screwdriver held his shining weapon in his hands and prepared for battle. When the villains approached him and extended their hands, he waved a screwdriver and cheerfully asked if they could do something interesting. Over time. Smoker said it annoys her. She asked mockingly, how could they be on the same level as her? She pulled forward a smoking pipe, which with the help of blue mana turned into a sharp blade. Smoker sent forward energy vortexes rotating in a spiral and cast the Breath of Death spell. Crow jumped high into the air, did a somersault, and deftly dodged it. She landed on one knee, breaking with her heel. Smoker stretched her lips in a malicious smile, and said that she is excellent at dodging attacks, just like a real crow. She admitted that Crow is quite good at this. Crow asked in surprise, is she laughing? She smugly declared that she was excellent. Smoker said with dissatisfaction that it was very difficult with her. She generated a glowing tornado using the mana on her hand and said that she had not yet given it her all. Smoker looked at her hand and said, who knows, maybe this time she will actually die. Smoker cast the Breath of Chains of Death spell and sent a glowing tornado with a stream of black smoke at her. Crow raised her cane and swung it around in a circle. The crow's head on the stick opened its beak, flashed its ruby eyes and cawed. Crow waved her cane and cast the Crow hide and seek spell. Smoker looked ahead in bewilderment. Crow disappeared, leaving behind black feathers. She appeared in another place and slammed her cane on the ground. Crow smiled cheerfully and said that it was difficult. The crows sitting on her shoulders cawed that it was not difficult. She mockingly said if Smoker has nothing left to show, then it's time to start the fight. She did not notice that a stream of thick black smoke was approaching her from behind, sparkling with bright blue lightning. Lightning struck the roof powerfully and threw Crow aside. She fell and croaked desperately. Crow looked away in shock. A powerful tornado was rapidly approaching her. Smoker extended her hand forward, pointed at her with her index finger, and said that she was a pathetic, poor crow. She added that as soon as she inhaled this dark smoke, her blood would begin to boil and explode. Smoker looked at the cloud of thick black smoke and wished Crow luck in continuing to pretend that she was winning. Crow said threateningly that she had just committed a mortal sin. Smoker looked at her in bewilderment, flashing lightning. Crow put her hand in front of her and created many black feathers that glowed with a purple aura. She asked if she was really serious about destroying her children given to Screwdriver. Smoker gritted her teeth in irritation and asked the question, "What is this ability?" She told her to wait. She asked again, where did she get such strength? Smoker asked herself in shock, is this really an awakening? Crow flashed her red eyes, put her hand out in front of her, and pointed her index finger at Smoker. She cast the spell Judgment. Crow looked at her, and said menacingly that now she would judge her according to the crow's rules. Smoker looked at her in surprise. The black feathers glowed brightly with a red aura and swirled in the air. Crow has transformed into a large black bird with a sharp beak and glowing eyes. After some time, Vilzone Boxan. Basement 2nd floor. Kim Woo-chan looked at the gray stone ceiling. He quickly moved through the dark basement. Mentally imagining Cash and Lee and Screwdriver, he realized that they had specifically said to split up. He mentally asked, is this for him to come to his senses? The red light on the remote control came on. Kim Woo-chan looked at it and said it's getting close. Suddenly the floor in front of him became covered with ice. Kim Woo-chan looked down in surprise. Ice Demon said that he doesn't remember him. He asked the question, is he really from Boxan? Ice Demon took a step forward on the shiny transparent ice. Leaning his back against the wall, he said okay, he decided to wait here. He knew that someone would come to save the hostages. Kim Woo-chan put out his hand, a hot flame rising above it. He stepped on thin ice. It instantly melted and shattered into many pieces of ice. Kim Woo-chan annoyedly told him not to talk nonsense. He ordered him to get out of the way. Ice Demon asked in surprise, fire? He said it was interesting. He concluded that they had opposite skills. Ice Demon added that these skills fit both their personalities and appearance perfectly. He crossed his hands with long icy claws in front of him, activated the ice mana and solemnly declared that fire is against ice. Ice Demon noted with anticipation that their fight promises to be interesting. He asked the question, does Kim Woo-chan agree? He put out both hands, holding two flames, and prepared for battle. At the same time on the roof, a bright column of purple light rose high up, and black crow feathers floated in the air. At the same time, Vilzone Boxan. 12th floor. Cash and Lee clenched his fist tightly. He took a step forward into a large deserted room. He looked carefully in front of him and said that stop hiding, let him come out. Black and purple smoke formed in the middle of the room. Black Ghost came out of this and said that he had excellent senses. He added that he had long wanted to meet him. Cash and Lee looked at him with interest. Moros hovered warily in the air nearby. Black Ghost added that he is a villain with a skill like his. Cash and Lee asked sternly, is he the one who kidnapped Kim Nian? Black Ghost said that before their meeting he managed to find a lot of information about him. He said approvingly that Cash and Lee had achieved a lot even before his debut. Black Ghost reminded that the battle between villains outside the Vilzone is strictly taboo. He remarked disapprovingly that it was not for him. Black Ghost pointed his index finger at him and sternly said that he was a public enemy. He said that if he killed him here, he would go unpunished. Black Ghost thoughtfully said that he was also the boss of Vilzone. Moros looked at him worriedly, and Cash and Lee asked irritably, so what? Black Ghost said, don't let him think wrong, this is not a joke. He added that the truth respects him. Black Ghost put his hand to his chest, bowed his head and said, if he were a real villain, he would have run away long ago. He asked, because the villains are criminals, does he agree? Black Ghost stated that they have the same skill, but otherwise they are not even close to similar. Moros looked at Cash and Lee and said that he should take it as a compliment. Black Ghost added that he would really like this. He took out two blades with sharp blades on both sides and said that controlling shadows is difficult, but not like becoming darkness itself, like him. Moros asked excitedly, is he a stalker? Cash and Lee replied that he was crazy. Black Ghost got into a fighting stance, holding blades in both hands, and said that he was talking too much. He noticed that he was not himself. Black Ghost suggested getting down to business. Cash and Lee looked at him carefully. Black Ghost admitted that he is indeed strong in close combat. He created his double out of black smoke, then another. Cash and Lee watched this in surprise. Black Ghost expressed doubt that he could handle 4 at once. Cash and Lee looked around him and saw 4 identical black ghosts. This skill is called Shadow Double. Cashin Lee took a closer look and mentally asked, illusions? In bewilderment, he asked another question, are all four real? Black Ghost ordered his counterparts to attack. Cashin Lee smiled smugly, activated his spiritual power, and flashing lightning, said that it did not matter whether they were illusions or real. In the air, the dark shadow collapsed into many pieces, and lightning flashed. Cashin Lee said that if you cut them into pieces, they will become nothing. He took a fighting stance, crossed his arms in front of him, and cast the Shadow Sword spell. A blue energy streamed through Black Ghost's back. Moments later, Cashin Lee and Black Ghost stood face to face and looked menacingly into each other's eyes. Cashin Lee tried to throw a punch, but Black Ghost jumped far back. He quickly ran away. Cashin Lee asked angrily, did he decide to hide in the dark? He moved quickly around the room, flashing lightning. Cashin Lee caught up with Black Ghost and started punching him. Black Ghost flew back, crossing his arms in front of him. Thick black smoke hid him from view. Cashin Lee noted that he has good speed. Black Ghost, breathing heavily, thought that Cashin Lee was several times stronger than he expected. He decided that since this was so, he would act differently. Black Ghost put his hand forward and directed an energy stream into the lamp on the ceiling. It crashed. He then broke the second lamp. Small shards of glass flew down. After some time, Cashin Lee stood in complete darkness. Black Ghost stood behind with his back to him. Cashin Lee listened to the sounds. Black Ghost squeezed the blade in his hand and said that now everything fits together. He asked, no matter how strong he is it difficult for him to see in the dark? Cashin Lee listened and realized that the voice was coming from everywhere. Black Ghost added that even though they have the same skills, he is head and shoulders above him when it comes to stealth in the dark. He took a fighting stance, crossed his blades in front of him, and said that the previous attacks were tentative, and now Cashin Lee would feel the horror of a terrible death in impenetrable darkness. Cashin Lee laughed and asked again, from a terrible death? He mockingly said that it sounded like complete nonsense. Cashin Lee added, it's like he's reading out the lines of a play. He activated his spiritual power and started emitting black smoke. Cashin Lee angrily said that he would never feel that fear. Black Ghost looked up worriedly where the voice came from. Cashin Lee added that fear arises when darkness envelopes and death is already on the doorstep. Two large glowing eyes appeared in the darkness. Black Ghost peered warily into the darkness, realizing what was happening. Cashin Lee ominously said that he had died and been reborn. Streams of black smoke began to approach the Black Ghost. He took a scared step back. Cashin Lee called out to him. He towered menacingly behind the Black Ghost, eyes sparkling. His hands exuded powerful streams of mana. Cashin Lee menacingly offered to show him what true horror is. It's the same time. Vilzone Baksan. Kim Nian sat behind bars in a dark basement. She listened warily, holding the bars of the bars with both hands and worriedly asked the question, what was there? She asked what those sounds were. In the basement of the second floor there was a confrontation between fire and ice. Kim Wuchan deftly and confidently fought off all the Ice Demon's attacks with his hands and moved forward. Ice Demon didn't give up. He put his hand forward and directed an ice tornado in his direction. This skill is called Cold Blast. Blocks of ice grew in front of Kim Wuchan. He jumped back, then jumped forward and braked with his feet on the slippery ice. Kim Wuchan looked at the Ice Demon, who jumped back to a safe distance. Kim Wuchan sighed in annoyance. He thought excitedly that the Ice Demon was moving too smoothly. He assumed that he had experience in such battles. Ice Demon adjusted the ice mask on his face and admitted that he didn't think that Kim Wuchan would be so collected. He added that it would be much more interesting to play with a confused opponent. Ice Demon flashed his icy eyes and said that, on the other hand, their battle was becoming more intense. He inquired, asking what he liked most about his skills. Kim Wuchan remained silent in confusion, not knowing what to answer. Ice Demon admitted that he is excited about freezing living people. He created an ice figure of a man from the mana in his hand and enthusiastically added that with one wave of his hand, their limbs were covered in ice. Ice Demon firmly squeezed the ice figure, crushing it, and said that he liked to see the fear on faces as the ice penetrated deeper and deeper. Kim Wuchan angrily shouted that he was a vile villain. Ice Demon looked at him in surprise. Kim Wuchan realized his mistake and cursed mentally. Ice Demon asked in surprise, vile villain? He concluded that this was strange. Ice Demon pointed his index finger at him and said that he felt negativity from him. He remembered that girl's brother was a psyker. Ice Demon asked in shock, is it really him? Kim Wuchan took a step forward, sparkling with pink spiritual power, and through laughter asked, is he comparing him to a trashy psyker? He resolutely clenched his fists, from which hot flames rose high, and said that he was the most dangerous villain of Villezone Box-san. He said his name was Red Mask. He quickly rushed forward, glowing with a fiery aura. Ice Demon spread his arms to the sides and released a stream of small sharp ice flows. Swinging his arms from side to side, he sent it forward, shouting that these were ice needles. Kim Woo-chan swung his fiery fist and blocked the attack. Previously, Kim Woo-chan announced that he had arrived. He asked the question, what did he want to tell him? Cashionly looked at him sternly and said that there was little time, so he would get to the point. He said that Kim Woo-chan thinks too long before attacking. Cashionly suggested that it was a matter of little combat experience. He said he still needed to think and act faster. Kim Woo-chan remained thoughtfully silent. Cashionly turned his back to him, activated his spiritual power, and said that he had better demonstrate. Kim Woo-chan became wary. Cashionly used a skill called Dark Fire, thrusting his hand forward and sending a powerful stream of blue energy towards the target. Kim Woo-chan widened his eyes in shock. Cashionly said that speed is the main part of the attack. He added that one should not give the enemy time to attack first. They both looked at the smoking target lying on the floor. Cashionly instructively said that the best defense is an attack. Kim Woo-chan looked at his back in surprise and mentally asked why he was sharing this with him. Cashionly looked at his hand glowing with spiritual energy and said, "You need to concentrate your mana, feel the heat and explode." Clenching his fist, he said that this method was different from the usual one. Cashionly added that the villain and psyker must push their limits. Kim Woo-chan looked at his hand uncertainly. Cashionly touched his forehead with a blue claw. He said what he has in his head, this is not the limit. Cashionly added instructively, let him not create boundaries for himself. Present tense. Kim Woo-chan concentrated fire mana in his hand and shouted that let him have it. He used a skill called Flash. The fiery aura opposed the icy one. Ice Demon suddenly waved his hand and used a technique called Ice Barrier. Kim Woo-chan jumped high above him and raised his hand to strike. He used the Flaming Strike skill and kicked. Ice Demon flew back. Kim Woo-chan happily realized that he had succeeded. He began to fiercely wave his arms, trying to attack the enemy. The Ice Demon jumped to the sides in fear and dodged. Kim Woo-chan thought hopefully, if things continue like this, he will win. He looked forward resolutely. Concentrating his mana, he sent a powerful stream of fire at the Ice Demon, who was puzzled to think that he had started attacking differently. He asked himself in shock, was Red Mask really hiding his powers? Ice Demon jumped up, escaping from the fiery stream.